to sum up the last 2 days of the Big Festoon. We have laughed, we have cried, we have listened, we have learned, and I cannot wait to do it all again.
It doesn't matter what you look like, what your experiences are, if you're in business, if you're not in business. People just get together and nobody is left out.
You learn something with every single one of the speakers.
I felt like a lovable weirdo amongst other lovable weirdos.
I am your DJ tenor.
This is one of the most exciting events. You can feel the energy in the room. There is sort of a buzz.
Cried and I've laughed and I've sang.
It's just been so incredible to be part of this movement, this power coming through. It's just meant the world to me. I'm going to cry. You didn't mean to.
I was at the VIP dinner last night and it was absolutely brilliant.
This event to me means acceptance.
Being able to be yourself in a room of everyone who accepts you is fantastic.
There's nothing more powerful in this world than leading the archery and inspiring everyone else to do the same.
All right, you lovely lot. I'm back in the room. How are we doing? Are we all okay? We are now into the final 5 hours. So what happens on StreamYard is that when you go live, you can on certain plans, you can only go live for X amount of time. And in this particular plan, it's 10 hours. So we were just heading on into our 10 hours. So just before I brought Frankie in and the rest of our guests for the evening, I just wanted to make sure that we had enough time and I wasn't chopping and changing. So without further ado, let me know in the comments if you're there. Can someone send me a DM? Tell me that we're live. Let me know how you're doing. Are we good? Who's been with me all day? Who's been dropping in? Who's got their Festoon 500 pass? I want to know how it is going. Right. And breathe. Frankie, get on in here. Hello.
Hello, Danny. How are you?
I am good. I am good. I wanted to pop my sparkly evening regalia on just for you.
Well, I'm not quite as sparkly, and I'm sat in the sunshine in Tenerife. Booked this after you asked to have me on, and I thought there's no way I'm going to let Danny Wallace down. So I've got the pool to the left, which if it's warm enough, I'll go in after. But yeah, nice to be outside.
It is nice to be outside. We've had, do you know what? We've had the UAE come through today. We've had Florida come through today. We've got Tenerife come through today. So yeah, we're a truly international live stream, and thank you for being a part of this. I know you are, for the people that are watching me and can see how busy I am. You are equally in the trenches with me in the event space, like very much so, even more so, given the volume of events that you're involved with. But for people that don't know, that definitely should know, which is every single person watching this live stream and beyond, Frankie James, tell us a little bit more about you.
I run a business called Ideas Forums, which nobody has ever heard of, and that's absolutely fine. But we run a few events and initiatives that I really hope people have heard of. And if they haven't, we want them to hear about us and get involved. So we run the Great British Entrepreneur Awards, which has been described as the Grammys of entrepreneurship. The UK Startup Awards, which is open for entries now. So any business that's under 3 years of trading, get your applications in, completely free to enter and amazing to spotlight new businesses. The UK Fast Growth Index, the Great British Industry Awards. And what I've got my title on here as, and what I'm shamelessly repping with my cap,
always
is Best, which has been described as Glastonbury for business leaders and entrepreneurs. And Danny, you've been since year one. We've collaborated together. It's a conference in a field, but take out all the bits that you don't like about a conference and stick in all the bits that you love about a festival. And
exactly.
It's pretty special.
And it's not just one of the reasons why you and I kind of have met and have become firm friends since, but the very essence of what you bring to Ideas Fest in the entrepreneurial space and wider business space, and bringing those business leaders and those entrepreneurs together. You love festivals and I love a concert.
Yeah,
I think our love of being somewhere, not just in the after hours, but in the down times, is where we make our most sincere connections and genuine connections. And seeing what you'd created at Ideas Fest, and then knowing what I was creating over at the Big Festoon, I was like, oh my God, like we have to find ways for us to cross-pollinate. You know Oliver B pun. And so we've made our home outside of home at Ideas Fest. You know, we come in and we host one of our tents. We provide a little bit of the pizzazz and showmanship of the big festoon, as well as the serious conversations. And it sits beautifully like around all of the other shenanigans, I guess, that we get up to at Ideas Fest.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just to say on that, I think that Ideas Fest gives us a license. As soon as you take an event and you take it out of a normal event setting and you put it in a field, it gives us a license to have some fun. So who better to collaborate with than you? And, you know, we have all sorts of festival sort of style activations and things you can get involved in. And what I find really interesting, Danny, is when some people arrive at Ideas Fest, you know, they maybe gravitate more to the sort of the normal business conference. By the end of the 2 days, they're in your tent doing the hoedown and absolutely loving it. And it's been a festival highlight for the last couple of years.
It's really funny, you know, to see, obviously, like the energy with which I turn up and with which, you know, my community turn up and my speakers turn up is very different than what people experience. But again, a festival's very different than what people experience. So when you say it's a no-brainer, it's an example of a no-brainer. But what I love is the people that might not have expected to stumble upon us to be part of the conversation that we have as part of, you know, our community, certainly within the inclusion space, certainly within the accessibility space, and has actually sparked some incredible change for some of the businesses that come across us. And also finding speakers for our event at Ideas Fest has been a joy. We've got Sophia Lorimer, who's an incredible stylist. She's going to be on live with us a little bit later on. She's going to be speaking at the arena. She won that as an opportunity at Ideas Fest. And just seeing how when our communities come together, and the point of this live today, the reason why I wanted to do it was, yes, of course, to launch the Festoon 500 initiative, but to just prove to all of our communities the power of it. When one of us goes, I'm doing a thing, can you support? And like the amount of people that have turned up on this live today and gone, what are we doing, Dan? I just said yes. But when you know you've got a network that powerful, all of a sudden we start to get taken seriously. Look out at the lineup that you've seen. Look at the lineup today. Just to bring insights into 2026 and beyond for lots of different perspectives, all of a sudden people start to take us seriously, like, well, fuck. If on a phone call we can gather this, imagine what we can do when there are, you know, when the stakes are higher or when a collaboration needs or a connection needs to be made. And you are, like me, I guess, an incredible conduit for people. You, like me, are very interested in not just you being front and center. In fact, that's not really what you're about, but you love it when you see worlds collide and when you see things like that happen. Like, I just see you light up. Tell me more about, so Ideas Fest, we've got covered and we'll talk a little bit more about that again in a sec, but talk to me more about the awards, kind of the awards situation, ecosystem that you've got going on, because the credibility that comes with any of the awards through the bodies that you award through is very, very real. And there is a space out there where someone's nan's mother's brother decided to say, oh, you're dead good, and all of a sudden they're walking around with a certificate that they've printed out off a PowerPoint wizard, and that makes them an award winner. It's very, very different than the gravitas that what have you comes with the GBAs, for example, with the startup awards, with the Fast 50, you know, all of that sort of stuff. So tell us more about that. Why did you create that, and what are the plans for that, and how do people get involved?
Yeah, so when we launched the awards, it started with the Great British Well, actually, if we go back further, it's the longest serving awards program we've got is the UK Fast Growth Index, which my partner Dylan launched in Wales, and we've taken all around the UK a few years ago. But essentially, what we recognised is that even when we launched the awards, if we look at the Great British Entrepreneur Awards, there were a lot of awards programs out there, but many of them focused on on turnover growth, and we saw a lot of the same faces on the same stages. So when we launched the Great British Entrepreneur Awards, for us, our USP was that entrepreneurs have an incredible story. So let's celebrate and let's champion that. And that's why we've always had some very eclectic shortlists. You know, it's not always the biggest business that wins. Right. And we've been we've been really good, and you never know this until you're a few years on, at recognizing businesses before they become household names, recognizing them before they go on that hockey stick growth. And Daniel Priestley says that awards can often be the catalyst for that hockey stick growth, because it gives businesses an opportunity to show customers, to show partners, to show investors that they have been judged by external incredible third parties. We have a rigorous judging process in place.
You really do. Yeah. That's one of the things that I love, that you, and also you get incredible entrepreneurs and founders and business leaders from the world. I won't say real business in inverted commas, but you know what I mean. Like people who really know what they're talking about when they're looking at a business. We've been talking about investment and when are we investable and at what point. The judges that you involve and that are a part of your judging panels really are those incredible, credible founders. And I think that's
they've been there, done it, got the t-shirt, sometimes several times over. But I think what we find is their generosity is amazing. And also probably because very often we meet them at an early stage in their journey. And then once they've, achieved incredible success, they'll often come back and support as a judge. And because we meet them in their earlier stages of their journey, they embrace and get involved in our community. So that includes our awards, our events, Ideas Fest. That's sort of the stage is filled with people who I've been fortunate enough to meet through this community and program that we've been building.
Right. And people will look at the lineup that I've curated just for today and think, flipping heck, Danny knows loads of people. Like, wait till you see Frankie's like Black Book. It is, wild if you think about the kind of brands that have come through the awarding process and that are a part of the, Ideas Forums community, which I'm a proud member of the community, and just love the platforms and the things that you facilitate, not just the awards, but also founders dinners, for example, community meetups, other opportunities to network together. What you've done is created a magnet for people who are really serious about their businesses to come and talk, even if they're new but serious.
Absolutely.
Like, if you're willing to travel for it, if you're willing to go and meet in rooms, and this is what we're trying to provide for all of you, is places to go and do business meaningfully. And I think you do that so well. Can you give us an example of some of the businesses that have come through the GBA process, startups and so on and so forth, because it's real household.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw you had Pauline on earlier. So Pauline and Johnny won several years ago from Dr. Paw. We've had the founders of ClearScore, Brewdog, Trip. Gosh, there's so many. I mean, Grenade. I think what I love is...
Was it Simmer that won this year?
Pardon?
Was it Simmer that won this year?
Simmer Eats won this year, yeah. So just amazing brands, and there's such a they're all special. But when they're those sort of consumer brands as well, you see them out in the wild. You see them on shelves, you see them on their, on the buses that go past and the billboards. You hear them on the radio, sometimes even TV adverts. For me, I've been doing this for 14 odd years, right? And it still gives me that little buzz of excitement. I would hazard a guess that I've probably got about 3,500 photos on my camera roll, or just when I've spotted, an amazing brand out in the wild. Little Moons,
Yes.
There's so many. There's very few founder-led British success stories that we haven't celebrated through our programs. And very often we meet them when they're just, they're in their first year and the future doesn't look certain and shiny. And, we like to think that we play our small part in championing them, but also maybe connecting them to somebody at one of our events that can help them overcome a hurdle, someone who's been there and can tell them sometimes what not to do as well as what to do. And I think that we all, as we're building stuff, it can be incredibly lonely and, not to be too cliched, I thoroughly believe in it. You can shorten the time to get from A to B if you can spend some time with people that have already trodden that path.
Absolutely.
And that's hugely valuable.
Yeah, and again, one of the things that we're doing here with the Festoon 500, I know you and I will find ways to collaborate with the Festoon 500 and what's going on with all the things that you're creating as well, because you are very much, we're so values aligned when we all do well.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you've got a great brand. Yeah, you've got a strong work ethic out there. But where do we go to have the conversations? Where do we go to actually sit, learn about each other, learn about what aligns, learn about, how do we make this commercially viable together? How do I lift you up? How do you lift me up? And then the power of that community for people, not just for people's businesses, but for their hearts as well. You and me have traveled across fucking India together, and spent many, many late nights after hours talking, seeing New Year's in together, because we met through business, but are now absolute champions for each other's endeavors. And that's invaluable. And I can go to you, and I have done, and you've done with me. I'm at the end of my tether, mate. And there's only you that I think in my direct like network, which is huge. There's only really you that understands what it is that I'm doing, like at the scale and size of it. Like, we need to know the people that are out in our field that get how the crossover works. And even if you can't help in the moment, you just go, no, this is normal. You're at that bit.
And I'll listen to you, because actually I think that's the hardest thing. I've got some very, very dear friends who are my closest friends in the world, but they're not involved in business. So they don't understand that kind of panic, when you've got bills that haven't been paid, and you've got deadlines that are looming, and you've got, you're just spinning a million plates. So having those entrepreneurial friends is just literally priceless. We're leaning really into this sort of idea of community of communities, because I think that everyone finds their tribe, and we want to help them to do so. But actually what we think there's a real power in is when unexpected tribes collide,
right?
And that's sort of what we're looking to do way more of in 2026. Because how will, I don't know, someone who's part of a niche business group in London collide with Danny Wallace and the epic things that she's doing? Well, what we see is his duty for us to create a space, because all we do is create the space and put brilliant people in it. And you do that too. And you do it so incredibly well. And, there's, I think exactly what you said. We all do well when we all do well.
So we haven't got a lot of time today, and I know we'll talk more over the course of time anyway. And we're doing the show at Rise Up show here more regularly to share with more of my incredible community what it is that you're doing. We obviously want everyone to come to our Ideas Fest. We are going to be there again. It is our, our cousin, sister, sibling situation out in the business space, and it wouldn't feel right if we weren't there, in any capacity, not even a big capacity, but in any capacity.
It wouldn't be Ideas Fest without you, Danny Wallace.
Stop it, but keep going. If I wasn't rocking up in some sort of bumblebee outfit, buzzing around,
I love it,
singing Proud Mary somewhere. But what are you have probably the most proximity with the widest variety of businesses out of everybody that I know. What are your predictions for 2026 into 2027 when it comes to business growth? Because you see people at all stages and celebrate people and read people's stories from all stages of business. We've been talking all day about predictions for 2026 into 2027, because it really does feel like, the world's changed very quickly. It has. What has always worked isn't necessarily working in some way, shapes or form, but what is working and has always worked is working in some way, shape or form. So what are your predictions where that's concerned? It could be in any area, in any field. Like, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, look, that's an enormous question. I think that
question.
The best way I can answer is on the, like, when we have our awards, we very, very intentionally ask a load of questions that helps us to understand what our audience are thinking, what they're scared about, what they're excited about over the next 12 months, in addition to the award, the questions that get marked by the judges. Naturally, everyone is excited, intrigued and scared in equal measure by what AI means for their business, and it's going to impact every single industry. I think what we're seeing, which is really interesting, is that you log onto LinkedIn now and you can scroll for half a mile before you see a post that's written by a human, right? So I think that regardless of whatever industry you're in, that sort of authenticity and human connection is going to be just as important as learning how to embrace AI. So it's kind of doing those both in parallel. Like, there's no denying AI can save us on our bottom line. It can make us more productive. It can make us faster. It can create enormous opportunities. But I think what every single business needs to do is remember that there is a human at the end of of the phone, of the email, of watching your social media, whatever it is, and really cling on to that and make your brand and your business have heart and have soul and have the things that only a human can bring to it.
Right. And doubling down, this has been a theme all the way through, that the technology's there, The incredible people like Chris Kenner are doing things to make either the technology more safe or more that keep us more safe, instead of it all just being about consumption and addiction to the technologies. But actually, what we're always going to come back to is the fact that we are humans, the fact that we sit in our humanity, and therein lies the magic of us, and us holding on to that, especially now, and allowing ourselves to amplify it, allowing ourselves to be in the arena or in the field, regardless of where it is that, you feel the best and the safest. But saying yes to those human opportunities is what's actually going to move the needle at. And I'm absolutely right there with you. Thank you
why
for
I think
being
it is going to be a really exciting time for us, Danny. Events matter, people matter, community matters, and we're seeing brands will make a temporary sort of hop foot over to how can I do stuff that got technology embedded at its heart, but actually what audience and what people want is real connection. So I'm excited by 2026. What are we? 19th of January. It's going to be a good one.
19th of Jan, the year of the fire horse we are heading into, apparently. The shedding has happened, and the moving forward and the surge together is where it is that I'm looking. Frankie, thank you so much for everything that you do for me and my heart, for the business community, and just by being my mate. Like, I can't get over it. I thank my lucky stars for you. I love you. Thank you. Have a lovely time.
Danny. Go and eat
in
something.
Tenerife. I'm going to try. I'm not actually. Well, I will, but I know that that the ECL will help me do it and hold the space. I will see you very, very soon. Enjoy India. You're going to go and do another rickshaw run, you mad bastard. I love you. Bye.
Catch you later.
All right. Is the ECL ready? She's off camera. Are you there? She's there. Bringing the vibes and the visibility. Get in here, babe.
Hello!
Hi, how are you? I got my sparkles on, ready for the evening. Like, she's ready. She's ready. Like this.
Ready.
How are you?
I am fantastic. I mean, I've not even done a
You are
mammoth live
fantastic.
stream. I've just been in an editing hall all day, so I do not have sparkles on. This is
I know, but
raw,
you're still
real.
hot.
This is the reality of running a business here.
This is the reality of running a business. Like, we can look glamorous and eat ready. So this is the food. I prepared everything really well, apart from myself. As is generally the case. What an idiot. So I've rallied the troops, and in the very quick second I went for a wee earlier, I messaged my mum and like, Mum, I've not ate. I forgot. I've got biscuits and I've got crisps. So I want to eat a crisp. Really quick while I'm with my friends. I'm going to mute.
Everything is content.
You want the crisp? It is all content. Right, you. We are flying through this next bit. And the reason why we're flying through this next bit is got so many people to get through, not to get through, but to hear from and to get juice from in 2026. We've spoken quite a bit today about AI, about social media content creation, about content creation in general. Me and you have had a juicy conversation about that when we were on our retreat last week. Elizabeth Carly-Leonard PS is going to be speaking at the arena, and we are very, very excited. She's going to be bringing the fire, the vibes, and the visibility to the arena stage. Now, you have some thoughts over the changing algorithm situation, and I think all of this is going to tie beautifully back. Me and Inga had a conversation earlier on about the tech that she's created that really analyzes statistics, really analyzes data, that then predicts what works, what doesn't work, and then tells you what it is that you need to create in order to create conversions if you're building businesses. Data that's really good if you're a big business and you can afford to create at volume. But we need to add a little bit of something extra into the magic, especially if you're a small business, to make that magic connect and make that magic fly. Liz, tell us what you're thinking. I'm going to mute myself so everyone's not bothered by my chop slapping. I'll let you talk for a sec.
So my whole thought process on trying to constantly keep up with the changing algorithm and keep up with trends and this, that, and the other is it's exhausting and it's unsustainable when you are a small business and you are doing all the things by yourself, all the time, because people who have got big teams, like the Alex Hormozis of the world, great. They can post 5 million trillion times a day and be fine. I do this full time. I can just about handle posting 5 times a week. And the majority of the time, I drop down into 3 times a week. And that is fine. That is enough, because the algorithm responds to quality. And well, no, the algorithm responds to consistency and your audience responds to quality. So trying to just post multiple times every single day for the sake of posting multiple times every single day, it does you more harm than good. And then on top of that, if we're only looking at the data, and I love what Inga's doing, I think it's absolutely genius what she's created. But for me, and the reason I can confidently say the strategies that I create will outlast any algorithm changes, is because they're people and emotions first. And what we don't realize a lot of the time as business owners, because we're so smart, we're the smartest people in our field, which is great, but our audience are not, which is also great, because otherwise they wouldn't need us. So the way in which that I like to create social media content is connecting with the audience's surface level wants as opposed to their emotional needs. And we often jump the gun because we figured out what they need, but they haven't quite worked out what they need yet. So by dialing it back and just using simpler language, using bio language, and always putting yourself kind of in their mindset and thinking, okay, well, what is this person stress Googling, or asking posh Google, as you call it, ChatGPT, at 10 o'clock at night? And then making content around that instead of trying to show off and use big girl words and constantly trying to impress your peers. Like, they're not the people who are going to buy from you.
Yeah.
If you just use language that's easy for people to understand,
Yeah.
you're really sympathetic to their emotions and the shit show that they're experiencing. That's how you can then create that trust and relatability. And that's how you can then get more clients from social media. And it works because I'm the proof that it works.
You are absolutely the proof that it works, but also your clients are the proof that it works as well. You apply all those things, all this learning that you've done. It's not just a case of you knew how to do it and then off you went. You started to study what was connecting. And I think that's the thing as well, like the data plus the magic is actually what's going to, if we think about all of it, we can fly one to the wind or the other, but we still got to look at the numbers in order to make sense of it all, especially if it's, you know, what you want to be in growth, right? So with that in mind, you know, we've had lots of opinions, not opinions, thoughts. Well, we have opinions, why not? Earlier on in the day, we were talking about ownership of self. We were talking about ownership of identity, sitting with the mirror and going, who do I want to be? How do I want to move in the world? Because I think this is intrinsic when somebody makes a move towards working with you. You've got to explore that first in order to make any kind of connection with anybody. And it's not about becoming somebody else. It's just in the vision that you have for you and your business. And we've talked to Madeleine Joubert from BDO today. And we've talked about scaling. We've talked about, you know, in being investable and all of that sort of stuff. Your social media is a commodity for investment. So when people are looking at scaling to sell, or, you know, they're looking at investment, one of the things that they will look at is your social media. And it isn't just how pretty it is. They're going to be looking at, you know, what is your consistent growth? What's your conversion off of the back of it? So working with experts like you, looking at the data and adding the magic and the pizzazz, knowing yourself. And then the other bit is, who are you really talking to? Actually, who you're talking to. So not who you want to talk, you know who you want to talk to, but are you really talking to them, and are they making moves towards you? And I think you do that really, really well, is that not just through the simplified language, but through really understanding, you really understanding how people connect with social media. Talk to me about, say, for example, someone came to you and they're like, oh, do you know what? My stuff's not growing. It's not landing. I really want to grow. I want to grow in the next 2 months. I want to grow this amount. But you go in and they don't look like them, sound like them, feel like them from how they're showing up to you. How do you start with that client?
Oh, that's such a great question. I think the first starting point is you've kind of got to pick an identity to align with. So if you want to be this super polished version of you that you're putting out on the internet, that is who you then have to choose to become, because it's so easy to break trust with somebody, but so hard to then build that connection back up again. So if you're acting one way on the internet and then they get on a discovery call with you, or they meet you at a networking event, or they see you on stage or whatever, and you're an entirely different person, immediately, and without them even realizing it, they're just not going to trust you at all. So the way in which I like to break it down when I first start working with people is I get in their brains and I understand the who, the what, the why, and the how of everything they do. Instead of like, here's my 3 top tips for X, Y, and Z, we work out what their story is and how much they're comfortable sharing. Because you don't have to put everything on the internet. You don't have to be like me and have boundary problems, but you've got to show something of you out there that people can connect with. And then it's finding that midpoint between how you look like at the end of the day, or how you show up on your coaching calls with people who've known you for ages, versus this super polished version of you. Because sometimes I'll show up online looking like this. Sometimes I will show up looking substantially worse than this, usually when I'm hungover. And other times when I'm going to a big girl fancy pants lunch, I'll have my hair done, my makeup done. I'll be wearing like the most dazzling outfit. But all through that, I'm always acting the same. I'm always speaking the same. And one of the bits of feedback I get off people all the time, and it confused me when people first said it to me, but they went, God, you're exactly how you are in real life as you are online. And I was like, yes, of course I am. But
I don't know how else to be. This is I am she.
And then, when I started, after my thank yous, thank you for my praise, and I would go back and say, well, is that not a common thing? They would either open up and say no, because they don't act the same, or they would say that they've encountered people who are very much one way in the online world, say they're all nice and lovely and authentic, and then in real life, they're actually knobs. And there's a lot of that happens.
And that is very interesting as well. Like the incongruence between the two. It still always comes back to the who you choose to be. You shared something with me. And I know it forms part of your talk at the arena, but I think that the 3 things to know about your brand and your business and to be intrinsically connected to were the 3 things that you shared. Like, what is your backstory? Like, what brought you here to business? What do you care about? What do you give a shit about? And what's your onward mission? Like this kind of your origin story and your future direction, being able to articulate that, as I'm trying to do today, like the origin story this morning for me was I found business events really difficult and saw how unjust a lot of them were in terms of their accessibility. And I really wanted to create something that was super accessible. My experiences of being homeless and all of these things really led to that. And we created the big festoon. But where we're going is to create. So the kind of the backstory, and bore everyone with it because this is your time. But where we're going is to create the biggest, most joyful, most inclusive business event, business and personal development event here in the UK and globally, where intersections meet, and do business, where intersections meet, do business, and seek to understand, not even necessarily seek to agree, seek to understand each other, see each other's humanity, and do business together where it's appropriate, like that.
Yeah. And people, but this is the thing, like, right, people, look, I'm getting excited now.
You're getting excited.
Getting excited. People love a mission that they can get behind and a story that they can experience as it unfolds. Like, you think about some creators that you follow and they're complete strangers on the internet, but as you see them grow, and because they've allowed that vulnerability, that you get behind them, you back them. And Danny fucking Wallace, you are a perfect example of this. Because you're so open and vulnerable about not only the good, the bad, but the wonderful, the ugly, like everything in between. Every time that you have a success, the people in your aura are cheering for you. Every time you're down and out, everybody's around you saying, how can I help? And for those of you who haven't seen the beautiful video that Sam Teal edited, I think he put it out last night or this morning.
And I've put it on this morning as well. I put it out last night. Shall I show everybody?
Yeah.
I'm going to show everybody. Like, wait there. Please hold, callers.
I support
The Big Festoon Live
is bringing together
500
business owners
to learn, grow,
and support each other.
Support the launch for free
by signing up to the Festoon live stream.
be part of history,
Be part of
the 500.
And that made me cry. It made me do a little
do you want to know why? And this is relevant to my point. So that came about. We've got a secret WhatsApp group supporting you because
I did not know about that.
Yeah, no, you're not supposed to, but whatever. We're here. We are what we are. But it's some of the most brilliant. It's like a fucking who's who in business in that chat. And it doesn't matter if they're an 8-figure business owner, if they've earned £8 that day. They're some of the best minds and they're busy people. Mm-hmm. And the second that this group was created, I can't take credit for it. I wish I did because it's blinder of an idea. But the second that was created, nobody said, oh, I don't have time. I can't do this. It was, yeah, what do you need? And then videos were sent in. Sam Teal had edited that quick time. He got it out. This wasn't weeks in the making. This all happened between Saturday evening and Sunday when he sent it over to you. And the reason that was created so quickly and without any barriers, and I was extraordinarily hungover when I filmed my part, and I dragged myself
I know, I was talking to you the night before.
I know, yes, so drunk on Saturday. In a wholesome way, I was in a pub in the Cotswolds. But we did that because we back your story and we back your mission. And this is the whole thing with social media. If you can take people along the journey, as you as a founder, as you as a business owner, every time that you need something, whether you're selling something, you want to launch the Festoon 500, you want to rent out an arena, you're going to have a community of people who might not know you in real life in person, but because they feel so deeply connected to you, you say jump, they say how high with love. And that's the power of it. And your case in point for how powerful that can be.
And how much good you can do with that. And we've got Amy Butterworth, the Long COVID Rockstar, is going to be coming on really shortly. We've also got Lou in Luland. Lou Featherstone's going to be joining us very shortly. And the power of community that they've created through being absolutely boundaried and strong and caring and full of heart for their communities has been beautiful to watch. Like if I see, when we speak to Lou, when we speak to Amy in a little while, it's a testament to that kind of work. And it's not, for all of you that are watching, it's not like, oh my goodness, you're going to start posting and then you're going to create this massive community. This is 10 years in the making. There is no overnight successes up in here, but it's easier to get to when people can see your heart and they can see your intent and they can see what you give a shit about. And what you give a shit about might turn some people on and it might turn some people off, and fuck them if it turns them off, and love them if they say, well, don't fuck them, or whatever you think it's like, yeah, or whatever. But the idea is to, within your boundaries and within your ability, to share the thing you give a shit about and how you help people. This is if we're growing a business. If you're living your life and you're just friends with me on the internet because you knew me from school or whatever, you're not going to want to live your life on the internet. Like me, a classic oversharer, have been for a number of years. This isn't going to happen quickly, but when you do it authentically, and this is sitting with the mirror, it's understanding yourself, understanding who you are not, and not compromising on it. And this next hour is all about that we are not going to compromise on who we are in order to do business. And there's magic to be had in that. Liz, thank you so much for joining me. How do we find you?
You can either search my full name, you can Google me. I'm the only one that exists in the world.
Google me, baby.
Google me. Or it's Elizabeth.Carly Leonard on Instagram, or Vibes and Visibility on Instagram, TikTok, linked everywhere. I'm everywhere all the time. And you can come and see me speak live on stage at the arena in March.
At the AO Arena on the 11th and 12th of March. Get your pass. We are asking 500 businesses to come and get involved with the Festoon 500 initiative. For every one of these passes, for every one of these passes that we sell, we are giving 2 tickets to founders from underrepresented communities. We are partnering with them. I'm not just giving them out to my mates. We are partnering with loads of incredible initiatives throughout the UK, and particularly in Manchester, to really put the flag in the floor of what the Big Festoon is all about. And we would love you to come and support Don't sit there saying I want to do more and I couldn't possibly sponsor the big festoon because, oh my God, it's like 30 grand to sponsor it. For £1,000, you get to be a part of this founding circle, and not only the founding circle, the conversations that we have onward from here that include many of the amazing people, including the ECL.
When are you going to do a little tot up of numbers? Because I'm like dying.
No. No eyes on anything today. I wanted to detach myself from any kind of outcome, because the energy that I'm bringing today is only in service of everybody that's watching. I wanted to share with you the power of network. I wanted to share with you the power of when somebody puts the flag up and says, can I get some help, please? And you're surrounded with good people, and good people say yes. And not only do good people say yes, good people get to do good things. And when we do good business together, we get money in the hands of good people doing good things, and we get to do more fucking good things together. And that is what it is. So whether we've sold one or whether we've sold 1 million, in this moment, it doesn't matter, because it's this conversation, and the conversation I'm about to have with Lou, the conversation that I've had with Frankie, the conversation that we've had with Chris and Lisa and all of the incredible people today, ensuring certain hope that one of you that are listening at home right now, yes, of course, I want you to get a pass, but have a light bulb moment that changes the trajectory for you, because we all do well when we all do well. Liz, I love you very much. Thank you for being a part of this, whatever this is. Everyone's just turned up and gone, fuck it. Yeah, why not? I love you so much, and I will see you soon.
Bye.
Bye. So in the background, Lou, I can see you. I've got Ali Knight is up next, and then I've got you, and then I've got the incredible Amy Butterworth. Have you got time to hang with us backstage for a little bit longer? Is that okay? Amazing. Because I don't know about you, I've been going at this now for almost 11 hours, doing all the things. I'm sorry for the lack of snacks in the green room there, my darlings. I've only got half a bag of crisp left here, and that's all I've had all day because I forgot to feed myself. Idiot I am. I know Amy going to shout at me when I see you. But Ali, I'm going to bring you in. Ali Knight, my angel, my love, my darling. Time for a reset.
Hello, beautiful.
We are heading on into the soul hour of
How are you
this
doing?
I am doing really good. I'm doing really good. The conversations that we've had today have been absolutely mind-blowing. There's been a lot of thinking going on, a lot of revelations, a lot of aha moments. I know that's been the case. So many of you have been messaging me and kind of commenting along. For those of you that have been with me all through the day, thank you. Those of you that are just joining in for the evening shift to see us on through into tonight when we finish at 10 o'clock, hello and welcome. Ali, I've got a favour to ask.
Sure.
We're gonna I want you to tell everybody about you and the things that you do and our journey together. But I also feel like for this hour I want to get changed.
Good.
I want to get out with sparkles.
Another way, put some food in your body, drink loads.
And would you do a little bit of a reset with us and share with us some of the beautiful things that you do out in the world?
Yes, of course. Can I just say before you go off anywhere, I have managed to catch most of today, apart from a couple of hours late morning. And there's a really beautiful, I know you've already caught it, but a really beautiful theme that's come like a golden thread that's run through absolutely everything. And my heart is like full and alive.
Yeah.
Because of the presence of that. It's beautiful.
I feel so hopeful right now. I don't want to cry because it's you. I feel so hopeful right now for like how we're all coming together and for our businesses and for where it is that we're going. And for everyone that I've met, every single person on this live has been put in front of me, or we've been put in front of each other to do something, whatever that is, to link arms, to do good in the world. Those of you that are watching right now, you're going to see that. I'm not going to say anything other than that. But as we move into this evening, as we shift from the daytime kind of go get 'em situation into the evening, we're going to take things a little bit more gentle, a little bit more inward for a little bit before we ramp it up again. But Ali, I love you. I'll let you take over for a second. If you'd like to lead us for a little reset, I will be very, very grateful. Something a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah. So what Danny and I chatted about at 11 p.m. last night when she asked me if I could come and do this, was maybe at this point, if you've been here all day or if you've just popped in or if you've been popping in and out, that there's a place where all of this like absolutely beautiful, rich information needs to land. And that's like within us, right? So Danny's just asked me to guide you through like a really brief couple of minutes of let's just land some of this. Let's just ground what we want to take with us in our system, and know that it's okay to leave everything else. So if you will, if it feels good, just let your eyes close or soften your gaze so that you're not looking at anything in particular. We're just going to slow it down for this couple of minutes. And as you do that, I want you to just come back to your center. So I do this by putting my hand on my heart. You may want to put your hands on your knees. You may want to notice the contact that you have between your feet and the floor beneath you, or your bum in your chair. But just come back to your center with me for a minute. And as you do, take a beautiful breath in and make the exhale slightly longer than the inhale. And stay with this just for a minute. Breathing in and more slowly breathing out, just to come to this real, pristine, present, beautiful moment in all of this magical madness that we are part of. And as you do, I would love you to just say quietly in your own mind, your own name as you know yourself, and then I am here. Your name, I am here. And then as you do that, as you sit within your own center, maybe there's something that you have heard today that wants to really land with you. Maybe there's something that you've seen or felt or sensed that you know is for you. Just let that land in your body. Pay attention to where it goes. There's no right place. There's just where it needs to be within you right now. And as you sit there, with these things landing, with this knowing, connected to who you are, I want you to remember just how inherently magical you are by virtue of the fact that you are alive, that you are here, right now. And that anything that you want to take from today and run with is absolutely possible. Taking a big final deep breath in and releasing it all out and bringing some movement back to your physical body, maybe wiggling fingers or rolling shoulders, and allowing your eyes to blink open if they've been closed, or refocusing your gaze. And whilst Danny is busy taking 2 minutes for a change and for a moment to herself, I will share with you, I'm going to share with you two things. One about Flight Squad, because I'm a privileged, honoured member of Flight Squad. It is one of the best ways to be involved with the big festoon. We have a ready-made family when we're on Flight Squad. We have the most incredible group of humans who are there specifically to support both team speakers and participants to have a really beautiful and brilliant experience. But we as Flight Squad get that really brilliant and beautiful experience as well. It's like nothing else I've ever experienced, and we need more people. So if you have ever been interested in donning a yellow t-shirt and being part of this magical family and getting to like be in amongst it, then Danny will no doubt be dropping the links for all of that continuously as we go forward, as will I, and as will some of the existing Flight Squad members. So that's number one. Second thing is, I'm Ellie Knight. I'm a soul coach and a medicine woman, and I work with the humans behind the business. And my job is to help you stay connected with the who that you are, because it's from there that we build success, and it's from there that success is actually worth happening. And so it is a beautiful, joyful privilege of mine to work in this way with some of the most beautiful souls who lead with heart and lead with passion and lead with purpose and bring their magic and their medicine and share it with the world. Donna, you look fabulous.
Thank you very much. And also, from my heart to yours, Ali, first of all, thank you for giving me that minute in order for me to just go and take a second and get changed into
phenomenal as always.
Definitely comfortable from the neck down. But yeah, for not just that, but for being part of the beating heart of Flight Squad. For anybody who doesn't know what Flight Squad is, it's our volunteer part of the community that come and help be an extension of me and the things that I'm creating out at the Big Festoon. What you may not realize is that we are a tiny, tiny team. Like in terms of, we are not a big corporate entity. We're a team of 4. I'm trying to do massive, massive things in the world. And we can't do it without our community. And what has been beautiful is Ali, as Ali's been, one of our OGs, has been come over as part of Flight Squad to LA. It's been amazing to be able to share and facilitate some of those experiences together. And I want as many of you as possible to come and get involved in that way. The Festoon 500 is designed for business owners who are able to support other people. There are other ways that you can support this community that doesn't have to cost you £1,000. That's not the point. Like we are by the community, for the community, we are of the community. And what do I mean by the community? We're business owners trying to do good out in the world at lots of different stages. The way that you bring calm to the wildest space sometimes is imperative in order for people to be able to access it, because it's not always so high octane. A high octane isn't always accessible, and it's our job to provide a space where people can choose their process. And having you lead the way on some of those things really allow people to come in, and it can be quite overwhelming, but to know that, yeah, we know, but here's a place where you can go and sit. Here's a place where you can eat. Here's a place where you can rest. Here's a place where you can pray. Here's, all of these things. Your energy, your grounded energy is a necessary yin to the yang, to my chaos, to your calm. So Ali, thank you for being that for us. Thank you for being that for our community. We love you very, very, very much.
Well done for today. It's been phenomenal.
Thank you very much, my darling. I will see you soon. Ali Knight, everybody. Lou, are you ready? She's ready. Get on in here. Hello, sausage. Oh, I've clicked the wrong thing. You there? Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm so excited to see you. I'm so excited to be here with you. I was like, fuck, I've got all my game. Lou's coming on. And also I wanted to say thank you for my amazing sweatshirt I thought I'd rep. And also for the recommendation on the necklace as well, because that is from one of your friends and one of your connections. So the colour and the light that I'm bringing to this section is all because of you.
No, shut up.
You have that effect on people.
What a day you've had. How are you?
I'm all right. And when I say all right, I'm made up and also really humbled at the same time. It's funny because I think when people meet me, and obviously we've met before, there's different versions of us that turn up in the world to help where we need to, but also to absorb when we need to. And when we've met before, there is an expectation of me to be a certain way out in the world, and there's an expectation of you to be a certain way out in the world. And I think the light in me and the chaos in me sees both the light and the chaos in you, and also the stillness. Sometimes I think that all of those facets of this beautiful diamond that is Lou of Luland is what I wanted to bring to this section. And we've got the incredible Amy Butterworth that's on after us to talk more about this kind of soul session. So would you do me a favor, Gorge? I feel like
Yeah,
still
whatever.
what's your name and where'd you come from? Tell us more about you. As if you don't know, now you know. Please tell me that is gin.
Can I just say thank you to Ali, because I was running a bit late. So while she was grounding everyone, I was grounding myself with a gin and tonic.
Amazing. I'm hoping my sister's coming here later on and might bring me a little cheeky fizz to round out the day. I daren't drink just yet because I haven't eaten enough for me to facilitate anything.
You've got too long to go yet.
I know. I don't even know how long we got. We've only got another 3 hours. We broke its back.
There you go. Yeah,
We're there.
You're
We can
home and
coast in.
dry, mate.
We're home and dry. We've got another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 conversations to have before then. But
Right, quick.
ours is the most important in this moment right now. Lou, thank you for being a part of today. It is a huge honor. Oh God, I can't believe
the Queen asks, we come.
Right. I'm like, right, come on, everybody. Everyone's like, what for? I don't know, but come to the thing. And they was like, okay, then.
Okay.
And I just
of course.
hope, yeah. Lou, tell us more about what it is that you do out in the world. There's a few things that you do, and I do want to step into things like boundaries and being absolutely fucking unapologetic about who you are, what you stand for. I think it's really important. One of the through lines through today, Lou, has been humanity. And when we're talking about business and it's very sort of, we're going to do good things and do lots of money and do business. And to have the biggest and the best and the brightest and boldest in business, the recurring theme to be our humanity is what's going to take us forward. Thank fuck for that. We've been waiting.
That's all we've got. That's all we're going to have left soon. And it's going to be more important than ever to be human with AI taking over. And there's loads of amazing stuff about AI and there's loads that's terrifying. For me, it's the importance and the power comes from community and connection, which is what you're about, what this is about, what building this is about. But it's a hard slog at the coalface.
Yeah.
Trying to change the world is really quite tricky some days. I'm Lou, otherwise known as Lou in Louland. I am much like Danny on a mission to change the world. No biggie.
Just small feats.
Just a small goal to hit. I'm on a mission to empower women to be them goddamn selves, to show up as themselves, to realize that's their power, to shed the rule book that's given to us by patriarchy, by shame, by bullshit. Basically, this rule book we're handed as young women and young men. And I think I've gone on my journey of realized men are as screwed by their rule books as we are. They're not allowed to cry. They can't be emotional. They've got their own shit to deal with. So all of us are handed these ridiculous rule books that we try and live by. And that rule book dims your bloody light. You spend your whole life ruled by this bullshit. But yeah, so that's what I'm about, smashing up the rule book.
I love that. And again, you and I both, and Amy is going to be joining us after you, very much the same way, the same but different. And I think it's really important that when we have these kinds of conversations, that we do have them in this really balanced way, that yes, we can talk about venture capital, and yes, we can talk about AI, and yes, we can talk about marketing and branding, but it is nothing if we don't understand ourselves. It is nothing if we one of my favorite musicals is Hamilton, and Hamilton says to Aaron Burr, if you stand for nothing, what will you fall for? If you stand for nothing, what are we standing for? What are we getting together for? And for you, this act of self-love feels like a radical thing to do right now. Loving oneself and encouraging and turning up in all of your color and your glory, whether that's your thing or not.
Yeah, but I say to people, my style is my style, and that's the point. It has to be yours. I'm not for 1 minute suggesting I'm quite well known for standing on top of a volcano naked, leaving my husband on a bus, driving around America, or wearing gold hot pants.
This is goals anyway.
I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that you need to do any of those things. This is my journey to self-love, and it's been a long journey. I think people look at us and they think maybe it's easy for us to show up like this every day. Maybe we I was born confident. This is still a day-by-day battle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Overthinking, weighing ourselves up against other people, this comparison trauma of, have I got to be this big? Have I got to be, I remember when I was doing CrossFit more regularly than I am now, and people were like, I'd love to do CrossFit, but I'm not fit enough for CrossFit. And it used to blow my head. I was like,
yeah, you've got to do CrossFit to get fit for CrossFit if that's what you want to do. If that's like
you don't have to get fit to come to CrossFit. Like, what the fuck? I discovered, I really started to notice, I guess in my mid 40s, so probably about 10 years ago, and I started to hit perimenopause. And no one was really talking about perimenopause. There was a few people around talking perimenopause, but not really. And I just literally woke up one morning and I did give less fucks. And I thought I was the only one it was happening to. I was like, where's this coming from? It's only now, like 8-9 years later of working in menopause space, I actually understand it's actually a sort of hormonal, legitimate hormonal shift. But at the time, I just ran with that, and I started to really notice the more I did that, the more it sort of scared people. There was sort of, and there's always 10 reasons not to do something, right? You can always think, you can always talk yourself out of anything. Talking yourself into something is a lot harder. And I used to watch people around me, women getting in their own way. I used to call it like they're cog blocking your own life with reasons not to do things. Whereas the magic for me, I've learned through my journey, is in the fear. I was speaking to a new self-love client earlier, and I was like, I only do things I'm scared of. What's the point in doing things that feel comfortable? If I'm feeling comfortable and it's easy, I'm probably not achieving anything. Preaching to the choir is easy. It's preaching to the people. It's finding people who need to hear you. It's like I got such grief last year when I was in the Daily Mail and the Sun, and people are like, how can you be in the Daily Mail and the Sun? I'm like, no, they're the people who need to hear this,
Yes, because if we remain in our echo chamber, if we remain in silos, this is the thing. If we're stuck in an echo chamber, like we walk in,
and we
walk into spaces. When you walk into spaces, you know what you're walking into. You're not daft. You're saying the thing in the space that needs to hear it. It's not pointless saying it, because I fucking love talking to you. And I'm like when I told people that, oh my God, I've got Lou out of Lou and Lou Land, and they were like, she's just Lou, she's incredible. Like there was like, oh my God, like that you're already like kind of known in this space, because look, here you are. But being seen in those spaces, you know what you're getting into, but you also know what you're getting into. There's a rhetoric that you experience, isn't there? Off of the bat, I'm going to take these out because they're really hurting my ears, and I'm not a buy it into beauty is pain.
Dude, you'll just be sorry for the next week.
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm all right for it. They look great, and I'm sure I'll take a still from it somewhere with my lovely earrings in. But I'm not here to hurt. Yeah, there's a rhetoric when we walk into certain spaces and we're saying certain things, and we're standing within our morals, and we're saying the thing that is right, or a certain political stance, or just that fucking act of wearing sparkly glasses is defiance at this case, which is wild.
At this point, it is.
How do you prepare yourself, or how do you deal with? And I know there's like a day when you wake up and you don't give any fucks, but there's a 3 a.m. in all of us that questions the direction, that questions is it worth it? How do you deal with that?
Well, you've seen me. You saw me last time we saw each other. We were at a networking, launch, and it was super exciting. There's a lot of talk about business, and this is not where my superpower is. Business is not my superpower, and it was very much focused on driving business, and not just money, but it's all but that is important, and I think we're afraid of that as women. And it's taken me, this is my year of talking about money, and not in a sitting around being an absolute bore because I'm broke way. But I came away from that just absolutely torn in half, going, maybe I'm just not a businesswoman, and I have to abandon what I'm doing because I can't get that piece. It makes me feel icky. And actually, that was a real turning point for me that day.
And me, like sitting with you with that realization was a really, honestly, Lou, and I told you, like really fucking profound for me. I sat with that and that in exchange that we had, and that space that we held together, where I could just see you having this sort of visceral reaction to, well, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Is this even for me? That kind of thing.
It's so difficult. I think, you know, I've got so many big plans and so many things I want to do, and I'm trying to do too many things, and it's, you know, the age-old sort of cliche of trying to do too much. But turning that into, I feel like I don't want much. I just need to pay my bills, pay my son's college fees, and I just like to eat, you know, bare minimum.
Let's start with Maslow's hierarchy of needs. We'll start with some Wi-Fi. We'll get some food,
nails. You know,
yeah,
I'm not high maintenance.
important
Look at me.
thing.
But it's all right. I don't know. I felt like, I don't know, it was such a huge turning point that day with you, of just going, it's okay not to want to be a businesswoman, but you've got to figure out how you're going to make money. You can't.
Yeah, there's still mechanics that need to happen in order to survive, right?
You know, so then I've been since then sort of like trying to work out how that looks and what I feel comfortable with. And, you know, it's been a real sort of 3 months of exploration since I saw you last. But it's, and you know, I thank God every day that I have based my entire social media on being real, because I get to show up. I don't have to pretend. Like, I look back, say 3 years ago when I was still living in the States, I was married, had a husband who had a, you know, fabulous salary. I had a very nice lifestyle. My content, I'm snowboarding down mountains in 500-pound gowns. You know, I've got content for years that would blow your mind. And I thank God, because now I'm in Peckham with a selfie stick trying to on my own in a very different world.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, but I love the fact that my social media's gone kind of from that to real, but I've got more followers now. I'm real.
And look, this comes back. We've been talking about the fucking algorithm. We've been talking about, like, how do we cheat the data? We don't. I think we need to know it. Like, if you're
programmed against us.
So then the only thing that breaks through is being real. And again, we're going to speak to Amy in just a second, that has built her platform. Oh, you bringing me some sort of warm sustenance. Oh, Wallace has just brought me a coffee. What a legend. Come and say hello to everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh God, I was really ready for something wet and warm.
Oi, that's a whole different video. That's after hours.
but this, you saying that there, and you are an absolute example of this. And Amy is, who we're going to speak to next, of growth when it's truth.
Mm-hmm.
And only when it's truth, and when it's with the right intention, with the right heart.
Mm-hmm.
And what happens then is that we then get to meet, and you know, we've got Jess coming on, whose event you was at, coming on just after. Like, the universe just moves in this funny way where I feel like the Avengers assembling right now in a way that is very difficult to describe, but really powerful at the same time. I don't know if you feel that, but
I absolutely do. I think I spent a lot of last year being disappointed by other people, you know, not stepping up how I thought they should step up, or
how you would step up for them if you were required. We hold everybody to our standards, right?
And you know, for the world. But it took, you know, that said, it's taken last year. I've got braver and braver with my voice. I've got more political. I've got more, you know, I've got more. I've been more active in the activism space and found my voice. But it's taken me a while to find how that sits right with me, to be able to share that.
Mm-hmm.
But it is all we have is us at the bottom at the end of the day. All we have. For years I tried to craft my Instagram and these pretty pictures, and I was years ahead of my time with loads of fucking shit now that I see going by me with 200,000 views. I'm like, I was doing that 10 years ago, mate, whatever. But actually, it was when I moved into the spare room, separated from my husband, followed my truth and started sharing my truth. That's when women started finding me, and that's what they resonated with the truth and the honesty and the tears and the showing up, however, in the good, the bad and the ugly. And that, you know, all you've got is you at the end of the day. It's, I don't know, you'll probably resonate with this. You know, I've been Marmite my whole life. I've always been love me or hate me. I'm kind of okay. Of course you don't want people to hate you. But I'm also not everybody's cup of tea, and that's okay too. People, you know, there's space for all of us. There's space to show up how you need to, how you want to, as long as there's a sort of baseline of being true and being yourself.
And kind as well, like just kind. I was talking to someone the other day. Again, one of the through lines is about being nice. Being a leader isn't about being nice. it's about being kind. And in this world where we are, and in the conversation I know that we're going to have with Amy, it's about being fucking kind. It's like a bit more violent than
And
it's
like,
about a bit more violent than just kind. It's being fucking kind.
It's being intentional. You've got to be intentionally kind, because 20 times in a day you've got two options, and one of them is be a cunt or be kind. And in this world, it's really easy to slip one way or the other, right? But wake up in the morning and feel intentionally I'm going to make kind choices. And that can be saying thank you to the bus driver. It can be going an extra mile with people in your home, saying thank you for something that happens every day. Just remind someone that you've noticed that they've done that. It's really important. Thank you. That was a really kind thing to do, because that shit spreads, and it's really simple.
Your outfit's amazing. You look gorgeous. Or I love your hair. Or, oh, I love the buttons on this thing that you've got. Or do you know what? Your energy is fit. Like, oh my God, I just want to be around your energy all the time. Like, paying someone a compliment is a snowball of phenomenal things.
Tiniest, it seems so simple. And I actually sell a sweatshirt that says I like your outfit, to try and encourage other women to say to other women, not just women, by the way, see somebody else who's made a fucking effort, say so. Because it's, I lived in America for 10 years and they're very, very good at that. And when I came home to London, I'm standing there going, anyone, I look banging today. No one's
like,
look,
I turn it all the way up and still no one's seeing. Look at me.
Hello. So I make a point of, when I get off the bus, thank you, driver. I make a point of telling someone they like their outfit. And when I started to encourage other women to do it, women would message me and go, oh my God, I told someone they liked their outfit. It felt amazing. And I'm like, this is the whole point. Everyone's a winner. It feels nice to do it. It feels nice to hear it. So then you trigger that into somebody else. And so we go around, and it's so simple. We're looking for these huge answers to huge problems that we can never solve. And we're part of this huge, massive, worrying, scary global energy right now. Whereas if we all just made a few little changes to be intentionally kind, intentionally friendly to people, the difference one person can make in a day is massive ripple. But yeah.
And it's that, isn't it? And obviously you and I have got lots more conversations to have, and to be intentional about that in the not too distant.
Oh, you've got Amy's on next, right?
We've got Amy on next, and it would be great. Amy, would you be up for joining me and Lou just for a second? Because to have the two of you on screen with me is just gonna give me so much life. So Amy, get on up in here. Amy Butterworth, the long COVID rock star. Hello.
I have that jumper, Danny. Lou, you sent it to me when you were still in the States. It lifts me every day. I love it
every day. People love that sweatshirt, honestly.
It is. And
it's aggressive cheerleading. It's the same flavor as fucking kind. I love it. I love it so much.
Exactly that. And I know, like, the way that you lead, and we was really honoured to have you with us in March, Amy, at the Big Festoon. And every bone in my body, everything I'm working toward right now is getting Lou and the self-love bus to the Big Festoon.
What an alignment.
Can you imagine? Can the Manchester Arena handle us?
Yes, I mean, it can. And I don't think people in the Manchester Arena can handle us, but the arena definitely can. So I'm just working out logistics, but I'll have a chat with you offline about it. But yes, the petition begins now to get Lou and the self-love bus at the Big Festoon, and to get some space in the arena itself. I think there's some logistics that we need to work out. But I just wanted to get us all on screen together and just say, hey, each of you, thank you. In a world that is very, very businessy, you two very much hold the activist in me accountable, and the gobshite in me that wants to help other people really accountable. And Amy, we're going to talk about that in just a second. But the pair of you, the very, very fact that you, when I asked, you just went yes, means the entire whole world, and helps me feel seen and heard as well. So thank you both very much. Lou, I love you. I'm going to send you a message when I'm done later on, when I've got a gin in my hand as well. But
yeah, I'll be waiting for that tonight. I want a message tonight.
Yeah, you'll get one as soon as I get off the live. And My sister's put a wine in my hands. I will send you a message, but I love you loads and I'll speak to you soon, I promise.
I'm going to pour myself another one and listen to you two. Love you, girls.
Lou, it's
Bye,
such an honor.
darling.
It's such an honor.
care.
You're an absolute icon. God, live in Luland.
Hello, sausage. Let me take my regalia off. Oh, let's get comfy. How are you?
Should we ground a little bit?
I think that's a really great idea.
Hand on the heart, hand on the belly, and we'll do 5 deep breaths, all right? I am love.
I am love.
I am joy.
I am joy.
I am peace.
I am peace.
I am strength.
I am strength.
I am wisdom.
I am wisdom.
We're going to just do 4 mantras, which I've learned from Roger Gabriel from his like daily meditations. And you go: joyful, energetic body, loving, compassionate heart, reflective, alert mind, lightness of being. Namaste.
Right. Namaste. Thank you so much. And the roller coaster that's been today, when you said, oh, Danny, actually, this part of the day will be really good. I'm like, yes, because I've got Lou and I've got Ali. It's just a really lovely, like, intersection of what's been a really sort of businessy type thing, which is by design. And also at the same time, one of the things that I want to really bring to the table is certainly with Big Festoon, one of the things that we are wanting to do actively researching, actively finding out more about, is that business is, it's funny, Lindsay actually said this morning, your ability to do the washing up, for example, does not denote your genius or your ability to create or your ability to have good ideas, but how we manage that and how we hold ourselves within that is one of the most important things that we can do. One of the things that you taught me, and I'm going to ask you to speak because you do it far more eloquently than I do, is tell us a little bit more about how you've grown a community through sharing your truth and really leading the way in terms of boundaries. Like between you and Lou and a few of the other people that we've had on today, my boundaries have become, and my ownership of self and advocacy of self have really turned a corner in a way that is life changing. But Amy, tell us a little bit more about you.
Please drink liquids. So
I drink your top.
Good. So I started Long COVID Rockstar in March 2024 because I'd been living with long COVID since July 2021. I was very active, physically very active person, very busy, and was rewarded for being someone who multitasks and would go the extra mile and go above and beyond, and all of these things that capitalism really wants us to do and keep women busy, distracted. So having to slow down and not work anymore and not earn money and contribute money, I was forced to sit with, well, what value do I have now then?
Mm-hmm.
I'm a drain on society. I live on benefits. I can't work, and I take up too much space in my wheelchair, and I get in people's way with my walking stick and can't get into that building because I'm disabled, rather than capitalism has avoided or been in denial of how fragile our bodies are because they need you working as hard as possible so that they can make lots of money.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've become radically socialist since being out of that.
Casually radically socialist.
Just casually radically socialist. And unsubscribed from that thing of like, I haven't done anything today, therefore I'm useless.
Yeah.
And in terms of showing up in community, one of the things about the chronic illness community is that they've been here, right? I've just joined a bunch of legends who have been tired for years, chronic fatigue syndrome, ME, MS, and they were like, take a seat, there's sofas here, electrolytes on the wall, you know?
Yeah, we got cushions.
And it just meant that there has been, like you mentioned earlier, that self-love is, I mean, it was Audre Lorde who said self-love is an act of political warfare.
Yeah.
Because we are told to hate our bodies. It's not good enough. We have to push them further and further, particularly as women. And so being able to be honest about that, about whatever ableism that you have inside you, whatever shame you have about not being able to get to the end of the road anymore, not being able to pick up your friends' kids anymore, but going, I can't do the same that I used to, but I can be. So, you know, we're human beings, not human doings, and making sure that we are going, as long as I'm showing up for myself first, then I can show up for everyone else. And, you know, it's an age-old thing about, you know, you can't pour from an empty cup and all of that stuff, but it's the same with activism. It's the same with community, because I'm not interested in building a community of people who are leaving their weirdness at home. Right?
I don't know about that.
I need you rested and I need you weird, right?
Yes.
Otherwise, who am I fighting for? I got very active in the Crips Against Cuts movement last year. I spoke at rallies about disability leave and making sure that disabled people are getting, you know, a fair, not just a fair deal, but like a humane one, not just from like government support, but also in the workplace. And the thing is that I'm able to say this stuff very publicly and eloquently because I'm right.
It's easy when you're correct.
I'm
when
right.
It's hard to argue with.
It's just, I can show you receipts if you like, but I'm right. Yeah. And so I think that's what, you know, Lou was talking about, finding your voice in activism. And while so many people are waking up to a lot of systems that they hadn't realized was kind of holding them back or making them feel insecure or oppressed and things, there are certain things which go, this is just right in my soul.
Yeah.
And those are the things you can shout about for the rest of your life. But you cannot do that unless you ground yourself first. Like, I couldn't have this conversation with you had I not slowed you down, had I not checked in with you, had I not checked in with myself. And now it can be, right?
Yeah.
So I need to dress like a rock star, even if I'm not going out anywhere. But in order for me to be as honest as possible, like I don't use a filter ever online, so that when you see my face, this is what my face looks like. And yeah, that authenticity helps to build community, because it means that other people go, I was resisting getting a walking stick because I thought it was shameful, and then I saw yours, which has a skull on it.
And you look like an absolute bad man doing it, so yes.
And I look like a bad man doing it, because I can't walk fast anymore, so I'm going to give you something to look at, innit, while I'm walking slowly.
Watch me as I stroll.
Correct. It's a strut. It's like, it's a swagger.
Absolutely. And this is it, you know, that it's breaking down that there are things that we need. There was a conversation that happened just a couple of weeks ago about ambulatory use of wheelchair. It was just on the telly. It was not mentioned within the context. It was just somebody that was in a wheelchair in one scene, somebody that was not in a wheelchair in another scene. And it was very interesting that, they got this wrong. And actually, the disabled community and people that use mobility aids as and when they need them, as their energy fluxes and their necessity fluxes, as it does, our bodies do change with rest, they change with age, all of these sorts of things. It just wasn't mentioned. It just was.
I cannot tell you, because I saw that was in Runaway, right?
Yeah.
And as somebody who is a recent user of a wheelchair, so I can walk, but I'm limited, right? So I went to an exhibition the other day in a gallery. I use a wheelchair because I can't stand and walk for a long periods of time. So I use a wheelchair to avoid that. To see that girl in a wheelchair one scene and not in a wheelchair, I knew exactly what it was, and I felt represented.
Yeah.
In the same way that at your event last year, there was a ramp up to the stage. I think I was the only one who used it that day, but that was all it needed, because that meant that other people were welcome.
Yeah.
Never underestimate how powerful it can be if you were just to say, look, we're going to keep this door wider just in case.
Yeah.
You don't lose out by designing inclusively from the beginning. And if people are trying to be there doing like a gotcha for disabled people, oh, well, you were, 1 minute you're in a wheelchair and the next you weren't. That's because you don't see it enough.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
Learn that this is how some people live.
Yeah.
Right. So sometimes I'm doing videos lying down, sometimes I'm playing 3 different characters. because sometimes I have the energy and sometimes I don't.
Yeah,
so that's what I'm
absolutely.
really honest about.
And when we talk about the big festoon, but other events out in the event space, people on the outside looking in, maybe coming across the big festoon for the very first time, would look at it and go, "What? It's going to be an assault on my senses. I'm not going to be able to cope with that." And I think one of the things that we are getting better about articulating, it's like a choose your player. So I did a series last week, like kind of choose your player. Who are you, like what do you represent in any moment of any day? But also choose your process. I say this to my speakers: own your process. Then our next two speakers are actually speakers that have spoke at the big festoon as well. They've been clients of mine. But the ownership of process when you attend an event is only possible if you are given a process to own, if there's something to choose, if you get given an either, or if you have options. Otherwise, the ownership of process is I'm either in it or I'm out of it. And I think that the more what you taught me in following your content has been that just understanding that changeability that people may experience, but also changeability that people who aren't necessarily disabled experience within a high octane event. It's actually a human thing. You experience it on a very amplified level where your social and physical battery run out really super quick. But my social battery and physical battery runs out really super quick.
It's not just neurodivergent people who need a quiet space. And that's the thing. That's why I'm afraid it keeps coming back to capitalism. It's like we need to ignore our bodies, but some of us can't do that.
Yeah.
So being able to honor the soft, fleshy part of us that just needs to be quiet for a minute and soft and grateful. And the big festoon, it really is an assault on the senses, but what a stunning assault. And because there are spaces,
people say that about me in general. I'm just a stunning assault.
It's great. It's an assault on the senses, and more please. But it also shows whatever you need, do it. So I was not in neon and glitter. I was in black leather and purple, and I walk very slowly, and I speak pretty slowly, passionately, but slowly. And I was like, before I even speak, I need to breathe. And the room felt safe enough to do that, even though everyone else was like jumping on stage and running around the space. The fact that you create an inclusive space for people who are like, I don't operate on that octane, and I don't feel I need to, because also I used to, and I can't anymore. And I still seek the value that I have in myself of going, I don't need to run around stage, but I can walk pretty slowly, and that's just as impactful.
Yeah, absolutely. And so from my heart to yours, Amy, I just want to say thank you for spending some time with me this evening. And more, please. Like, we should definitely work that. Let me get through to the other side of this damn event. But it'd be great to spend some more time together. Yeah. It is a mountain to climb, but look what we get to do. This whole event today has been centered in the pulling together of our community at large and saying, look, this is what we're creating. This is not an event just to make Danny but tons of money. This is an event to show to our wider communities, to our wider businesses and founders who may be underrepresented, that we get success too. We get to choose it. We get to do it together. We get to link
You
arms.
do, and you see it very well. The way you just described, like me on just to promote this today, of just the balance of ambition and grace can apply to everybody, because everybody has limits, and we just need to honor them with fucking kindness.
And would just be fucking kind to yourself and to everyone
some aggressive
around you.
self-cheerleading. Absolutely,
because I'm a ray of fucking sunshine, as are you, my darling. Thank you for
Thank
being
you
my
so
friend.
much, Danny. I really appreciate you. Thank you for what you do for the community and the continuing yes-anding that you do for everyone. We're very grateful.
Yes,
big love.
And I'm grateful for you. Go and follow my friend Amy Butterworth, the long COVID rock star. Lots of love, my darling. Thank you for having that conversation and staying with that conversation. Thank you to my guests, who I know I'm running a little late. Jess, I saw you jump out. I was like, fuck, I've lost Jess. But I'm glad that you're there. Jess Crane, are you ready? She's ready. Hello, sausage.
Hi, Danny. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
I can't
hear you.
Oh, hang on. Let me move you in. Can you hear me now?
No.
Okay. Can you hear me in the backstage? No. Yes. No. She's going to jump out and jump back in again. Del, I'm going to let you say hello while we wait for Jess to come back in. Hello, Del Parsons. You're on mute.
I'm not anymore. Can you hear me? Yay!
Hello, my beautiful one.
Hello.
I'm so sorry. Like, we're just running a little bit over, but do you know what? Keeping to time has been all right so far, but we're just tumbling because we've got no breaks in between.
You're doing good.
You're doing really gentle parenting myself now. I'm gonna bring Jess. I'm gonna kick you back out and bring our Jess back in, and I will see you in a bit. Hello.
There we go. Hello, Dan. I can hear you now. Yay!
Oh, do you know what? I've got a favour to ask.
Go for it.
I wonder if you would be okay if you provided me with 2 minutes to do a very quick change, which will mean you sharing a little bit of something with the people at large. So I'm going to introduce you. I'm going to ask you for a prediction for 2026. And then I'm going to trust you to speak for long enough for me to do a rapid. You know I can change quick, though. So you're not like, don't worry too much. I got you. But are you up for the challenge?
I'm up for it. Go, Dan. I've got
Amazing. So Jessica Crane, the founder of CEO Collective, is about to take to the stage and let me go and get a quick change in. I love you. I'll see you in 2 minutes. That's me, not you. That's
amazing. Thanks, Danny. I'm going to pull everybody's comments up here as well. So Dan's question was the forecast for 2026. So I'm going to pull my chat up here so I can see what all of you are saying. But what is your plans for 2026? So I want to know as we go into, let's pull Dan's live up so I can see you guys. And see you answering. Okay, amazing. Okay, perfect. I've got it. So, yeah, I want to ask you guys, what is your goals? What are you working on for 2026? Where are you taking your businesses, personal brands, side hustles, careers, projects? What are we doing with it? So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Jessica Crane. So I'm founder of CEO Collective, and I have been coaching female entrepreneurs for about 11, 12, 13 years, something like that. We started in 2014 and we have also just recently launched a clothing line as well. So the big thing that I focus on with my clients is diversification. Hello,
this
Dan.
clothing line, you mean?
There
I wanted
she is.
to do it. I wanted to model it for you because I've had to buy 2 sets of this because Daisy's robbed one. Yeah, she's robbed one off me, and I've never had a set that's more comfy for doing work in the shed. I know you was in the middle of your pitch just then and sharing with everyone what you did, but I was like, yes, but you mentioned the clothing, and I too am a CEO. Right, continue. Sorry, I interrupted you then.
No, go for it. I was asking everyone to put in the chat what they are working on for their 2026. What's your goals? What's your business goals? What you're working on? I was saying about the importance of diversification.
Yes.
Yeah, let's go for it. Jump in.
Amazing. Let's do it. So I'm going to go. Actually, no, I'm not going to go anywhere. I've already left you on your own once. I will not do that to you again. What I am going to do. Oh, where are we? Are we? Is this us? I think this was the previous one. I'm just trying to find our the live that we're on right now so that I can see what people are saying. And the thing is, because everyone's been sharing all of my stuff all day, it means that I've got lots of variations on the live, but this is our one. All right, I'm going to turn the volume down. I'm going to put the thingy up here and we'll see what people are saying, what you're working on this year. Get them in the comments. I can see. I didn't smudge my lipstick. I feel like I did a really good job.
See,
no, just when you
sit down, you can like get it perfectly over hair and makeup. If you've got rollers in, like the whole shazam, right? It's like we've really thought about it.
you have really thought about it. And the other thing that I've just bought as well, because well, you know, I love lover of my hair extensions, and we're talking about the more frivolous stuff at the minute. We'll get into the meaty stuff in a sec. The roller set. I bought the roller set as well. So me and Daisy are a little bit in love with the roller set that you've just brought into the world. And that harks back to, you know, your roots in the beauty industry where, you know, a lot of your clients come from, but now, because you help people grow in such a way, you attract all sorts of different businesses to learn and grow with you. And I think one of the things, when I talk about people underestimating our community, I think what you embody is the absolute grit and the glam. And I know that's the strap line for some of the stuff that you've been doing, but the grit and the glam that you don't have to lose either. You can still absolutely sit within your femininity and work like a boss. And I think what you really do is you embody that. I mean, I won't fuck with you, man.
Yeah, and I think what the other thing we want to have is products that help you to do your job quicker and faster. So for me, I was like, if I go and speak at an event, I've got to wash and blow dry my hair. And then if I go speak at an event the next day, I felt like I had to wash and blow dry my hair. For sleep in the rollers, I don't have to do that. I can just get up, take them out, job done.
Bish, bash, bosh.
Like, everything is to make your life and business more streamlined, simpler, easier, so that you can get more done. Because like a lot of my clients are like me, they've got a family, they've got a business, they've got this, they've got that. Like, we just want things to be simpler, easier, and kind of just get to it, get the results and get the shit done that we need to get done.
Yes. And in doing that as well, and I think one of the things that you are incredible at is when a business presents to you, one of your clients, one of your mentees, is when they share with you, their bottlenecks, what it is that they're, what's going on for them right now. It's almost like you zoom out and zoom back in again, and you can see where the holes and the gaps are. And I think one of the most amazing things is like watching your brain at work when you're working with someone, and you work with some of my closest friends and they work directly with you, and being on the inside and having worked with you on your speaking and all of that sort of stuff, to see how your brain works is phenomenal. Tell me, Jess, what brought you to doing this work? Like, what made you decide, oh, this is what I'm going to do? Not because it isn't just the She-Yo Collective isn't just you're a business coach. It's so much bigger than that.
Yeah. And, I think we probably have to go back a little bit. Like, my background, like, I grew up in an environment with domestic abuse, domestic violence. And so, everybody, and this is why I love your community and what you do, because for me, growing up, it was, this is your trajectory. This is your life. You'll be in this high-rise flat in this shithole. You'll be with somebody who beats you up. This will be like
this is the information that we are given. This is the fabric of which you are made.
Yeah, this will be your life, and don't think it's going to be anything different. And so it's very underestimated, very much limited, with a lot of limiting beliefs. And for me, I knew my first belief was nobody's coming to save me. So I need to be my own resource. I need to get myself out of this situation. And I think, like a lot of entrepreneurs, you're fueled by the fuck you, I'm going to prove you wrong. Like,
we started with that this morning with Paul Tinker. Right. So if we looked at Paul Tinker this morning, he's huge in the construction industry. He's a mentor for property consultants, for construction, for the construction industry and people that are like moving in the property world. And that, I was asking him, what was the click in the lock for you? And he went, do you know what? Right at the very beginning, someone told me I couldn't, and I was like, absolutely fucking not. Like, and was fueled by spite until he didn't have to be anymore, until he'd given himself enough proof that wasn't necessary.
Yeah, but that's a hard switch to go from survival to thrive. And I think a lot of entrepreneurs struggle to make that switch, because you also don't want to lose the thing that got you the success. So you want to stay in that grit mode, in that survival mode, because you know that works for you. But ultimately, I saw my path as, if I'm financially free, if I can support myself financially, I can choose to where to go, what to do. I don't need to ask anybody for anything. I don't need to be dependent on anybody else. And that was my goal for as earliest memory, that was my goal. And I say it with love now, but I mean, I always say it all the time. My clients always laugh. I'm like, if something happened to my husband, it would make no practical difference to my life. And that was my goal. Like, I wouldn't drive a different car. I wouldn't live in a different house. I wouldn't have a different holiday. Like, nothing on a practical level would change. And that was my goal for me. And now, as part of the wider Shio collective, I want that for all women. All women and girls.
And it is a bind that keeps people in very, very difficult and sometimes dangerous positions, especially if you've experienced coercive control, financial abuse, both of which, you know, I'd experienced. Even though I'd always been the breadwinner, my credit was so awful by the time I got outside of that relationship that it took me till 5 years ago to be able to buy my own house, and the hangover from that is visceral. And I think that the work that you do, it's not to be underestimated. Like the reason why you move in the world in the way that you do, the reason why you do. Oh well, this has just brought me food. Look at
Oh, nice.
What a legend.
I think as well, Dan, people think that it is like a class problem, and it's really not. And I think there are phenomenal powerhouses. And, you know, I don't know if you watched the program with Mel B and Alison Hammond. And Mel B was like, I was this Spice Girl. Like, how was I in an abusive relationship? I was a Spice Girl. Like, you know, so
and Scary Spice at that, right? Like the most fearsome one.
Because I was a badass. I was Scary Spice. So we can't think that this only happens in certain environments or certain, you know, class levels, or, you know, or anything like that, because anyone can be in those situations. And I think when you're financially free and you have that confidence in your knowledge and skill and all these other areas, it gives you choice and voice and what you can do with your life and your children. Like, you want to be showing them what they can do for themselves as well.
Absolutely. And this, I think this again, one of the things that moves me about the work that you do, because yes, you help businesses scale for a lot of them beyond their wildest dreams as well, like just by getting the right systems in place, like just thinking, God, if you just implement this and this. And so, and again, a recurring theme today is certainly lots of creatives, lots of people who are starting out in service or creating a product or doing a thing for somebody. That's how the business starts. Nobody then goes, and this is how you work out, this is how you do a CRM, and this is how you do a VSL, and this is how you build a funnel, and this is how you know, this is what an email campaign looks like, and this is, you know, what follow-up actually looks like, and nobody sits you down and says, you don't get taught this at school, so we have to go and find the people who are teaching the thing that we need to learn, and we don't know if we don't know. And I think what you make very sort of accessible is that you know, you've got a great idea, you've got a great business that's going where it needs to. If you put any more tracks down, you're going to fuck it up. Like, come and put your tracks down so that the wheels don't come off further down the line, which inevitably they will, because no one's helping them pull the strings back together again. And
I think
having that,
the other big mistake as well is, and why people can't scale, is because they stay in this services zone, and you're like, everything you're doing is trading time for money, and they're not widening the product suite enough. So there are not things in there that are not reliant or that are fully automated or this or that. Like, for me, for my goal, because wealth, yes, we talk about building wealth, but it is not just all about money. Like, I want to pick my kids up from school most days at 3:00. I spend the weekends driving around the country, taking my son to football because he's in an academy. So he will be at, where were we this weekend? I actually forgot QPR, so near London. So we'll be at Coventry, QPR, Birmingham, Chelsea, like all the different academies. And I know that we will make passive income during those days that I'm stood on the side of a football pitch, freezing my bum off. But I I know that I have time as much as I am building those assets and building that money. And I think that's the part of the people's businesses that they don't look at. And so they struggle to scale it because it's all reliant on them showing up, them doing the thing. And, you know, you've got to think of yourself like a performer. Do you want to be shaking your ass at 40, 50, 60, 70? Like,
I mean,
what are you putting in place? I mean, and you can by choice, absolutely. But
I honestly don't want to. If I think about it, like the choice is the necessity here. Like I want to be able to choose to. And if it's a necessity and that I'm having to, all of a sudden, all of the love for what it is that I do then leaves. I found that even these last few weeks, and people will have seen me out, like you can see that I'm creating more. I'm talking more. I'm back in front of the camera again. I'm enjoying it. I can feel it. I can feel that connection. If I felt anywhere near like I had to do that really prescriptively, I wouldn't be turning up. Couldn't be asked. I want to be able to choose. I have to be able to choose. I think it's, again, I have demand avoidance. So as soon as someone tells me to do something, I'm like, no, thank you. I do what I want. I do it all by my own. But again, what you do is you provide a really great incubator, I guess, but a container that holds people, but also moves people. And I think that is missing from a lot of spaces where the structure is there as well as the person at the helm.
Yeah, we notice this a lot, that a lot of people have a lot of ideas. I'm going to help you with your vision and all this stuff. And that's all well and good and that's great. But if you haven't got real support and you're not implementing and you're not taking action, like, you know, we always say to our clients, like, action takers are money makers, and those who take action get result. Even if you take action and it doesn't work out the way that you wanted it to work out, you've still moved forward. Whereas the person taking no action is still going nowhere. Like, and Jojo always says this to me. She's like, anybody who works with you needs to do a speed awareness course because you're going to go fast.
Yeah, hold tight.
We are going to go fast because success loves speed. And I think that the other reason that people aren't where they want to be or not as successful is because they're just not doing things fast enough. You're not making fast enough decisions. You're not moving fast enough. You're not learning fast enough. You're not building fast enough. Like, you've got to go faster.
Yeah. And sometimes like fast can be going from a standing start to making a move to research, but to implement. So the idea is, and I think that this is the thing, we've got lots of procrastinators, people who go on course after course after course. They know loads, and I love that you know loads, but that's only great if you're doing a pub quiz. Not great if you're you're going to take action. So even for the people that are, you know, that struggle with energy and that struggle with like incredible momentum, you can still take action in some way, shape or form every day. I went to a Tony Robbins seminar years ago and he talked about incremental steps and huge steps. It doesn't matter the steps.
Yeah.
So yes, we need to move at pace. Yes, we need to like enjoy that momentum and move with that momentum. But forward is still motion. And, you know, allowing yourself to say, actually, one thing every day, even if it's a phone call, even if it's an email, even whatever it is, it's still going to move you forward. The more of those actions that you take, yes, of course, then the speed sits alongside it.
Because the worst thing, you don't want to sit in inertia. Like, we've all felt that time in our business where you just feel like you're pushing that boulder up the hill, and every time you stop and you stop that momentum, you're right back down the bottom, and you've got to push it all the way back up again. So, you know, if you can take a running sprint up that hill, the quicker you build that momentum, the more you're going to build on that success.
And so what systems do people need to be implementing now more than ever into 2026 before we move on to our next speaker, Jess?
Yeah, so I always work in 3 steps. I'm like, if you want to sell more stuff, products, services, like the 3 steps is you need a traffic, you need an environment, and you need a product and service to sell, right? And what a lot of people still now are doing in their business is turning up on socials, going, hey, buy my shit. right? And so it's traffic to their product or service, but nobody's ready to buy your product or service because you haven't indoctrinated them, you haven't taught them what transformation you're going to give them, you haven't give them any reason to buy from you. So you need to be sending them somewhere, and this is where, you know, we inject a lot of funnels or sales processes into people's businesses because they're assets. That is what people should be landing on. Your VSL, your sales page, your whatever it is. You know, there's several, there's summits, there's challenges, there's a million combinations, and you know, we would look at what combination is right for you, but you need to be sending them somewhere that they can be nurtured so that then buying from you, but they're excited to buy from you, that understand fully what you're going to do for them, and they're like, yes, I know you, I like you, I understand, you've got results. You've got to, you know, you've got to get them ready so that they come singing and dancing and can't wait to bloody work with you. Not just turning up going, hey, people, buy my shit. Like, get them in a place so that they're ready. And then you can run that on full automation.
And so running it on full auto, so getting those things set up, what is the easiest thing to get set up?
I think it depends what
getting those access points.
Yeah, I think it depends what you're selling, because if you're selling a £10 thing compared to a 10 grand thing, they're going to need slightly more information. They're going to need more of a process. But for us, for coaching, for services, things like that, like a great VSL funnel, I mean, ours has done over 3 million, like in one funnel, and it rinses, repeats all day, every day. So you just need to dial in that one asset that produces results for you. I mean, now we've got 7 or 8 funnels all kind of working together, but you just need that first asset to be really, you know, working in your business for you. And I know, like Lou was saying, like, I'm not a businesswoman. Just get these assets in your business, and then you can focus on the shit you enjoy. You can focus on the fun stuff. Focus on
you
stuff.
just you into the top and let the machine do the job for you.
Yeah, you've got to build the machine, build the process, and then you can go back to doing the bits that you like to do.
I love it. I love it. And it makes, you know, again, you'll have heard this all the way through the day. Just because something sounds simple doesn't necessarily mean it's easy. And so if you want to go and learn about that, you need to tap Jess up at the CEO Collective. I guess the next question I've got for you is, how do people get involved with you? Where do people go next to find out more? Because I know that the systems aspect of moving your business forward for a creative is one of the most difficult things. And I know you're like moving through the beauty industry. You've been surrounded by creatives, so you know, if you're a creative out there, that it's probably one of the most difficult things to lay down. So, where do people need to find you? What you got coming up next?
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, just I'd say head over to the CEO Collective Instagram, because or the CEO Collective website. We've got courses, we've got programs, we've got events. Like come and be part of the community at the events. You know as well, Dan, like events are great to meet people that are trying to achieve what you're trying to achieve. So our events are female entrepreneurs predominantly, doing 6, 7, 8 figures, growing and scaling businesses, and focusing on building assets and creating wealth and income. So, you know, if that's what the community that you need, you want to come check out our events, come to the live events. We've got online events and courses, coaching and programs. And obviously you can come in at those at whatever level you're at.
Amazing. Jess, thank you so much for being a part of my live today. Like, I'm made up. I'm like, and even more made up that I got to rep out on the internet with you. Thank you for creating such lovely, comfortable, I like to call inactive wear, because I ain't been inactive in these babies.
No,
other than
they are for the
active
grit
about.
days. When you're doing your funnels and all the rest of it, you need your grit collection on.
You get your comfies on and you get amongst it. Well, thank you so much, my darling. It's an honor to be a part of your journey as well. I can't wait to see what you get up to next. I will be cheering you on. I'll see you soon. So that was Jessica Crane from the CEO Collective. Del Parsons, are you ready? I know we're running over time. Yinka, I see you back there, my angel. Are you okay for time? I know. Oh, brilliant. Thank you, everyone, for all of my speakers today, for being patient while I kind of try and catch up time and make sure I speak to everyone. And I'm really, really intent on serving up loads of value to all of you that have taken the time to tune in with us today. And we're going to carry on with that. Del Parsons.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Hi. How are you?
I am really good. Really good.
I am glad you are really good. Del, tell everybody what's your name and where'd you come from?
Still a black moment.
I'm going to eat some bolognese while you say it.
My name's Del Parsons. I am a no-nonsense business coach and marketing mentor, predominantly for female-led businesses that are in the service industry. And I always say that we do three things. So we help them develop the skills to build a business and ultimately live a life that they want, but also wrap that up with developing the belief that they can actually do it and the confidence to move into that marketplace, to show up authentically, as you've talked a lot about today, in alignment with who they are, what they want, and how to get cracking.
Yeah, and again, one of the themes today are really making me excited for us as a wider community. That and I know you shared this, you spoke for us at Ideas Fest just gone in September, and absolutely killed it, by the way. This incredible human had her tech go down and walked out into the middle of the tent and commanded the whole room from the middle of the tent in a way that the room would not have known, the tent would not have known. They did, because you told them about it. But if you'd have just continued anyway and done the thing, they wouldn't have known that wasn't planned. And the command you have of a room when you're sharing your expertise is just phenomenal. So I just wanted to make a little nod to that, because whenever you talk about marketing, about connection, about growth, I'm taking notes. Del, you've been in business, you've been in the industry for a long time now, and you've seen pretty much all of it, the good, the bad, the ugly, the in between.
And do you know what? I think one of the things, like somebody talked about the golden thread, didn't they, before, of like what's being talked about. And obviously there's lots of conversation about AI and authenticity and connection. And I'm like, oh, this is so lovely.
Yeah.
And then I can't remember who said it earlier today, but I think it might have been Chris Kenner or maybe Dan Meredith when he was talking. It's like everything comes back full circle. And if you think about how we started to market and sell our businesses and the things that we had to sell, we were always talking to people, right? It's like
we're in the marketplace.
Yes. It's like we've forgotten somewhere down the line that we're selling and dealing with and communicating with people.
Yeah.
So like everything that I teach in my business, everything that I've done in my career has built businesses from that very basic foundation of connecting and building a relationship. It's the same. And it's just coming full circle back again now. Because I think Lisa said very first thing this morning, didn't she? She's like, the playing field's kind of leveled out a little bit, because pre-pandemic, we were plodding along, doing all the good things.
Yeah.
Pandemic shot everybody online.
Yep.
And everybody's like, oh my God, I'm going to be a millionaire.
Yeah. All eyes on me, baby.
Yeah. And that was great. And it challenged a lot of the way that we thought about things. But we're coming right back now to that leveling off in terms of the playing field. And think about your own behavior. I say this all of the time to the people that I work with. How do you buy? You buy from people that you get on with, that you have some resonance with, like Leah Turner was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Like, hello.
Who knew? Who knew that we needed to see each other and connect with each other and just share good things?
Amazing, right? And like Jess is phenomenal, isn't she? I love Jess so much. And what she was talking about there was like the implementation side of things, right? What I see in my business, particularly because most of the female-led businesses that I work with are ex-corporate in some way, they've had a proper job somewhere down the line.
Yeah.
they come into running their own businesses and they're like, oh, I've got this big goal over here. I want to build this big thing, change the world, sell an organization, build my empire. But I need to put one foot in front of the other.
And that's like standing at the top of the mountain and going, fuck, that's a big mountain.
Exactly. It is. But you've got to put, like Jess was talking about it, one foot in front of the other. You've got to move forward somehow. And
what does base camp look like? What does that next bit look like? And instead of looking at the mountain and going, fuck, that's a big mountain, go, what are the stops along the way? What does the journey look like? And how do we course correct if there's fog or there's a storm or
totally that. Like there's some things that I say all the time, like you talk about that call response that you create with your audience as part of speaker training that we got through.
Yeah.
One of the things that I say to people is that there's a big gap between knowing and doing.
It's the most dangerous thing. And the most dangerous thing a person can say is, I know.
Exactly.
It does one or two things. It dismisses and doesn't elicit movement, because if you're demand avoidant, you're literally putting up a barrier straight. I know.
Yeah.
I already know.
And the other one is, I just need to do it.
So for people that are feeling that inertia, for people that really struggle with that, I just need to do it, because there's a little complexity and there's a nuance to this at the same time. That because, and I like, the more I understand this, the more I understand myself, the more grace and compassion I can give myself, and the more kick of an arse I can give myself. I understand that the way that my brain's built, and I'm only speaking to ADHD, I'm not speaking, and my particular blend of it is that I'm aware I don't move unless I have enough cortisol or dopamine to move me. And that includes getting out of bed, taking a plate away, doing the thing that makes sense. If I've not got that balance correct, then it's almost impossible, because I can hear just do it and still stare at myself and be so sad and so angry and so shame-filled and so guilt-ridden because I can't, and I can't tell you why. I just can't. It's not. Now then, understanding that if I don't have any stress, any cortisol or any dopamine to feed off in order to trigger a response, because we do things when we're going to die or when we're going to procreate or when we're going to eat. That's when we move. Them three things. We have no reason to move otherwise, right? For the most part, let's keep ourselves safe. So when we're going to die, when we're going to procreate, or when we need to eat to keep ourselves alive. So all of our movement, all of our motion as animals is centered around that. We have to create enough cortisol, stress, or something to move. And if you don't make a lot of that, it can feel really hard when someone goes, just do it. What can we do for those of us, and there's many of us in the entrepreneurial space, right? And I think this is why we have these fucking geniuses and this difficulty with executive function, and it's not discipline. Discipline isn't the one.
No.
It's the inability to just fucking do it. It becomes almost an impossibility. How can we get ourselves to move when that's going on? I wonder, like, this is, I'm just pontificating.
Yeah, I've got a different take on this.
Tell me.
So if normally a business coach or a mentor of some kind that's working in that space of growth and scaling would say, you need to know your end goal, right? And work that the end goal is as compelling as you can make it, so that it drives that kind of like that compelling reason for you to achieve your why, if you like. Great. I agree with that in part. But sometimes that can feel so far removed from where we are right now that overwhelm kicks in. And I'm exactly the same, right? Because I'm like, I start feeling it in my body. It comes up here in my body and I can't move it forward. I'm frozen in inaction. Quite often what we see, particularly with the neurodivergent clients that we work with, lots of ADHD presentation, is that they don't understand how it all hooks together.
Right.
So it knits together in a certain way. So the just do it action is usually them playing with the tactical thing over here. Yeah, so they're like writing more content, they're doing different kind of reels, they're using a spicy hook to generate engagement, all good stuff. But that ultimately will get you so far without you having a structure and how you move people through your cycle so that that post that you're writing here or this networking event that you're going to there, like, why? What's the reason you're doing
Where's
this?
the outcome? Yeah.
Moving you closer towards where you want to be. And that's the challenge I often see being presented to me when we first start working with clients.
Right. And so I was having a conversation with someone the other day about tension, and that you can only move towards something if there is enough tension toward it and away from it. So if you've got this thing over here and it's so far away, it's very difficult to elicit tension between you and that thing.
Totally.
So it feels very floppy between you and that thing. So it's hard to be pulled toward it like an elastic.
So Ryan Pinnock talks about that beautifully. If you've seen Ryan talk, he talks about the elastic band needing sufficient tension for it to go further or as far as you want it to, but not too much that it snaps and not too little so that it's floppy and goes nowhere.
Right. And the job is, isn't it, when we're talking about the build, when we're talking about growing, we've got to work out where the tension is, and then we can start to move, and then we can start to connect.
And what we see when people come towards us is that level of action, because the tension is high, right? So the presenting problem from our point of view is usually we need more clients.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, then that tension is high at that moment in time. So that will drive your action to do all of the things.
Yeah.
But then ultimately it levels off. How do you keep creating that tension? Like the steps on the stairs, isn't it? There's that graphic that does the round sometimes in terms of like, you go up, it levels off, go up, it levels off. And that is about you understanding much more of the strategic element of your business around your mission, your vision, your values, all of that stuff that gets talked about.
What is your prediction? Because you come across lots and lots of businesses. And I think like the brilliant thing, about today is that the proximity that the majority of our guests have got to many businesses, which allows us to, we're not just doing this anymore. We can see what's working and what's not working. I see it in the speaking space, the event space. And I know you see it particularly from, marketing, sales, moving people through the processes and getting the outcomes that people want in a way that feels like congruent for them as well. I think for you, that's important when you're, it's for everyone, it's important. But what are you noticing any trends?
There's obviously trends in marketing all the time, isn't there? Yeah. But I think the fundamental basics of building, growing, scaling your business are exactly the same as they were before. You need structure, you need enough process, and it's the tactical stuff that will always change. So as long as you've underpinned that with really solid foundations, it doesn't matter what the tactics are doing. You'll always have to adapt tactics. Yeah. But essentially, the tactics are the tactics. It's about making sure that you're applying the right tactic to achieve the right end goal. If you're just slapping them around willy-nilly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm going to make loads and loads of content over here because that's a tactic.
That's not a trend. It's not a prediction. That's always been the case.
Yeah.
And I think we can often get caught in this, like, things are changing rapidly. Yes, they are. But the fundamental basics are still the same.
Yeah.
And like, there's comments online all the time. Marketing's changed. It hasn't. It's the tactical implementation of how we deliver that thing that's changed. And that, to me, is a real key difference.
And then comes back to what do you give a shit about? How do you help? Why do you care? And then how do you connect best? From there, whether you choose to do that through video, whether you do that through copy, whether you do that through, email, whether you do that through Pigeon, whether you do that through networking events or speaking.
Totally
the bedrock. And I'm really interested, and I've got a feeling a lot of people will be watching along. And one of the things that Tess Cope's finding with the big businesses as well is understanding and being intrinsically close to your culture, to your values, to your mission, and to the reason why you're there is still going to be the absolute immovable. The amount of people that come into this shed for a one-to-one day that don't have those things nailed, that leave, and if that's the only thing that they nail, go out and change the course of where it is that they're going.
There was a podcast I was on, and I can't remember the host's name, which is terrible, but it was called Not a Straight Line. The podcast is called that, so go look it up. And one of the questions that he asked me at the end was like, what's the most powerful question that you get asked or you can ask a client? And it's about really working out what you want. What do you want?
What do you want as well? Like, this is something I've had to sit with for a little bit now. Like, what do I actually want? I want the Big Festoon to be what it's going to be, but where do I want to sit within it? Actually, I want to trot me out. Like, just trot me out. Let the machine work around me. Trot me out with my microphone, with my zip wire, with my sparklies. That's what I want. I want to come up. I want to turn up and do the shows, connect with everybody, do live streams like this, and just be lovely and share the world. I need now to make the machine happen around me.
Exactly. And that drives the action.
And with that, Del, can I just say thank you so much for dropping in with us today. How do people find you?
I am on Instagram, on the Facebook, and on LinkedIn. And the website is just delparsonscoaching.co.uk.
delparsonscoaching.co.uk. Del, you're a superstar. Thank you so much. I will see you very, very soon.
Love you lots. Bye.
Bye, darling. All right. Are you ready to talk some money? I'm ready to talk about money. Yinka, are you ready to talk about some money? She is. Get on in here. Let's money. Money. Yes. Hello, Angel.
Hello, Fab Lady. How are you?
I am good. Get on here, cash flow queen. Let's talk cash flow, shall we?
Let's
it's time
talk
to talk about the ready-readies. First of all, Yinka, thank you so much for joining me today. It means the world. I know you and I have spoken before about more ways that we can collaborate. This was the first chance that I saw. I was like, right, Yinka, let's get on the blow. What we're doing? Come and join my madness for a day. And so thank you for your time. It really, really does. It does mean the world that you've come to get involved with us. Tell us all about you, darling.
Well, thank you so much for having me, Danny. I appreciate you in more ways than you know. I'm definitely someone who appreciates someone who walks their talk. And that isn't always prevalent in many spaces. So I really, really appreciate you. Hello, everybody. My name is Yinka Ewala. I am a business strategist, and I am also someone who is on a mission to support women to create wealth in and through their businesses. And I do that by helping them to focus on what matters most for the business, which is their cash flow and their strategy, and what matters most for the business owner, which is the mindset and their habits.
Nice. And it's funny, you know, when we talk about all these things, you might be watching out there going, these feel really simple. And the thing is, yes, they are. But because we have so many things to think about, if I think about the vast majority of the community that watches this and you know, the Big Festoon community, we have to be the master of all the trades and the jack of none, because if we're the jack of only some, then something's going to fall down somewhere. So the pressure is hard on us to be the master of all trades. And often what we do is we focus on being that front facing master and not the master on the inside of our business that's understanding where all the cogs fit together. Again, through every single conversation that we've had around strategy, through growth, through funding, through capital, all of this sort of stuff, the mechanics is where many of us as business leaders need to come back to in order to hit that next level. Our tenacity and our smarts and our pretty smiles are only going to get us so far until we need to start looking underneath the bonnet. And I think, Yinka, that's something that you do incredibly for the people that you work with, is actually looking at these mechanics underneath and going, right, okay, so what are we doing now? Because we're going to burn out if we continue on.
Yeah, for sure. And I think you make a really good point that as business owners, I think there's an element of we really don't know what we sign up for.
Yeah, I didn't sign up for that.
And I guess part of that is if we did know what we signed up for when we signed up, would we still have signed up?
Absolutely fucking not.
But also the point there is that the business gets to be a mirror.
Right.
And therein lies the opportunity, because entrepreneurship, owning a business, running, scaling, growing a business, being on a mission it's a life journey, and it is something that teaches you more about yourself and your values, your standards, your boundaries. You definitely get in there with some of that like childhood stuff, and so there's a real opportunity when
it
you're
goes as far as epigenetics. I was talking to someone like
Absolutely.
if we're carried, all of us, within our grandmother's wombs, and we've had some sort of energetic exposure to the world around us, whether we know it or not, we've been moving through this world energetically for 3 generations before we even turn the fuck up, then we're carrying something from somewhere.
Absolutely. And epigenetics is such a powerful, I'm obsessed with like all sorts of nerdy sciencey things. And one of the things, people can often think very much about kind of that we have a very egocentric, anthropomorphic, as they like to call it, view of ourselves. Like we think about ourselves when we're here, but so much is going on before we arrive. And they did this study with, I think it was like grasshoppers or something, and they had like grasshoppers and they put them in a perspex box, and these grasshoppers were used to jumping 3 feet tall, and they made the ceiling 1 foot tall. So these grasshoppers would start jumping, they'd hit their head on the ceiling, they'd hit their head on the ceiling, they learned to stop jumping so high. Fast forward to those grasshoppers babies, who A, had never hit their head on any ceilings, and B, weren't there when their parents were learning not to jump so high. And the grasshopper babies were no longer jumping as 1 foot high. They were jumping in line to make sure they didn't hit their head on a ceiling they'd never experienced.
My God.
Epigenetics, the trauma, the experience, the energetic and emotional imprint of what you are experiencing, particularly around the topic of money, wealth, absolutely came way before you ever entered screen right into the story of your life.
I did not know that we were going to go here within the realms. I've been really open with all of the conversations, because I just wanted you to bring your genius and you to make some predictions based on, your access to your environment and your access to your industry. However, I think for many people, and I just want to check out whether I can't get to the comments or not. I wonder in the comments if this is resonant for any of you, if this is an aha moment when you realize that the decisions that you make around your money, I mean, around all the things really, but around your money, and money isn't like an energetic thing in terms of just what it is. We attach so much meaning to it. And just like with things like domestic abuse, we've talked about that a little earlier on this evening, often that choice in romantic partner comes from the fabric from which we are made and the information which we have from when we're young. And part of being successful is being able to sit with the mirror, to understand ourselves and go, this isn't even mine and I'm carrying it. This debt isn't mine and I'm trying to pay it off. This beholdenness I feel to this thing isn't mine and I'm still here giving money away because I don't feel like I'm worthy of it. I'm still only going to jump below 1 foot, even though my ancestors could jump 16 foot, because where it stopped and where we got, where we were pushed down, that's now what we're holding on to today in lots of different ways.
Absolutely. And we will get those messages about what is safe, about where you belong, about who you are, from those who love you. It isn't that they are seeking to do you harm, but it is that they love and care about you and don't want you to bash your head. But the point there is that ultimately, Justin, I was saying in a coaching call I was leading earlier that we are our ancestors' wildest dreams. They could never have predicted the life and the world that we're living in now. We're preparing our children for jobs that don't exist. And for a world that we
even now we can see it.
Right. And the world is only getting faster and faster and faster. And so it is really important for us. And this is part of the reason why, even though I do have a financial background, I used to be an investment banker, right? I have an economics degree, and I definitely come from a number loving environment, that I actually decided that it was so important to take a holistic approach, to understand the mindset, to deal with the energetics, to look at, epigenetics and childhood stories, because you will never grow a business beyond the beliefs and identity and the imprint of the owner. Absolutely.
And when you start to see all that piece together, and just like we was, sharing with Del before, when, the whole just do it, just fucking do it. To someone who doesn't have an intrinsic lived experience of something or other, just do it for that person. There's no just do it for certain things for me. Like,
just do it is one of my.
I don't know why I just fucking get out of bed. I can't.
I find it one of the most frustrating. Don't get me wrong, I love Nike. I grew up in South London. I was a basketball player. We were sponsored by Nike. Yay, Nike. That's a slogan for trainers. That's not a mantra for life. Like, just do it is in the first place is like mental laziness. Like, asking someone to just do what? Like, have you done the prerequisite thinking so that the action that you're taking is useful?
And it's going to bear even any fruit. If I just do it, I'm going to fuck it up because I don't know what I need to know, or I'm not.
But the thing is that just do what, and that's the thing for me. I hear a lot about visibility. And I hear a lot about the need to be visible. And I'm actually minded that it isn't visibility that's needed. It's strategic, beneficial visibility. Yeah. You don't need to be everywhere all the time, shaking your booty on TikTok if that's not part of your brand and what you want to be doing. If that's not your thing, then that's not going to help you. And so it is, we love to, throw out, consistency. We need actually. You need consistency in the right things, because consistency is not a corrector, it's an amplifier. If you're doing the wrong things and you keep being consistent in that, that's taking you further and further in the wrong direction faster than ever. So we just need a bit more nuance on these internet streets.
Nuance, please, and the understanding of nuance as well. And again, you and I have talked about this. The whole purpose of the Big Fest and the reason that it's raison d'etre is to bring as many different types of people together in the understanding that we have all experienced life differently. So we've got two things here. We've got expertise plus compassion, expertise plus understanding, expertise plus systems plus compassion plus understanding. And that's not letting ourselves get away with not doing the things, but understanding when it's hard to do something, what can we do in order to make that happen? What do we need to understand about that person that prevents them from implementing? What do we need to understand about ourselves that prevents us from implementing, that prevents us from making the money that we actually deserve to make?
1000%.
When we start to do that and move like that, that becomes a magical place.
And you're absolutely right, but it always starts with definitions. Like everything. Like, I was having a conversation recently, and I posted recently as well about the word salesy, which everybody hates except me.
I don't want to be salesy.
In the most impactful year of my business, where I made the most money and helped the most people, I don't even do word for the years normally, but I did the word for the year, and the word for the year that year was salesy.
Yeah.
And I was like, I really it really taught me the importance of the power of defining what you mean when you say what you say. If sales is service, if sales is transformation, if sales is how I help somebody to go from something that they said they wanted and then to actually make it happen, then salesy is care, and salesy is love, and salesy is putting oh my gosh, what are they going to think about me talk to the back of my mind, because caring about you and where you're going and how you get to where you want to be is more important to me in that moment than the voice in the back of my head asking me what are they going to think of me. And so our ability to really go back to first principles, and again, we've done it with sales, we've done it with cash. Most people don't even know what cash is. They're money, business. Like, we have to go back to first principles around really defining what it is that we mean when we say what we say, in order for us to be able to move in the world in the way that we want to and create the impact we want to make.
And what I adore about this conversation, Yinka, is we could talk tactics and we can talk in decimals and we can talk in statistics and we can talk in, here are the actionable steps. But now more than ever, people's relationship with their ability to execute and their ability to move around money is going to be the click in the lock, because there is an abundance of tactics out there. There's a number of, if you do this, then you do this, then you do this, then you do this, it will equate to this. But if you are not connected with that process, and if you are not connected with the outcome, or feel like you deserve that outcome, feel like you are worthy of doing the thing to get the outcome, you've fucked it already. You can have all the tactics in the world.
If you have peeping and creeping energy when it comes to selling your stuff, but you know it's so good that you would be happy to give it away, you've got a problem. If you know that you're undercharging and yet you keep saying, I'm happy with my prices, you have a problem. If you know that you are not earning enough money to be in abundance, not enough for you, but in abundance so that you can support the people and the things that you care about, and yet you don't want to actually unpack that and deal with that and actually create a different outcome for yourself, there is a problem.
And so in 2026, Yinka, what I'd love to have from you, I've been asking for predictions all the way through the day. A lot of them have had a real congruent theme. But I would love predictions from you, maybe not necessarily around money, like the budget's coming up and all that sort of stuff, and all that'll be, changing things. I don't think it will. It happens every time, and I carry on doing my business as I've always done my business.
I mean, the prediction, and I'm so glad you've asked this question. And I actually run a booster shot show every Wednesday at 1:30 p.m. Over on my LinkedIn, YouTube, and Facebook socials. And last week were my 5 predictions for 2026. So I'm not going to share them all here, but I will
share. Watch it over on the YouTube.
Over on YouTube, it's under my name. But I mean, there are a couple of predictions that are 2026 specific. And I loved what Del said in the session just before me. There are a couple of predictions that are going to be the same even in 1,000 years when it comes to business. And those predictions, one of my predictions is, if you have no cash flow, you have no business. So the people who take a cash flow approach to their business are those who are going to win in these times. That's not going away. I did not make that rule. I literally just learned the rule so I could win the game. And that's
we work in trade. It's
Absolutely.
In trade, exchanging goods and services for money in fair energetic exchange. That's like, let's start with the haggling and bartering system before we do anything else.
And the thing is that the only difference between a business that is working and alive and well and is a going concern and a business that is not is a business that has access to the cash flow it needs. And therefore, you need access to cash flow. Now, yes, there are many ways to get it. You can sell your goods and services in the marketplace. You can go out and get funding. If you can get it, good luck, ladies. Even better luck, Black ladies. Even better luck, Asian guys. Or you know what I mean? The funding stats out there tells us that for many of us, that route is dramatically diminished if it's an option at all. And therefore, you need to understand what the landscape looks like for you, because when all said and done, it still comes back down to the businesses that have cash flow or the businesses that live to fight another day.
Yeah.
That's a prediction that is 26, 36, 56, 25,426.
1826, it is, isn't it? It's when we understand commerce, actual just commerce, not economics, not all of that. Think about, we're selling products, goods and services to people in fair energetic exchange. If that is not happening and you don't have the mechanics set up to make that happen, we're in trouble. You can have a big feast season, and if you're not generating that, and this is like, look, I'm not sat here like from any kind of ivory tower. I'm in my garden shed. I have the same problem This is, you know, just because I'm talking to you and facilitating a conversation around this, for those of you that are watching out there in the internet, just because I'm facilitating a conversation about this, all of these conversations, my heart and my business is needed today. So I'm being very selfish. Is just meeting up with all my friends and reminding myself of the things that I need to remember in order to do this next level. This is all we're doing here. So please don't think that I'm sat here like sort of facilitating this conversation with Yinka going, oh, it's all right, Dan's got it all together. Dan does not have it all together.
Me neither. Me neither. And I would
tell
never
the truth.
No, I would never want. Like, one of the things that I'm so committed to is the fact that whilst I did not come from a rich family, I decided that a rich family would come from me. Yeah. Like, I did not grow up in financial wealth. I absolutely grew up in wealth of love, in wealth of values, in wealth of work ethic. And my mum and dad, God bless them, are two of the most remarkable people you will ever meet. I owe so much to them for everything that they helped me to create and the foundation I got. And I want something different for myself, my life, and my children. And it's not either or. It gets to be both, and that's like abundance in action. And so, from my personal perspective, I'm not saying that there aren't people in the world who have this all together. I'm just saying that I'm not one of them. And I'm specifically working with people who want to work with someone who is also on the journey, who will be relatable, who will share where they still struggle, who will demonstrate and come with the aha moments that they get in real time. You know, I don't want to be so removed from those that I'm seeking to serve that they're like, oh, she can't remember what it's like, you know, to struggle. I remember well and good. And I, you know, I'm grateful to this day that I'm not struggling now, and I haven't struggled for a long time, but I remember well and good. And that's important to me in terms of being able to serve my people.
Yeah, absolutely. And the struggle changes shape as well. Like, the struggle changes shape. I think this is a misconception as well. Just because you hit a certain level doesn't mean struggle disappears. It just changes shape. So when you're starting at the beginning, it's starting the move, like the stationary car. You're pushing it, trying to get it to move. Then it starts to move and we're getting a bit more traction. And then we need it to get a little bit faster so that we can get in it and take off. And then, but there's danger that's involved in that, because I might get my foot caught under the wheel. But this key takeaway from this: cash flow is king. And if this is not something that you are giving full consideration to and you're resting on your laurels, be careful. Be careful. A windfall from a launch does not mean a windfall for the rest of the season. No. And so many of us, me included, have learned that in lots of hard ways.
What I will say, and I love that example you gave, cash is not cash flow. You can have cash and still have a cash flow problem. And so, even, again, helping people to understand the difference between cash and cash flow is a really important part of how the conversation starts, how we're in a position to be able to change things. And that, you know, I'm never one to, you know, nobody was born with a calculator in their hand. Nobody got this stuff coming out of the womb. But deciding that this is learnable and knowable, and deciding that you are going to be the person to help yourself to learn and know this is the first step to making all and any of the changes that you want. You don't have to be brilliant at maths. You don't have to be, you know, a finance expert or guru or anything. You know what you need? You need to be willing to see yourself as a business owner and understand your assignment as a business owner. And your number one assignment as a business owner is to keep your business in business. And the number one thing that keeps a business in business is your cash flow.
Drop that mic. Yinka, thank you so much for being a part of my live and the Festoon 500 reveal. I can't wait to see you soon. I hope I do. But yeah, thank you for being a part of this. It's been such a huge thing for me, and to have my friends just come along and just say, yes, I want to have this conversation. I know loads of people took loads away from that. A rich family will come from me is definitely one of the ones that I'm going to hold on to. Thank you, my darling. I will see you soon.
Welcome. Thanks, Danny. Congrats.
Lots of love. Thank you, darling. Right, next up, Sophia, I can see you in the back there. We're running just a little bit over, so I've got one more speaker just before you. Is that okay? Give me a wave. Are we all right? Yeah, we're all good. Amazing. So, Paul Green, you've been waiting very patiently in the back there, my petal.
Hi.
Hello, Sausage. How are
How you doing?
I am doing.
You look
okay. We are
amazing.
on. Oh, thanks.
Considering you're
This is
like
my-
into what hour now?
Well, we started at 7:00 this morning, so we're in 12 and a half hours now. We've bust the 12-hour mark
Wow.
consistently with only one wee, 2 chocolate digestives, half a bag of Walker's crisps, and Wallace just brought me in some pasta bolognese. So actually, I'm suitably sustained now, but I feel like I almost need to sleep.
Yes, I bet you do.
I'm all full of
I bet you do.
pasta and like cortisol hangovers. But anyway, Paul, thank you so much for joining me
My
on
pleasure.
my Big Festoon 500 live reveal. For anybody that is watching along and is wondering what the fuck I'm doing, before Paul gets into things this evening, I just want to share. Is it all right if I share what it is that we're doing, just in case anybody's a bit curious? Like, Danny, why have you been live so long, you idiot? And what I wanted to do today is share with all of you the power of community. This live stream was pulled together about a week and a half ago, when I put the flag up to my friends in business and said, I want to create something really special, something that I've not done for a while, something that might feel a little bit left field and a bit like lockdowny, but is going to help me connect as many people as possible with the different aspects of business and things that we need to think about in business as we move out into 2026. And at the same time, I want to invite as many businesses as possible to come and partner with me on the Big Festoon as part of the Festoon 500 to not only, of course, come along to the event and be a part of our ongoing conversation of business growth together and how we do that better together. But also with that pass, we sponsoring 2 founders from underrepresented communities that we are partnering with. And I want as many people to know that and get involved with that as possible. This whole thing, the Big Festoon was born out of frustration at the business space, that there was so little equality, there was so little equity, there was so little fucking anything other than suits and backslapping and dick swinging and guffawing and all of that kind of bullshittery. And it was very much an old boys club. And to have been able to create what we've created with the Big Festoon, I just want more people to get involved, like you, Paul Green, who's been one of our most recent speakers at the Big Festoon.
Yeah.
And specialising this evening, not just this evening, but in general, in the world of WhatsApp.
Yes. It's interesting that you just talked about community, because I think WhatsApp is going to be the center of community going forwards. I think it is. I think it's so for me, WhatsApp is the trusted platform, right? It's where we speak to our friends. It's where we speak to our families. And I think going forward, especially in the world of AI right now, where we are questioning things, we're wondering what's real and what's not real. I think the more authentic we can be on a platform that people already know, like, and trust, I think that's where the wins are going to be in the next year, certainly. And then who knows what happens in 2027.
Absolutely. And with the birth of so many different, we was talking to Chris Kenner earlier on today about, the centralization of AI here in the UK and him being at the figurehead of that, what that looks like, the birth of Autumn, for example. For those that have been signed up to Autumn, by the way, at the Big Festoon, 24th of February is when Autumn goes live. There'll be WhatsApp integrations into that. How the world and our businesses are going to look intrinsically from a connection perspective is something that all the way through today has been a recurring theme.
Yeah.
Connecting with people, actual connection, not AI connection, not the flatlining of language, not the, can you just give me this flow for this, that, and that? Actually connecting with people. Paul, can you share with us, because some people will have seen you speak. You have become a very prolific speaker certainly out in the business space by design, and I'm so proud of you for like fucking hell, you don't do things by halves.
No.
Just for context, by the way, when Paul spoke at the Big Festoon, he had a 12 gig run up. That sounds like me circa 2009, where I'm just like singing my shoulda, coulda, wouldas for everyone. But you're out there spreading this message because it's really important. But tell us more. Tell us more about, how are we getting amongst that? What does this look like?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple of things. I think trust is everything. I think ultimately it fundamentally comes down to trust. And if your ideal client doesn't trust you or trust how you communicate with them, then they're never going to trust that what you're talking about is authentic or is actually going
Right.
to work for them. So
Yeah.
for me, it's all about how can we create as many elements of trust as possible. It was interesting. I was listening to Dell when I was in the waiting room to come onto this, like Dell absolutely hit the nail on the head with the technology changes, but the tactics stay the same. It's human connection, it's trust. Right now, WhatsApp is the platform. It is the most trusted platform in the world. Like 78% of UK adults are using it every single day. It's got the fastest response rate of any platform out there. Like typically WhatsApp gets a response within 8 minutes, whereas email gets a response within 23 hours. So if that's where your people are hanging out and it's the place that they trust, then it's the place we should be meeting them. We can do so much more with it. Do you know what I mean? And when you include things like voice and you include video and you include images, like that's going to bypass so much of the AI distrust in these early stages.
And also, if we think about the email conundrum that many of us find ourselves in, when if we can't afford expensive bills of CRMs, and we work with high level like in IoT but there's this age old, like, it's going to junk, it's not reaching people. I've got this list, and I'm losing a massive wedge of people. Not so when it comes to WhatsApp, right? Not because people, when it comes to WhatsApp marketing specifically or WhatsApp community building, there is inherent choice because WhatsApp's built accordingly, isn't it? It's it's built through choice.
Yeah, and it's built for conversations. So typically we see around the 90% open rate on our WhatsApps. You compare that to email. I think one of the things that I love about WhatsApp and what it's really allowed me to do in my own business is to actually do less. Like, I remember the days of list building when it was like, throw loads of money at ads, get as many people on your email list as possible, and just build that list because it's purely a numbers game. If I get like thousands of people on my email list, somebody will buy from me. I remember when I first set up my business, somebody said to me, send 1,000 DMs. Go on LinkedIn, send 1,000 DMs offering a call, and someone will buy from you. I didn't even get a single reply.
Not
and I remember
one.
I actually made myself ill as well, like sitting all day. For 12 hours, I was just copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. Who
Just
knew
getting
that automation
RSD.
existed those times? Yeah.
Right.
And nobody listened. And this is the thing, and this is why for me, I know you know this already, but when I was trying to get myself into the NHS when I set my business up, and this is what I was doing. So I was like, how can I send as many DMs into NHS decision makers, get as much attention as possible. If one person sees my message, they might buy from me. And it didn't happen. But but that's when I came back to this idea of like connection is the thing. Like, if you can reach somebody in a meaningful way, not just in a like, hey, I think I can help you, let's have a call and explore.
Yeah.
That really meaningful way. So I sent 100 Lego sets into the NHS. I did a freedom of information request. That's the one piece of information people always ask. How did you know who to send it to? I did a freedom of information request. I got 100 decision makers. I sent these Lego sets in with a QR code that said, WhatsApp me a picture of whatever you've built. And it sparked that conversation. Like, it just got people talking, got them interacting. It got them doing something different. I think that's what we're missing right now.
Yes, and we were talking about this with Lindsay earlier on today. We were talking about making marketing. How do we make it 3D?
Yeah.
Instead of just, I'm putting a Facebook post out, or I'm sending an email. What are the steps that we can create that not assault the senses, but entice the senses in some way, shape, or form? And with WhatsApp, because of the open rate and what have you, we get to engage sound, we get to engage the visual, we get to engage, when I'm speaking, when I'm training, and I talk about elevations, I think you've got a little bit more at your disposal with WhatsApp than you do the other means, just within the realms of the platform. It allows us to make it that little bit more 3D, that little bit more it's in your pocket, that little bit more intimate than it's an email that we can ignore. Because I'm not being funny, I have about 1,078,000 notifications. Question though.
Go for it.
Well, someone says, Oh, fucking hell, not another WhatsApp group. What we saying?
Correct. So for me, it's all about being purposeful.
Right.
So
Is this about making content or connecting in a way that is authentic and that is human?
maybe,
Who'd have fucking
maybe.
thought?
Who knew? We've gone full
Crackers.
circle, haven't we, with how it all works?
Wild.
Do you know, it's funny, like WhatsApp groups, I don't like WhatsApp groups. It's just noise. Like for me, so if you think about Meta as a business and the way they have set up every single thing that they have, they want Facebook to still be the place for groups. Like,
right.
We all go through that cycle, don't we, of going, I hate my Facebook group. I hate this group. This isn't working. I hate that. I hate that. I'm going to go try this other thing. I'm going to go try this other thing. I'm going to go try this other thing. And what happens? We come straight back to Facebook because Facebook is made for community, is made for groups.
Yeah.
WhatsApp was made for one-to-one chat. It was made for two people to have an encrypted conversation, basically, to have a safe conversation where there was no threat of the outside world prying in. And that's fundamentally what's at its core. Whether they continue, they've developed it further since, so they've, put groups in there. The WhatsApp communities, I think WhatsApp communities are really powerful, and I think we're just scratching the surface. Ads are coming. WhatsApp AI is coming. There's loads of different features coming. But fundamentally, at its core, it is a platform that is made for two humans to interact with each other. And if we use it in that way, that's where the power is.
Okay, so for somebody who might not have things like automations, not really understand what it is that they need, what's a great starting point then when you're, because, WhatsApp on my phone, what does that mean? What are you telling me now, Paul? That I just WhatsApp somebody or instead of texting them or ringing them? Like, what was our first steps?
Do you fancy trying something?
I would love to try something, Paul.
Should we do it? Grab your phone.
Let's do it. I grab my phone. For those of you that are
selfie?
watching along. Yeah.
Let's do it. So this is the thing. WhatsApp for me, surprise and delight. Like, how can you reach somebody in a way that they're not? I'm going to get in yours.
Oh, there's a video. Hang on.
If you're watching along as well, live, like do this with us. Take a selfie.
Take a selfie.
Take a selfie.
Yes, if you're watching along, take a selfie. You ready?
Take a selfie.
I'm taking a
Send
selfie,
it to someone.
Also, I'm gonna do a oh yeah, you've got to take a selfie of you. Who am I going to send this to? Who will we send it to?
So send it to somebody who. Here's the thing. Send it to somebody who, like, think about the purpose. This is what it's always about. The purpose of the conversation. So is there somebody right now that might just need cheering up? Is there somebody that might just need to hear from you? I did this on stage relatively recently, and I got the whole audience to send something to a client that just said, I just want to let you know I really appreciate you as a client.
Yeah.
That as a first step. If you go back to my original thing of when I really wanted to get into the NHS, I just wanted one person to reply to me.
Yeah.
90% of people will reply to that selfie.
I'm
interested to see how fast you're going to get a response to this.
I'm interested to see how fast it is I get to choose somebody because my
Send it to
WhatsApp is like a
loads.
bin fire.
Just go through it. Send to all.
Hang on, I'm going to send it to. I can't send to all.
But honestly, for me, when you said like, what is the starting point? Like, this is the starting point. It's so simple. Like, who needs to hear from you today?
Yes.
Send them a message.
Who needs to hear from you today? I want to send it to everyone now, and I don't know how. Can I do that?
But in a business sense as well, I think this is true. It's true for business and your personal life. Like, who in your personal life might need to hear from you today? And it's not hard work.
I sent it to Inga, and Inga's got straight back saying, I can't believe he's still going. Well done.
There you go. How fast was that? Have you ever had an email that fast?
No, that's really interesting, actually. No, and that's fascinating, isn't it? Like that's the case. Paul, we are running out of time, and even in the understanding that sending a selfie to someone and getting a response back, it immediately is testament to the power that you have in your pocket through WhatsApp. And if people want to know more about WhatsApp, Paul, who do they call?
Me. Clientfunnels.co.uk is the easiest way to get me. But all my WhatsApp.
On your
Drop me a
WhatsApp.
DM on WhatsApp me.
I love it. Paul, thank you so much for being a part of my
My
Festoon
pleasure.
500 Review
You're doing an
Live.
amazing job. Keep going.
Thank you so much. Right, we move swiftly on. I love you, goodbye. That is one friend out. Just before we bring Sophia in, Jackson Feely off the telly.
Whoa!
Hi!
I can't hear you.
Oh, hang on, watch. Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me now? Hello? Oh, Jackson Feely, you'll be able to hear me now. You're off the screen. I'm going to bring Sophia in because Sophia, I think we've pulled back almost the time that we need to be back on time. And I don't want to waste your time, Sophia. You are here. Are you ready? Hey, baby.
Hello. First of
Hello,
all, I
Jen.
take my hat off to you. What a day. What a day.
It has been a day, Yara. It has been a day. Sophia, I feel like I'm tumbling to everybody's arms at the end of the day. We've got some incredible people still to come. So we've got our conversation now. We've got Jackson Feely off of the tellies hanging around. We've got Ari Emmanuel. I can see you back there, my beautiful one. I see you. We've got Emma Kenny joining us. We've got Pamela Cooley joining us. Lucy Cohen joining us. We've got Gems, my sister, is going to be seeing us out at the end of the day. But we are now into the final stretch. Right glad I am that I get to enjoy the final stretch with you.
Oh, I feel like my beret situation is matching your hair. So I feel like we're quite in tune.
I am here for it. And I've not yet had chance because things have run over a little bit. I had a whole outfit queued up for when you were here. I'm actually wearing, I'm modeling for my friend's clothing line right now, the SheEO Collective, inactive wear. Like, I'm just in my loungewear at the minute, which is not what I wanted for when you got on here.
You was in something different earlier. I feel like you've had a
I've
few
been in
outfit
something.
changes.
Yeah, we've had a few outfit changes.
I was going to say, I've seen you today and you wasn't wearing that.
There's been a few. I'm on a content creating mission. Pretend that we've done all these interviews on different days and not just one long marathon. Look up here for thinking and down there for dancing when it comes to doing dance.
I'm here for it.
Sophia Lorimer, tell us all about you, my darling.
So I am Sophia Lorimer. I'm a sustainable stylist. I empower women to dress for success sustainably, using what's already in circulation, getting you to wear your values and to use your clothes as a tool for empowerment, getting you through those doors that you might not have gone through, and getting you to really lean into your clothes as not a vanity, but more of a purposeful, intentional kind of gorgeousness.
Yeah, absolutely. And this sort of externalization, we've talked today a lot about when you're a leader and you're moving into leadership. And again, we're not talking about vanity here. We're talking about external representation of who we know ourselves to be. And, if we're thinking about those of us that are earlier on in our business journey and those of us that are further along in our business journey, you will see a very distinct shift as we move up the levels in how we need to feel in order to walk into rooms strong. We've got Ari is just in the background there, who's worked in some of the most powerful rooms. I'm going to bring Ari. Can I bring you in a second, just really quick for this conversation with Sophia? Is that all right with you, Angel? Can I bring you in? Am I allowed? Is that all right? Yeah, is that okay? I can't hear you yet until I do this. Hey.
Yeah. Oh
Hi.
my God, my face is so big. Okay.
Oh, your face is so beautiful.
It's
Stop it,
I didn't realize it was so close.
We just got the most beautiful face. It wasn't a jump scare.
That's a lot of face.
It's a gorgeous face.
One of
I'm
my
not
favorites.
complaining about it. I just thought it was further away.
So, Sophia, one of the reasons why I've brought Ari into this conversation real quick is because Ari, you work in some really powerful rooms, like a background in the music industry, particularly if we're thinking about how people represent themselves externally, as a way of positioning, as a way of how they feel, and it directly affects how they move. How have you experienced that? Like, you work with, in Universal and Sony and all the the big places where people really do they choose very wisely on purpose.
It's brand as well. It's personal brand, so it's huge.
Yeah, I think it is. I think a lot of what gets in the way of founder success isn't so much about strategy or capability. It can often be what's happening internally and often automatically. And so I think what you were talking about branding and about just how you present yourself, a lot of how you feel about yourself, especially if you come from a marginalized group where you can often feel like there's something wrong with you, that you're broken, but it's not that. It's just that we're patterned. And those patterns, if you want, are what's kept us safe. And I find that within my leadership journey, it's those behaviors and mindsets that I formed that really showed up in the room before I even opened up my mouth. So that was kind of, well, I'm going to talk about later or now or whenever you're ready.
No, I just wanted you to kind of bring, because what we're talking about here, Ari, and I'll pop you back in the backstage area for now. But what we're really talking about, Sophia, is that, isn't it? The external representation of who we want to be perceived as. And I know some of you out there will be like, I don't care about what it is that way. They're just going to take me for me. No, babe. By the time you're moving into the space that is, we're talking about, investment. We're talking about having people move toward us on purpose with growth and scale in mind. We've got to turn up like we mean
your
business.
clothes speak before you do. Whether we live in a world where that people take you at face value, first of all, before you open your mouth and tell everybody what you're about or what you can do, they're already going to make up an assumption of you. And if your clothes can make you stand that bit taller, walk into those rooms a little bit different, instantly you are going to attract the people that you want to attract. And
it's the energy of the thing, right?
Oh, huge. If anyone watching this or everyone watching this can think of a time when they've walked into a room and felt like they owned the room, as opposed to when you've worn something and you haven't quite felt yourself, you're tugging away at things, you're feeling like I've made the bad choice of what I'm wearing. And what conversations did you have on that day, as opposed to when you was wearing your best and you felt your best?
Right.
They're two different energies that you bring out. And I think that so many leaders and founders are missing this link massively, because it can really open huge doors for you, and you can approach people that you might not have done just by having this element, coined, as it were, and fine-tuned, no pun intended, because I think that it really lacks massively in this industry. We don't talk enough about it. And a lot of it gets a lot of stick because it's vanity, it's another expense I don't need to.
It shouldn't be like that.
It shouldn't be like that, but it is. Now, what do we do about it? Do you just, do what you've always done and not get to where you want to be? So I think that we need to start using it, just like all the other things, like I've forgotten his name, who was just on a minute ago. The whole WhatsApp thing. It's inevitable. It's one of those things, technology, it's coming along. And now if we can use what we've already got in our wardrobes, and also the whole thing of wearing your values, if you can be in alignment with your branding and who you are from the inside, you're going to attract the people that you want to, sit at your table.
Yeah. And again, we, as human beings, we are animals of perception and connection. And when we are moving in business circles, we're perceiving all the time, am I safe here? Can I do business with this person? Are they my people? And allowing yourself to be an external representation of who you want to be perceived as. And when you feel good, like there's a difference when you're feeling like this and when you're feeling like this. It's a very, very different, a very different connection that you make with people. So the question is this, Sophia, because we've got something really special to share, you and I, tonight, about the big festoon, about the arena, about something that we're going to put on the table up for grabs. Well, you're going to put on the table up for grabs, where the person that gets involved with this is going to be able to be on the stage with us, you and I, at the Big Festoon for a thing. And we're going to talk about that in just a sec. One of the things that I absolutely adore is that, you know, you share that you're a sustainable stylist. You talk about shopping your wardrobe, that the necessity isn't, when you're exploring this, isn't to, right now, I've got a stylist, I've got to go buy all new things, I've got to splurge all the cash, all of that sort of stuff. That's not the case. Talk to us about that. What does shopping your wardrobe even mean?
Well, the thing is that a lot of stylists do this. You know, they come in, redo your wardrobe and get you to buy all new stuff, more on-trend stuff or things like that.
Because they wait for the Debenhams and they want you to buy the things at the Debenhams.
Absolutely. And I don't think there's no Debenhams anymore, though.
John Lewis at the Selfridges. I don't know Selfridges.
But the thing is, it's all about, my whole ethos is all about getting you to be in tune with who you actually are.
Right.
I want to give you the power to feel confident enough to put outfits together, put things together that you love, things together that go on your body and you feel confident and powerful, rather than we just go and buy the outfit, we put it on you and you're good to go. What about if I gave you the tools and the skills to get creative, to put outfits together? What about if I helped you get a wardrobe that really emphasizes who you are and who you want to be in a way that not only saves the planet, but also saves you money? The way that I work is getting you to pepper in bits in your wardrobe that you might need through sustainable ways. So secondhand, sustainable brands, getting you to really, really wear your values in a gorgeous, holistic way. And also giving you the tools to make sure that that creativity doesn't just fade away after, you know, when you've had something like that, you bought something new and then you wear it on repeat 50 billion times until you get bored of it. I come up with new ways of you wearing your clothes over and over and over again for all kinds of situations, occasions. And that's what makes me really different from other stylists.
And such a skill that is as well. Like, you buy a thing and you either kind of dress it how you saw from the place where you got it. You might have got, you know, made an impulse buy, seen something on a mannequin, you've walked past a Primark, you've done a thing, like whatever it is. You've seen it dressed a certain way. And it's such a skill that not many of us have, where we're going to take this piece here and actually we're going to do something else with it now. We're not going to, this isn't an outfit anymore. When people talk about key pieces and capsule wardrobes and things like that, actually a capsule wardrobe can take many, many, many iterations when it's pieced together correctly. So again, having a look through, you know, the things that you got, another work that you do is when you work with somebody is, let's get to your wardrobe. What have we got in there? What are the things?
And you saying that from a leader's point of view, all of that kind of things, you do want a wardrobe that works with you, from speaking to events to meetings. You want to be able to have a wardrobe that can move with you in all of those places, and not have a separate wardrobe for, this is what I wear here, this is what I wear here. You're still the same person, and no matter where you are, you're going to be networking. So what about if you bring your A game to all of those places, just as you would do anywhere else? So yeah, I think that it is so, so important.
Okay. So we've established the importance of this, and I am with you. And one of the things that really, like, moving into this new era of the Big Festoon and me as a leader, I look at the expectation is, what's she going to wear next? And the challenge for me is, how am I going to wear this same thing different? How am I going to mix this up? How am I going to make these key looks without it getting old? And it's a different challenge in a different way than just me scrolling after a bottle of wine going, that's sparkling, I'll have that one. It's a very different, like, let's think about things differently. How do we take the costumes that have been before and then either allow them to go to another home to go and be enjoyed by somebody else, utilizing vintage and things like, you know, secondhand and eBay and all of that kind of business, and being really creative with it. And you bringing this kind of knowledge to the table allows people to do it in a way that is sustainable. Shall we tell them what we're planning?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to tell them?
No, you tell them. You tell them.
No,
And then I'm
you
gonna,
tell them. Okay.
and then I'll add
We
my.
can embellish.
Yes, I'll pepper in.
We can embellish. All right. So, Sophia is going to be speaking at the Big Festoon, and what we are offering, those of you that are watching along live right now, is an opportunity to work directly with Sophia, and you can nominate yourself. You can nominate somebody that you love. You can nominate somebody who you think would really enjoy, or it's not about needing a makeover, but who you know that if they were to do this work with Sophia, it would turn things up for them. It would amplify the way that they carry themselves in a room. It would amplify the kind of business that they do, the way in which they network. If you know that would be a click in the lock for somebody and you feel comfortable enough to nominate, what we want you to do is we want you to go to Instagram and go at Fine-Tuned Wardrobe and share with Sophia who you are nominating, or if you're nominating yourself, you're absolutely, you're able to do, it's absolutely fine. And we are going to draw whoever does the nominating, whoever does the, and I'm putting myself forward, Sophia is going to draw somebody out of the hat to have a consultation with Sophia prior to the Big Festoon, to go through that Let's Shop Your Wardrobe situation, and to join me and Sophia on stage as we talk through what we've just spoke about, but in front of the Big Festoon squad, so that people can see what this does for our inside and our outs. How are people feeling about this, by the way? I can't see any. Who's up for this? I want to know. I think we've just shared it. So what I want you to do is I want you to go to at Fine-Tuned Wardrobe on Instagram. Message Sophia and share with her that you want to come and get amongst this. And we will, Sophie's going to choose a winner. We're going to get in touch with that winner. They're going to have a styling session. They're going to go on the arc. They're going to go on the journey with Sophia, and we're going to share that journey on stage. So you need to be comfortable with that, I guess, is probably the thing to say.
Absolutely. And I think that one thing to remember, a lot of people are put off by the fact that, oh my God, she's going to look in my wardrobe. Oh, I don't have nice clothes. I have never, ever done a wardrobe in the 6 years I've been running my business where my clients have not gone away with outfits that they didn't even know were possible, that made them feel amazing. So do not shy away from this thinking that, oh, maybe she only works with really massive wardrobes, or I don't have enough, or anything like that. This is for anybody that is willing to step into their power. It's really, really important. You need to be able to step into your power, and what an opportunity, and what a stage to do it on.
Right. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for us to go on our ongoing journey. I know you're going to be working directly with our clients, with the Swarm, the people that are part of our mastermind. You're coming in to do a Shop Your Wardrobe as a speaker session as part of our Swarm summits. And I am so excited about our continued work that we're going to be doing together, Sophia. Thank you. This is another example of the power of community. We stumbled across each other at the Ideas Fest before last. It tripped up over us again. And then, you won a competition that we were running. Now we're here doing this live together, and taking somebody on a journey with us. The power of this community is
it's absolute magic. And I'm just so happy to be a part of it. So thank you so much.
So welcome. You are so welcome. Yes,
before you turn me off, what are you gonna announce it?
Yes, we're going to announce it. What I think it's good to do, I'm on for another 2 hours. And I think it might be an idea if I share this again, maybe in half an hour or so. I'm not sure how many people we've got on live, or who's in the throes of like tea time and all of that sort of stuff. So I'm going to share this clip again in maybe like half an hour or so. And if you've had loads and loads of people and you want to get back to me this evening, just check in and tell me, like, how are things landing in the inbox? If you've been absolutely stormed, amazing. If you've heard from a couple of people and you want us to, like, share with more, that's entirely up to you. So you let me know. I've got my phone on me that you're like, Danny, we have a winner. Feel free to just jump back on in the live. I'll keep my eyes in the live if you want to be sharing before we close out at 10 o'clock. But one way or another, get yourselves into Sophia's inbox at Fine Tuned Wardrobe if you want to be part of that arc with us, carrying yourself in the world like a CEO.
Absolutely. It's just going to be incredible. And what a way to start 2026 with this opportunity. I just think it's a no-brainer.
It is. Sophia, thank you for being a part of our world. Huge
Before
love to you.
Before you go, I need to take a snap because I want to put it up.
Yes.
Gorge.
I like how we both did the same thing as well. Like, straight up with it. I don't even know what this means anymore. But yes.
I know. It's embedded in me.
Right, my darling. Thank you so much. Huge amount of love. I'll speak to you later on anyway. Sophia Lorimer, everyone. In my backstage, I have 4 amazing people. I'm running a little bit over. So Emma Kenny, I see you, darling. If you can give me just a minute, I'm going to check in with our gorgeous Brody first. There you are, because I know you're going to be in an airport somewhere. You are. Where are you right now?
I am in the airport. Can you hear that music? Can you hear it?
I can just about hear it. I can hear the heroes.
It's not working this morning. Yes, but hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, it's good evening for you.
We're on alternate time zones.
So proud. Yeah, we are. I'm in Melbourne at the moment. Actually, I missed my flight yesterday to Noosa, but it just works out really, really well because I get to be here with you whilst I'm traveling. And I just want to say one thing off the bat. I was with you at the start last night. You are still going, and I am just so proud of everything that you have done. Everyone that's watching, please give her a massive round of applause. As somebody who speaks on stages all day, every day when I do events, it is no small feat what she is doing, and this is because she is ruthlessly committed to having a genuine impact on people's lives. So hats off to you, my dear.
You make me cry. I weren't ready. Hang on. I was not ready for that. Brody, I know you're in the middle of your travels. I want to check in with you. How are you doing?
Yes.
We're going to be seeing each other at the big festoon, and obviously the world will be seeing more of us together in the run up.
Yeah. I'm so excited.
We've been sharing all day the Festoon 500 pass, which is, if you're just watching and tuning in this evening, you're not sure why it is that I'm going live. Why am I doing this idiot thing? Why I've been sat here since 7 o'clock this morning interviewing, honestly, the most mind-blowing of lineups. And I'm still not letting up. I've still got some of my most incredible friends I've yet to share. The pass itself, for those of you that are watching along, is, yes, it's a ticket to the big festoon, but I am inviting 500 businesses from across the UK and abroad, if you're watching abroad, to share with us making an impact on underrepresented founders. So here's what happens. People will look at the big festoon and go, oh my goodness, what an incredible event. I would love to get involved in some way, shape or form. And we'll look at something like sponsorship. And that sponsorship is, rightly, £30,000, £50,000. It's a fair whack. And some people have just come across me for the first time and say, hey, Danny, I'm going to cross your palm with that kind of cash. Feels like a tall
proposal.
order.
Let's get married.
Yeah, I'm like, let's go out for a date first. And by that, what we get to do is, with that pass for £1,000, you get to come to the big festoon, come and experience it on a table seat, come and get amongst it, come and meet the community, enjoy the big festoon and all of the incredibleness that it brings. It is life and business and life. We do good business with good people in that room from all different sorts of backgrounds. First thing, you also get access to the party. Yeah, do that anyway. If you're not going to get one of these passes, get a sodding ticket. Also, you get access to an online resource room that all of our contributors from today are putting something in within their expertise, whether it's within growth, money, capital, tech, ops, leadership, sustainability, wellness, and. You're going to get a full resource room full of all of our incredible speakers and more dropping in as the months go on. Also, what we're doing after the big festoon is we are taking all of these conversations out into the world. This is not a one and done day. This is the start of a longer conversation about creating impact with our businesses and how we do it and how we do it together. So the Beyond the Arena quarterly meetups and networking events that I'm running only for the Festoon 500, where you've all decided that you want to have an impact on other business founders that might be underrepresented. So then how are we going to do business together? So I'm going to be hosting panel discussions, community meetups to help people who want to diversify their audiences to do that thing. You have no excuse anymore to be lazy about this shit. Stop. This is not okay anymore to go, I don't know anybody from the Black community. I don't know anybody from the queer community. You can't do business with them. I can't meet them. I don't know whether. Yes, you do. They're at the Festoon 500. They're at the community gatherings. They're at the big Festoon. I've created a space for us all to come and get amongst it. And have
Come
spent,
play
you
with
can
us.
see.
Come play with us.
Yes, come play with us because we don't play, right? We play and we do it through joy, but we are doing serious business out here. And I said at Christmas, we are not to be underestimated. And today has been about that, really showing you all like we are not to be underestimated. The power of this community is wild. And
just one thing on that very, very quickly. For those of you who are watching this, you are also not to be underestimated as well. There's this amazing quote from Marianne Williamson, one of my heroes, and also somebody that I had the privilege of working with. I helped her to announce her that she was running for president. I helped her with that event. She says that our greatest fear is not that we are inadequate, but that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that scares us the most. We say, who am I to be bold, to be powerful, to be beautiful? And she says, who are you not to be? We're all children of God, and you all need to take up space. So come join us. Let's like soak up the magic, and let's make you like unquitable.
absolutely, you can't swear that loud, can you? Where you are, you're out in the public.
I'm in the Qantas lounge here in Melbourne.
Right. So we're going to be.
What's this crazy guy doing with his arms up and music?
Just raving and misbehaving.
That's right.
So that's the pass, but the pass itself is also a vehicle to help two underrepresented founders from the business community have access to the big Festoon as well. Business events often have barriers to entry. Those barriers are often economic. They are often they're often from I can't see me in that room because there is nobody like me in that room perspective, whether you're disabled, whether you're South Asian, whether you're queer, whether you're trans, whether any kind of marginalized or oppressed community will have barriers to get into business events. The reason why I created this is because I had barriers to business events. I was bored as fuck was my barrier. I like that you couldn't keep my attention. I didn't realize at the time that was something that I inevitably struggled with.
It's a sausage fest, right? It's a white male sausage fest at most of the events in our industry. And what you've created is really, really special. I shared at the Big Festoon that event for me, like I've done thousands of events. That event for me was the one that I can be on stage in front of 15,000 people. But that event was the one that I was most nervous about going to personally as someone speaking, because I just wanted to do right by you and the people in the room. It is a very, very special room. And for those of you who maybe don't feel comfortable going into other rooms, this is your spot. This is your home. And I can't wait to meet all of you there.
Same. And Brody, thank you so much for coming to join me on your travels. I know it's really hard, like when you're on the go and you're like, Dan, I just want to come and meet you near the finish line. So I'm going to let you go, enjoy the lounge and go and get some rest. I love you so much, and I will see you in a few weeks.
Very, very, very soon. Everybody, please get on those tickets. I have a surprise for you at the event itself. Oh, and by the way, we mentioned this last night when I was on, or earlier this morning. There is a massive prize that I'm contributing to this for those of you who are in the mix. I charge $25,000 for a full VIP day with me to help you out with your events. I help people fill events, design events, and sell from stage. So if you're interested in that, make sure you get on this and you buy as many of the founding memberships as you possibly can, because I'll bring you to New York City. You'll come in and we'll have an incredible day together. So thank you for having me. Have a wonderful finish line coming up soon, and I'll talk to you on the phone tomorrow.
You absolutely will. I love you, mate. Thank you so much for checking in. I'll see you soon. Right. Emma Kenny, I see you. Hello, my
Hi, how are you
darling.
doing?
Oh my God, I'm so good, and I'm so excited to see you. Like my cheeks just like got
It's
dead
been a
soft and
while,
smiling
hasn't
real
it?
quick. It is 5 years
Is
since.
it 5 years?
Mate,
God.
it's 5 years. It's not. I think it's more like 4 since you and I went
Since
for
the COVID
lunch.
crazy
Yeah.
madness shit. Yeah.
It was. It really was. And you and I met as a result of a live marathon just like
We
this.
did.
That I was running. And I saw the instances of domestic abuse had gone up 100%
Yeah.
per week for 7 weeks, and I sat there and I was like, "Fuck, I don't know what to do about this." And I just put a shout out, made loads of videos, sent them out to people who didn't know who I was, including you, and people had heard about. People had introduced you to me via people who we knew, and
yeah.
It was a wild old time, and
Yeah, it was.
when we had such access to each other in a way that I have never experienced before or have experienced since, other than I realized the power of being really fucking cheeky now. More than ever, the power of being cheeky has been wild.
You don't ask, you don't get.
Right? And when we spoke last, me and you and Dr. Ranj were having a conversation about fear, about psychology, which of course is your area of expertise. And we were even saying just yesterday where you started when me and you first met and where I started when you and I just met, and where you and I are right now are very wildly different places.
Yeah, I mean, years make a difference. I don't think that people recognize it very often. I think that you forget you live so many different lifetimes in a lifetime. There are so many different transitions, which is one of the biggest limiters, because I think that people think I won't be able to do because it's my age. That's the big one, particularly like me. I'm middle-aged now, Obviously, I've had a massive breakdown and had 2 new children in middle age. So I literally will be...
You went all in with it.
I should have bought a car. No, I love my children dearly. But, everyone does these things differently. But I think that one of the things that I learned probably through lots of different situations, but I've always seen like decades as just monumentally life-shifting events. So like every decade is a whole different lifetime. And I think that people get really stuck in a rut with a mindset where they think to themselves, you know what, it's too late. And I'm like, wow, it just really isn't too late. This is the irony. J.K. Rowling's evidence it's not too late. She was 40 before anything started to happen. For myself, even in my own career, I used to get asked to come for dinner, and now I make my own table. I make my own spread. I was always waiting for the invite, wait for the invite, be a nice person, smile in the right places, do as best as I can. And then you realize actually it really doesn't get you very far. And very often it leaves you frustrated. And also, I think it makes you question your authenticity a lot. So all of those things combined, I think that in the last few years, you and I, we stopped waiting to be invited and we created the spread. And that's amazing. And yeah, I've had 2 more children, but that's again because I'm not going to be defined by somebody else's perspective of what good life, bad life, average life is. It's my life. It's my life.
Yeah. And do you know what? When you and I met, you were really just starting to own that for you. And I think one of the most beautiful parts of me being sort of an outsider looking in, a very, very loving cheerleader on the outside, like doing the things and building everything that you've built, us both building like at pace our lives in both of our trajectories and just kind of crossing over, looking at each other going, are you doing good?
Yeah.
But you starting to own how you moved within the world properly without the behest and pressure and bound by the red tape and fuckery, I guess, for want of a better phrase, if we're okay to talk about of the media.
Oh God, yeah, quite open about everything.
You were at the time being very vocal, intrinsically so, over us being pushed into certain situations during lockdown and us having choice taken away from us and from a medical perspective, from a psychological perspective. And you spent the entire of lockdown dealing with the fallout of people making decisions on our behalf and people making decisions on your behalf as well, that we're trying to silence you, that we're trying to keep you small, that we're trying to kind of push you out because you weren't serving a larger narrative that intrinsically you didn't believe, not just didn't believe, you felt was inherently and morally wrong.
Yeah.
And when you're sat with the dream of a TV career, and you've got it in your hands and it's the thing that everybody wants. And I was saying to you at the time, I just want to be on the telly.
Yeah.
And one of the biggest lessons that you taught me, even in that short time, was not that, no, you don't, but do you? Do, like, at what cost and in what capacity and on whose terms?
Yeah.
And that helped me make a lot of decisions about the trajectory. And then I became a table maker because I didn't want to be in the position that you were in, where you had this thing.
Yeah, you're running a restaurant now.
Mhm.
You're literally running the restaurant. You're in charge of all the tables.
Yeah, I'm having your name down.
The thing is that for me, before COVID hit, I just lost my dad to suicide. So if there's ever a great awakener about what's important in life, which is to live fully, it's to lose somebody that you love to suicide, because they kind of murder themselves. And with that, you have to make a decision. The decision is, do I focus on what he did at the end, or what he lived as for the rest of his life in that experience of those years? And I chose to focus on the bit that mattered, which is the actual dash in between the day of birth and day of death. And so I went into COVID being quite blindsided, but also recalculating, reevaluating what life was about and what mattered. And then COVID hit, and within the first 3 weeks I knew that people would be poorer, and I knew that children would die, because you don't put predators in houses when they're stressed with children or women. And so ultimately I was out straight away. After 3 weeks I started speaking out. I think I was the earliest by a long way on TV with that. But that was a cost. The cost was you either nod your head in the right places or say things.
This is the right thing to do for everybody.
Don't say "fuck you, Matt Hancock" on Twitter. That's not going to get you anywhere.
Also, fuck you, Matt Hancock.
Told Boris Johnson I wasn't going to abide by his tears. Ironically, I clearly wasn't actually taking cake to my 82-year-old neighbour. I was being ironic. But, the thing about cancellation is it's a real gift. It really is. The biggest gift I've ever been given. There's two gifts, really, which is really hard for people to reconcile with. And I understand that. And I'm not trying to trigger anyone or try to tell you your story. But my dad's suicide was a huge gift. Not because I lost the man that made me and I loved him more than anything. But wow, learning that grief is just beautiful and not terrifying if you allow it to have its place. It's just breathtakingly, exquisitely painful, and equally incredibly beautiful and just gift orientating. That my dad has taught me so much. I'm so grateful to him, even though it was horrific in some ways. It's so gorgeous in other ways. And like I said, that's not to trigger anyone who feels differently. I'm just saying from my own perspective. And the second one was losing my career overnight, because you're always scared of losing. Life is about this journey of loss, and you have to undertake to do it joyfully. And I think that I'd always believed that I could do that. But ultimately, COVID taught me I didn't have a price. So that was really important for my integrity, because I always thought, what if I can be bought? Everyone thinks that, what if I can be bought and I can't be bought? And secondly, you can let things go that ended out tragic, like cancellation, and still have joy for what it provided in your life before. I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful to all those people who gave me opportunities. And the biggest lesson is this: people are discerning, like the public, the general public, people who come to your big festoon, people who work around different navigation of life, choosing different paths and stuff. Like, we do it usually because we've ultimately suffered at some point. And for me, that cancellation has taught me that it's okay to lose, because you're never really losing, you're always learning. And don't get me wrong, of course, my tax return, you can go online and have a look at it. I think I got 12 grand that year. We always broke. It's okay, because you figure it out. I used to say, I'll sell biscuits. I love people. I love biscuits. I'll do it better than the next person. So I think ultimately that cancellation for me, it was unbelievably powerful, and it doesn't have to be bitter. Yes, I've done really well since then because of one thing, and that's the general public. Because people really are discerning. They really do like you. And some people hate me. Loads of people hate me. But at the end of the day, they have a right to. I'm cool with that as well. I think I've learned more than I ever knew I would learn. And part of that is that I also don't have impulsivity anymore. I'm very measured. I wasn't Danny before. When you met me, I was always wanting to please. I always wanted to be
Yeah.
kind. And I am kind, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But I'm more discerning now. You know,
Being
I'm
kind
more,
and nice has been a theme today. Being
yeah.
nice and trying to placate and fit in and do the right thing by everybody.
Yeah.
At what cost? To the cost of often
Right.
yourself, your morals, your alignment, how you feel, how you
Yeah.
move in the world. And you can say, you could have said to me, and I said to you, now I'm absolutely not averse to a fuck off. You know, it's been a
Yeah,
while,
exactly.
and you know, you happen to be free. And you was like, Danny, why would I?
Yeah.
Why? There's no reason for me to say no. Not
No.
trying to please me, but
No,
because
it's
you're
lovely to
kind.
reconnect.
Yeah, yeah. But it wasn't, you know, if it wasn't, let's have an
100%
opportunity to reconnect, it wouldn't have been a fit.
No.
And no would still have been delivered with
Exactly.
kindness, and we remain kind in it. And again, kindness and niceness, we've been talking about leadership and predictions for 2026 all day today. And we keep coming back to our humanity. I
Yeah.
find that fascinating in a very, very, very linear industry where we want to know what's the next tech, what's the venture capital predictions, and you know, what do we
Yeah.
need to put in our pitch deck, and
Yeah.
and what everybody is seeking now more than ever, just like they were in COVID when we had that taken away from us, was connection.
Connection's
We want to
everything.
see you, we want to feel you, want to see the whites of your eyes, want to see your heart before I see
Yeah.
what you're selling. I don't know. I'm
Yeah.
not even bothered about what you're selling until I see your heart.
Yeah.
And if that's not for me, then your thing isn't for me, and I'll find someone with the right heart who's gonna, you know, who's got the right thing for me. You shared something really beautiful then, and again, this is not to trigger anyone. There's no conversation left off the table when you know, you're in this space with me, and I know there certainly isn't with you.
No.
We had Zareen Rui Ahmed that was on earlier today, whose daughter had been murdered, and Zareen at that point had chosen to pursue a promise that they'd made together. And when she came to the end of a particular project that she was creating in Halima's honor, she was petrified and threw herself into the next thing because she was
Yeah.
frightened of that space that you were talking
Stillness.
about, the grief
Yeah.
and the space.
Mm.
And actually the scared, and one of the plays on words that we were playing with today was that scared and sacred are two letters away from each other.
Yeah.
You move that around and realize that it's okay to be scared, but understand that that space, whatever the end is so sacred, that, you know, the end of your dad's life is sacred. The gift in and of itself is sacred. That's not thrown away or frittering. And yeah, of course, you know, your dad had to commit suicide in order for you to experience. It's not that, but it's appreciating the I've
100%.
felt you feel more human, and if you can connect with that.
But I think a lot of people, Danny, as well, just on an individual level, I think when you're talking about connection, I think that people feel really lonely at the moment. I feel that there's a loneliness epidemic. And I don't mean that in the ones that they write in the paper. I'm talking about more of an internalized one. So I think that we've been taught very often to run away from the self, as if we truly sit with the self and truly connect with the self, we might find that our fears are real. Whereas actually what I've always taught my clients to do is, there is a part of you that no one else can touch. Like, there's a part within you. It doesn't matter whether you've been abused. It doesn't matter whether you've been domestically violent, experienced, you've the worst of the worst. It doesn't matter whether you've, you know, lost your daughter to murder, which is just the most horrific thing ever. There is a part of you that even that can't touch. There's a part of you that some people refer to as like the shadow self. It's like creeping around and it's terrifying. That if you just find it and you're like, that's the one space that's pure. It's the one space that nobody else can ever infect. It's part of me that no one else gets to touch. If you make peace with that, you're no longer lonely. You're completely at peace with the self. Like, I love that part of myself that no one can ever get to. And that, I think we've been taught to be afraid of. Like, there's something bad about that. And I think when you start wanting to move forward with your life and your career and all the opportunities that are out there, it's that part of fear that stops you saying yes. It's that part of not trusting the self, because you've never really swam in the depths of that void that you believe
never
is
let
there.
yourself
And
go that
it's actually
far.
beautiful, right? That's when you start saying yes. And that Jim Carrey film, you know, Yes Man, I genuinely live by that. I say yes to pretty much everything, unless it's going to be problematic for my family. I just say yeah, because I think I'm going to be dead one day. You know, may as well just take a risk and do those things. And I think that people need to do that more. Like you
Book the
said,
arena, talk about
100%.
you know, talk about solving true crimes.
Yeah, I do a theatre tour. You know, I thought it'd just be me and like somebody who probably bought a cheap ticket walking off the street and just have a one-to-one with them. And every time I'm at a theatre or every time people watch my YouTube stuff, I'm still so aware that they changed my life more than I will ever change theirs, if that makes sense. And
Yeah,
people
it
don't
absolutely
understand their
does.
power. So when people are thinking about, oh, what's my power? Well, your power is you've changed my life. Your
Oh,
power is
man,
you've
you
changed
turned up
Danny's
for me
life.
when
Right.
yes.
And that's why you matter. And that's why you can do the same. And I just think this is the most tantalizing time. We've never been so democratically free online, for example. You know, anybody can make it. Anyone can create a business. You don't need loads of investor startup funding. You don't need it. You can get caught in that trap. That's often a limiter. And also, dreams are actually plans. You know, when people piss me off, sorry, no disrespect
No,
to
no,
anybody, I'm
like,
sure they
and you
will,
can
but
definitely say
people
that some
piss
balls
me
are pissed.
off. They piss me off with this idea of like manifestations are bullshit, right? And I hear that quite a lot. Manifestations bullshit. Well, what do you fucking call a plan? What's a plan? Like, isn't
Like,
that I'm
you
going
didn't do
for a
that before, and now we're
picnic,
going there.
that's my plan. Or I'm going to create that's my plan. Like, manifestation is just a fancy word for a goal. It's not just about sitting in a seat and going, I want to win the Euro Millions. And let me tell you, if it was, I would be sat in a castle because I would have won the Euro Millions. I manifest that a great deal.
There will
What
be
I'm saying is
signs.
the average manifestation is just a hope. It's just a plan. It's just a goal. Go with it. Like you say, authenticity, integrity, connection,
Yeah.
but also just absolutely looking at the pain. The biggest lesson I've ever learned is that suffering is just so full and so potent and so beautiful and so absolutely equipping that if you stop being afraid of the suffering, you will
Right.
grow so deeply, you know?
Yeah.
That's been my life without a doubt. Even my crime stuff, that's been my life, you know?
Right. And allowing, again, that sacred versus scared, or scared plus sacred, and understanding that when you lean in that dark bit, whatever that is, the bit that we're frightened to go and visit, the bit is actually the intrinsic part of us.
Right.
That's when you see yourself. That's when you know who you made it. Like, things got quite dark for me over Christmas, got really quite dark for me over Christmas, and really like a bit, oh fuck, are the wheels coming off kind of moment. Am I going to be okay kind of moment? But in that darkness, there is a resolve that occurs that I'm like, no, fuck it, death or glory. Like, what am I going to do? I've lost everything before, so it doesn't matter now.
No, that's exactly it.
So then what? So then we get to dream big. Then we get to dare greatly. Then we get to move where other people go, how do you move like that? I was like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I'm going to be dead soon. Like, come on. Like, what are we going to do about this? One of my friends is actually in the green room without snacks backstage right now. Jackson Feely wrote a book called Fear Proof. And that talks about navigating that when you realize that on the other side of every decision is just another circumstance.
Right.
Then we move through that.
And also, you know, thought is the enemy of action. So people need to stop thinking about stuff and just do it. So your work and the way that you move is to help people realize that creation won't happen without action. And thought is always going to make you analyze away potential. I have a real problem with like think tanks because they always fuck everything up. You know why? They thought a little bit too much. You know what I mean? They thought a little bit too much, charged people a lot of money, and then didn't do actually any of the implementation. Doing is everything. Like, for example, I started my YouTube channel because I was bored and I didn't have a job anymore. And I didn't really think that anyone was going to watch it, right? And don't get me wrong, there are kids in bedrooms who trounce me in this field. You know, that's what's amazing about the web. It's incredible. People choose with their eyes and their ears. But essentially, when I did that, it was not about why don't I do this for the masses? It was like, if 20 people enjoy what I do, it's given me something to do. I can have a conversation. You don't set off thinking about the big macro. You set off thinking about the micro and what do I love doing? And passion is always full of potential. And I do feel like at the moment, there seems to be, particularly in the UK, when it comes down to thinking about starting anything, everyone's a little bit perturbed because it's not great. We're not looked after. They don't like entrepreneurship. They don't like you making money. At the end of the day, that's the reality. And when you're an entrepreneur, that kind of goes against what you're hoping to build, which is, of course, wealth, success. However, you can't let that limit that first movement, even if you do end up giving 65p out of the pound to the taxman. Well, it's because you've arrived. It's because you've done a really good job. And there's always then options to look at other things. So I think that depressing narrative at the moment that's going out there, we need to kind of get out of that funk. We really do.
Yeah, and realize that the job, just like, you know, originally when I was looking out towards the VAT threshold, and then the job was to not just hit the VAT threshold, because you're fucked if you sit there. You have to surpass the VAT threshold in order for you to bring back the money that you've lost through the VAT threshold
Right,
again.
yeah.
So you've got to really fucking love what you do.
Yeah.
And if you're there and you love what you do, then we've got half the battle right. And then we've talked through the day about, having the right systems in place and, implementing the use of AI to automate some stuff so that you can have more freedom, be more human and all of that. But again, coming back to the knowing yourself and what's enough as well, that instead of following the narrative of let's climb the ladder, what's at the top of the ladder, more fucking ladder, brilliant, let's climb the ladder, what's up the ladder, rope, brilliant, let's climb the rope, climb more fucking rope. So if we know that, then where are we enjoying it? And that's been a stark learning for me. I know Jackson's in the back there going, yes, Danny, there's more ladder and there's more rope. When are you going to start enjoying it? Is that for me, having the goal of the arena, bringing the big festoon to the arena, engaging 500 businesses to come and see what it is that we're doing and saying, hey, yeah, we see it, us too. We want to have this kind of impact too. Let's link arms. We all do well when we all do well. Let me get to the other side of that. And then I can say, we've got form.
But you kind of like do things very differently because, I mean, I've worked in the corporate space. I've worked with massive organizations. At the same time, I've had an app, Oh, don't ever do that unless you're a coder, mate. That's all I'm going to say. Do you know what I mean? But, at the end of the day, what I've worked in is very corporate, whereas what you've done is something kind of new. And there's that rule in business, isn't it? Either do it different or better, or ideally do it different and better. And that's what you're doing. You're trying to bring something that would once have been very much suits and briefcases back in the day, filofaxes, everyone sat around tables having very serious conversations. And you've kind of thrown a grenade into that and said, no, that's bullshit. People learn when they're happy. People learn when they're engaged. People learn when they're enthusiastic. People learn when they're passionate. People learn when they're meeting people who are entirely different from themselves and repurposing the whole worldview. That's what you've done. And it is pretty astonishing from the sidelines to watch it. I mean, I've never seen that many sequins in those situations. And you know what? Wouldn't it be nice if that was something that people could just grab a hold of and see that sequins and corporate and singing can all merge together, because people ultimately want that diverse experience these days. Everyone's had enough of what's been. The blueprint didn't work. Listen, it worked if your family are aristocracy and you've got a trust, right? I'm all in. If somebody would like to adopt me from one of those families,
I'm ready.
I'm 100%
I'm
there.
ready. I can learn how to use the cutlery, babe. I can learn.
Anymore. I am looking for parents. So,
she's on the market, everyone.
100% totally viable. But the reality is that unless you're in that space, you need to be really different. You need to be really new. And you put yourself out there, and it's scary what you're doing. I feel scared selling theatre tickets, but my God, you put yourself out there in a big way, because you're saying, no, I am serious. But, you can be serious and competent, and you can be intuitive, and you can be innovative, and you can also make
ride
people feel
blow
safe
up
and
inflatable
fun.
horse.
Right. Well, why not? And also, you are a great singer. I mean, I've never met anybody who's managed to incorporate that kind of skill into that kind of event. I mean, how amazing. It's something new. No, it's something unique. It's great.
It means the world. And like I say, our like mutual trajectories have taken us in dynamically similar and dynamically different ways. What are you working on right now? What's next for you?
God, what aren't I working on? Well, one of the things that you said a minute ago, and one of the things about that rope that you're talking about, when you do something you love, it's really boring to say that quote, you never work a day in your life. So my rope isn't there because I have my children who are 2 and 7 months. I've got my boys who are 23 and 21. They work with me, and my husband works with me. So my family is my business, right? Yeah, I do lots of different things, but my family is my business. My community are the people who raise me up, which are my viewers, the people who come and buy my tours, the people who buy my books. So I don't actually have a job. That's the way I feel. I don't have a job because I do things that I would love to do. 15 years ago, if you told me, would you like to do this? I'd have been like, how do you know my head and my heart? And I don't have a manager, apart from the only management I have is people. So I am managed in a cooperative by people who view me and buy me, right?
Yeah.
They're in control of my destiny, respect-wise. But it comes down to the fact that my work doesn't have a rope, because at the end of the day, fundamentally, every day I get up and I do what I love. So I've got books. I've got another few books coming out. I've got my theatre tour. So I'm doing Killer Couples at the moment. I'm doing Murderous Minds, which is more victim impact wise, next year. Then I've got my YouTube channel, of course, that I do. But I get mainstream stuff now, but I just don't want to do it. It's really interesting. But I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful for all those. I got the call the other day to go to a big organization that I did actually tell the CEO to go fuck themselves off. But at the end of the day, I don't want to do it now because I feel more measured. I feel like that all that I want to be popular. I want people to
There's a
like me.
stillness in
It's
you now
gone.
that
It's
is
just
really,
gone.
that
just
kind of
gone.
stillness comes from, and it comes from knowing yourself, right? And then we go right back to the beginning of today when we had the first conversation, when we're talking about being a leader, a real leader, and whether you are in a leadership role, you can still be a leader by moving in the world with the intent that everyone's got to catch you up. It doesn't matter. I'm already multi-millions. I'm already selling out arenas all over the world. You'll need to catch me up. I'm already moving like I'm there. And so because I know it, it's easy for people to believe it of me because I'm certain of it. Is it still the frenetic, I need it that it was 5 years ago? No, because I've never been so sure of what it is now that I'm creating, and I can't not. There's not a universe in which it doesn't happen, and that level of certainty becomes magnetic. The level of stillness, the level of it's not that you don't care. You really care, and you care about what you care about, and there's little room for anything else in this short life that we've got.
But I also think that people need to get comfortable in doing what you're saying, but also in a sense of not knowing. And I think that you don't know sometimes. Don't make me wrong. I'm not saying that you don't know where you're going. You know where, that, as in that.
I didn't know what today was going to bring. It's brought me nothing but heart today, and I just
that's key.
Called my
Never
friends up and went, do
like
the thing.
You're fully grown. Like I, in therapy we call it self-actualization, and I remember kind of thinking, oh, that'd be amazing to be self-actualized. And so I'm never going to be self-actualized. I'll be dead before I'm self-actualized. You will be dead before you're self-actualized. So part of my life now is to just be like, I can't control everything and I shouldn't wish to, but I can make a choice about the direction I'm moving in. And if I arrive at that destination, that's great. And if I arrive at a different destination, that's going to be really interesting because we all want to travel different places. So it's that sense of being okay with not necessarily always feeling like it has to be where I thought it was going to be. And some of the greatest joys have been that life have thrown me curveballs. I always used to say, when life throws you a curveball, just catch the ball, net it, and move in a different direction. But I think I didn't necessarily feel that I did that. Whereas now I'm like I said, I genuinely mean it. When I say I'll make money selling biscuits, I mean it. Like I'll make money selling biscuits because I really
and
love
I'll
people
buy them.
and I like biscuits. Right, exactly. I will sell them with love. So I'm not worried. I'm never worried about money. And I think most people operate from a position of materialistic, capitalistic belief systems that we've been served. Don't. Like money comes. It just comes as a byproduct of doing what you do and working hard for yourself. Because it's very different when you work for other people. But if you're working for yourself and working hard, it comes. It takes time, but it comes, and you'll be happier.
And choosing the thing as well. When you get to choose the thing and you believe in the thing, the certainty that comes with that, you, like you say, you're going to love selling biscuits. I'll go back to singing, or I'll find we'll find a way. And that again, when things were really dark over the Christmas period.
Absolutely. But I also want to say before, I know you've got other people coming on, but I also want to say, I am so average, like as in genuinely. And it's really easy for people to look at the things I exceed in. So I exceed in storytelling, I exceed in writing, and I exceed in doing live performances, right? If you get rid of my ability to communicate, I am screwed. I am an average cook, an average baker. I'm shit at maths. How I
But
got
you
through my
saved
statistics.
squirrels though.
But how I did save squirrels. I'm also a squirrel saver, but a very average one. I'm sure there are miles better ones out there. And when I look at what I'm bad at, God, I'm awful at 96 to 97% of everything. I mean, not bad, I'm awful. So for people out there who think I can't because I didn't do well at school, somebody like myself, who I got through it, I'd got my degree, I got my all mother training. But the point is, I'm really average. Don't let that belief system that you were taught in school academically define you. Like you'll be exceptional at something. Like every single human being gets that fingerprint. Mother Nature is saying to you, you are a one-off. No one else is like you. At the end of the day, if an identical twin is watching, I do appreciate that you could kill somebody and blame your brother or sister. But for the most part, us mere mortals, we've only got one
You've
fingerprint.
studied it.
Literally, imagine that. Imagine the breathtaking knowledge that Mother Nature painted you that way. You are absolutely a masterpiece. And you've been taught that you are average, like I have been taught I am average. And I am at loads of things, but I am phenomenal at one aspect of what I do. That's all you need. Be fantastic and phenomenal at one thing. And
you just break the system everywhere else. It's as simple as that.
Emma, that daughter, you're going to make me cry. Thank you so much
Take
for
care.
being a part of this and saying yes to this. I will see you
Always.
soon. We'll get that lunch in. Enjoy
Oh,
the rest of your
absolutely.
time in Florida. You in
Yeah, I will
Florida?
do. Yeah,
Twice
I'm
from
in
Florida today.
I've
Right,
been
go
in
on,
Florida
bugger
a
off, enjoy
while.
the sun.
It's very lovely, and yeah, they're gonna have to drag me out, and they would. I think ice would drag me out, wouldn't they?
Oh,
I think
God.
that's.
Well, you bloody well stay safe then. I will see you in a few months. Goodbye.
You soon, bye, dear.
That was the incredible Emma Kenny. We are running a little bit over the people that are in the backstage area. Pamela, I see you, but Arit is here. Arit, are you ready? Let's have a little chatty chat. Come here, Bebs. You've been waiting so patiently backstage.
I know, and I was like, oh no, I've got to go soon. So I'm glad we can chat.
Let's get
this
5 minutes
time.
in and have a quick squeeze.
Yeah.
Arit, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for being patient. My brain is absolutely blown by the incredible people that we've been able to speak to today. It's
Yeah,
been
well done to
absolutely
you,
cracking.
though. Well done
Thank
to
you
you
very
for
much.
creating the space to have these conversations. Because if I think about where I was at my founder journey, I didn't have spaces like this where you had real conversations about what it means to lead, to build something from nothing often, and how taxing that is of you as an individual. Not just talk a lot. There was loads of stuff out there around, how you do sales, how you do marketing, how do you figure out your audience, but nothing that really, there was no spaces that talked about who you were as an individual and the toll that it takes, like when it comes to running a business, and how much it requires you to it shows you who you are.
Yeah.
Really shows
And
you
be ready to meet that person as well, because
internal
sometimes you're not
environment.
going to like that
Yeah.
person.
You're
as
not going to
well.
like that person. It will challenge you to grow, challenge you to face, some of those behaviors that worked when you were in survival mode, but are not going to serve you going forward. So, hat off to you for actually bringing, so much talent together to really share their expertise. So well done.
Thank you.
As
Thank
your
you. And that
7
means
others, I hope other people will definitely pour into your vision, because you do reap what you sow and more so. So thank you for being of service.
No, absolutely, Ari, and the same to you. Let's talk a little about the work that you do in the world and the way in which you move in the world. We talked very briefly when Sophia was on the screen a little bit earlier on about the rooms that you've moved in over the course of time. What we didn't touch upon is the trajectory that you're taking now and the support that you provide for leaders. Because again, the thing that we've learned, I think, most today, I don't know about you guys that are watching along, is I'm looking at my phone, I can't see the comments, so you lot are here. So when I'm talking to you, I'm actually talking to you lot. So one of the things that we've learned today, and it's been a key thing that I've been learning, oh my God, viscerally and intrinsically, certainly over the past 6 months, is the who said it earlier on? I can't remember who said it earlier on. It was the people that got you to where you are not the people that are going to take you where you're going. And that includes you. It includes you internally. So it's not just, we're not just talking about your team, and it's not about your team being the same people. It's about the people on your team being the same person. And as you're growing and you're moving into these levels, it's you being able to see, who do I need to be now? Because this isn't going to get us here. And, being able to say to your team, who do we need to be now together? Because this isn't going to get us here. And then decisions often have to be made. And I have found myself entrenched in those conversations, painfully so in lots of different ways. But when we keep coming back to leadership and leadership and leadership, it's the who do I need to be in order to go where it is that I'm going? And it's been a recalibration of culture. It's been a recalibration of values. It's been a recalibration of what do I believe I am capable of, and what do I believe I deserve, and asking more of not just everybody around you but yourself. And I think, Arit, you will hold space for people who experience that.
I love that. Not just the people around you, but the person that you are. Because, we did that talk. Well, I did that talk for you, well, as part of the big festoon stage,
Ideas
Fest, Grace, Grit and Gratitude. And that is very much about my journey essentially through entrepreneurship and how much my I guess my childhood and early adulthood shaped how I showed up as a leader. So I don't know how much detail I can go into, but I was, I'm a Geordie girl, born and raised in the Northeast, working class woman, proud of that. But I grew up receiving, as the only Black person, African person, right throughout my childhood, received tremendous bullying and racial abuse, and ended up spending some time in kind of in care and foster care. So there was all kind of things that I came out of that. So feelings of rejection, feeling scarcity mindset, because when you're working class, then sometimes often, there's money issues. So you have a sense of lack. You have a sense you can only, like, one of the things that was both a blessing and needed some balance, shall I say, was that being independent. So I used to call myself fiercely independent, like it was a badge of honor, and it was.
You're pushing everyone away, though, at the same time.
Are. But at the time, it was necessary in terms of it enabled me. Like, I can back myself. I will back myself 50% because I can rely on me. So that has helped me launch a business as a single mom when I had no money under the stairs and thinking, right, okay, we're going to do this, and to build that business to exit. It helped me. So everything is balanced, but it also pushed people away. It also meant that I didn't trust. Because I felt rejection, then I took things seriously. I took things personally, but I was very sensitive. And with that sensitive, if I sensed that, and that's what we were talking a little bit earlier with Sophia, around the patterns that we have created internally that keep us safe. And so some of those patterns for me, if I got a sense of if I didn't feel safe, then I would go into defense mode because I had to protect myself. Now that can come out in all kinds of ways within your team. You can become volatile. They don't feel safe around you. You can start to micromanage. You find it difficult to show up in rooms where you feel you're scanning for threats instead of partnerships and relationships, or it might cause you to shrink. It just depends on what kind of survival techniques and behaviors you formed in order to feel safe. And so, and that's kind of, that doesn't mean that you're broken. There's actually a part of our wiring. It's called our reticular activation system. Let's razz it up.
All right. I'm up for razzing it all.
Razz it up. It's called Raz.
Yes,
that's what it is. I just call it Raz. I'm just like, oh, we're razzing it here, like, girl.
We're looking for, but this is where we are activated by the thing that we know, and that could be playing the yellow car game on the motorway, and all of a sudden you're seeing yellow cars everywhere.
Exactly. It's the way because your brain can't process everything, so it has to filter reality. So it's going to decide what you notice, like the yellow cars. It's going to decide what feels important. It's going to decide what your attention is going to stick to, and it's really informed by our past experiences, all of our repeated thoughts, our beliefs, and how safe or unsafe that we feel in environments. But safety isn't neutral. And I think that's really important to remember because it's shaped by your lived experience. So we were talking a little bit earlier about, like your subjective experience, all that stuff that's internal, like who you are, how you've been treated, what you've learned to expect, particularly if you're from an underrepresented group. So do you know what I mean? And I think we were talking about being in a room where you feel like you're the only one. So things like titles, things like money, things like, I don't know, recognition, who people buy from. I used to feel, when I was running my business, Diva, which was very much, it was an apprenticeship business. And like you said earlier, about helping people get jobs in some of the largest global entertainment brands. But I'd walk into a room and I think, I don't know, are they going to buy from me?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So it was all about your Raz, if you want. It brings into view how the world works for someone like you.
And that directly impacts and informs decisions that people make about doing things like attending events.
Completely.
And the bit of work that is needed by so many event producers and white producers, I'm talking to you right now. If you're not making active effort, and it has to be active effort that is consistent and trust building. Ari, am I right? I'm not just
Yes,
like kind of making this up.
it can't be like performative.
Yeah, we've got this one person who's different on this lineup, and now we're inclusive to everybody. Now I expect my audience to look different from me immediately. Like building an audience that is a mosaic and not a melting pot, and that just doesn't look like you. It takes time because there is a distrust because of people's lived experiences moving in certain communities, and we can talk to the Black community and the white community in this particular situation. If we look at white people events, if you will, it's very hard to trust if you don't know that, or for a disabled person, it's hard to know and trust if you're going to move in that space. If you're going to be the only one, then you've got a lot to think about.
You're thinking about a lot. You are thinking about a lot, and I always say to myself, like when I find myself in a situation where I'm getting anxious and or feeling a little bit stressy, and like, are you responding to what's happening now?
Yeah.
Or is this an old pattern that's firing up?
Yes.
And 9 times out of 10, it's the latter. It's something is firing up. So it's not this moment, but there's something about this space that feels familiar.
Right.
And so I think that can impact how you then move in that space.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? And how you can, because a lot of the time, I like to think of our like beliefs as being like newsletters. Do you know that we've subscribed to?
Right, you subscribe to them.
Yeah,
It's
so
true.
some we signed up for, some we inherited, and some I think we need to just unsubscribe because they're not.
Yeah, like we got them because we bought something one time and we didn't like it, but we're still getting the newsletter. So fuck off, why am I still getting this thing?
Exactly, that's it. Like, I don't fit in here. I can't rest because that's really like I'm being lazy if I'm resting. That was one of my beliefs, because my mom would always be, if I wasn't doing anything, you need to find something to do. So, rest is risky. It can be success might come at a cost. We're talking about money earlier. Oh, I don't have money, so I can't go into these spaces.
Yeah.
And so those kind of beliefs, like you said, they just end up in the inbox of our head, if you want, and we read them and we assume that they're facts, but they're not. So I think it's really important when you're thinking, when you find yourself like that in those spaces, it's like, actually, what am I responding to here? Because I think it's important for event, organizers to play their part and make spaces like the Big Festoon is so inclusive. Is so inclusive, from everything from accessibility into the building to having quiet areas, if you can have sensory overload, to captions on screen, to it is very, very inclusive. So I think you're very intentional. Yeah, I also think it was Emma who was talking a lot about, at least what I got from her sharing her story, is about agency as well.
Yeah,
and
ownership of self as well within that.
Yeah.
It's important, Ari. It's important.
Not every every environment is going to be set up in a way that you would like it to be. But if I'm in a space, then I belong in the space and I'm going to navigate the space. And so whatever is yours that is trying to trip me up, then that's yours, but it's not taken away from my value or my worth. So I'm not even I'm gonna make myself I am completely unavailable to your BS.
Right.
I'm completely unavailable. I have unsubscribed from anything that you are about to say that is about to make me feel undervalued. So I think you do have to have that agency too.
Yeah, and I think that there in that space between, and we've talked about the space between quite a lot today, is that there's been this whole siloed situation where you've got people who are scared to have conversations. You've got people who want more spaces for them to feel included. And Jay Alston was talking about it today. What happens is we get so further and further and further and further and further away that then we end up being wrong and right to each other, and we're not meeting in the space in between. So where we're having agency and we're advocating for ourselves and we're saying, you know, I'm going to choose how I move through this space. I'm choosing to be here. I want to go and learn this thing. And it, you know, the constructs that we have right now might mean that there's something that needs to happen here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to seek the places that are at least opening their arms. Let's go and check them out. We'll go and check them out together. Do they work? Do they not work? Do we need to provide feedback? So that are they open to it? Because I think even if you go somewhere that's got their arms open and saying, oh, we're going to get this messy, but let's get it messy together and let's do some fucking business together. And I like got the best intention and your job, not your job, but the job of the person with agency is to choose. Okay, well, I can be kind and say no. I can be kind and say yes and navigate doing business with this person, or I can go, but thanks. So right.
Exactly. So it's like, it was Emma that was talking about manifestation just being a plan. It was like, actually, is there something for me in this room that will enable me to move forward in my goal, in whatever my purpose is? If there is, that's why I'm there. And so the rest of it, I come, I take, I go. I'm not assigned to serve
take and go.
There are literally billions of people on this planet. I am not assigned to all of them. Probably about this much, like the equivalent of, you know, a handful of sand, right? So I can't do all things to everybody. Not everybody's going to like me. I don't like everybody. How about that? So
that
kind of
how
like,
about that? How about that?
It's like, you know, I think in business, obviously you want to work with people who have similar values and whatnot, but I also don't stay out of spaces because I don't
exclude
see
yourself
myself
from the opportunity as well.
No, it's just because I think you have to have that inner value first, because that shows up in how you move. As Sophia was talking about clothes, and Emma was talking about agency earlier, about, okay, so you can take my money, but I didn't have a price anyway. That's about agency. And you know what I mean? And I think when you're leading a business, it's so, especially when you come from an underrepresented group, your power is in personal responsibility and in your agency.
Right. And then the best that the event producers can do is keep an open ear and an open heart, try, do better, take feedback. And then between the two of us, we meet in the space between. That's where we do great business.
And you have to understand, and also inclusion is evolving, right? Like people, you know, have grown up with beliefs that are no longer serving, and it takes time to unpack them.
Yeah.
And so I think you also, for me at least, I always lead with positive intent, and and I will show grace once, twice. I'm raising an eye. Third time, we're not coming back. Okay.
That's it. It's on you now. Bye. You had your chance.
First time,
Bye.
okay, that was a bit funky. Second time, like, I'm telling you, this
they
is
meant
funky.
that was intentional. It's like, actually.
Okay, yeah. So
people are making choices now.
Yeah, but I have a choice as well.
Yeah,
I have a choice whether I'm coming back. I have a choice whether I want to speak up. I have agency, and I think that's so important.
And thank you so much for bringing that to the table as well, because I think, again, recognizing that when we talk about coming together, when we talk about linking arms, when we talk about sharing our experiences, we choose to do it or we don't choose to do it. We choose to move in the world with choice, with agency, with radical self-responsibility for the decisions that we make and the way in the world in which we move. And as a leader, when we're leading businesses, we can't just open palm expect. We got to go kick some doors down somewhere. We've got to infiltrate and assimilate somewhere. We was talking to, you know, Calvin earlier on today from Loudspeaker, and how, you know, he winds himself up in the craziest of rooms because he goes in them. He goes in them and has conversations and isn't frightened of having the conversations because he absolutely knows what he's doing is brilliant. And instead of avoiding the room, he just like me walks into the room and goes, "Hi, I'm Calvin. This is an incredible thing I'm doing. Do you want to know more about it?" Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, but I know that people find that hard to do. And one of the things that I really hated was networking in the beginning. But when you're in business, you're going to be selling, right? You're selling even when you don't think that you are. You're selling, right? And people sell all the time. You sell your kids on vegetables, on, do you know what I mean? We selling all the time. So I always think that, like, for me, one of the quick hacks that I always did before I went into the room is to think about, okay, so if I was going in this room as, you know, the founder that I am, and I fully belonged, I believed I fully belonged in this room, how would I feel? How would I move? What would I say? Do you know, when
and
I
you
went
already
upstairs,
own in the room when you walk in there then.
own it. Yeah, you feel it. You allow yourself to feel the fact that you belong in that room. And then I just do some box breathing. You know, breathe in for 4, hold for 4, breathe out for 6. And I do that about 3 times, and then I say to myself, I belong in this room, and then move in. So I think it's things like that. And even if you've set yourself a goal, like I'm just going to speak to 3 people that I don't know, then I can go home.
Yeah.
And that's it. And
I'm not going to nervous drink and then I'm going to go home. How I used to move. I'm not going to have a nervous drink.
I'll be the one standing in the corner against the wall.
At the bar
and
with the Prosecco.
Literally, honestly, or go to events that have got nothing to do with your industry, just so you get the sense of like being in a room, so you practice before you then go to something that's relevant to your industry. So go to something that's totally random, or a panel event where at least then you've seen the panel and now you can have a conversation with people about what you've just seen.
What's just seen.
It's all about practicing and practicing, so that when it is that time for you to talk to someone, then you've felt it. You've already overcome that fear in a space that was totally neutral, had nothing to do with your particular job or thing. You were purely in there just to be like, right, I belong in this room, and we're going to try on this feeling until it becomes so innate that I can walk into a room and say, oh, hi, I'm Aris, how are you?
And you were just moving in that room anyway, because it's your room, you belong there.
Exactly. So just put yourself in those spaces of so low value. So it doesn't matter if you got to go and you don't call anyone after.
You decide to move there.
Exactly.
Ari, thank you so much. That is such a valuable conversation. It really, really is. How do people find out what it is that you do? You run the most incredible event for leaders as well. Tell us about
I run an annual event called the High Potential Talent Summit, and it happens on the second Thursday in November. And it was all about leading from the inside out. So who you are as a person has a huge impact. Everything that we've talked about today, and really gets you to think about your mindset, but also looks at the future of leadership in the very real things like team managing, building high performance teams, and looking at AI and how that is going to enhance the way you lead within an organization. So
and
people
sharing best practice as well with other leaders that are out in the field, like real strong and the ladies that are in the room as well. I'm taking a whole group of people to your next one. I've got a whole bunch of leaders I'm bringing to the next one. It was a game changer of a room for me.
It's a small event, so you get the keys and the networking and then those enriching conversations. So people can find me. I put my handle on the screen, and come to the summit, or just come to try if they want to have some one-to-one coaching around leadership with founders. And holla.
Amazing. I'm just looking at the comments of people that have really enjoyed our conversation and have just kind of just having that conversation around agency, having that conversation around the space between meeting each other in the middle and moving forward that way is what we want. This is what we want the Festoon 500 to be, and I'm so excited. Ari, I will speak to you over the course of the week about the Festoon 500. I would love you to know more about it. Loads and loads of love. Thank you for being here with me tonight.
It's been amazing. Thank you.
I will see you very soon. That was Ari. I mean, you from she's a leadership coach, high talent. I forgot. I should definitely know this because I've spoken at it and I love it, but I'm tired. Will you forgive me? I am in now hour 14. We're in the final stretch. Pamela, I see you there and I know you've been waiting patiently. I love you. Can you hold on just a little minute longer while I just introduce this person? Get on in here, Mrs. Popstar.
Hello.
Hello. Come and have a cuddle. Come here.
I'm looking a bit disheveled because it's just been like tea time and put your 2.5-year-old to bed, who all of a sudden decides she hates going to sleep. So I've just been sat by a cot holding her hand, like everything's
doing that. Try not to fall asleep yourself. Go to sleep.
And I was like, I need to get out. I need to speak to Danny.
Oh, you know what? I know the way we could have done this another time. You have been busy. You've been a busy bee.
Whirlwind of a week with the new music.
I know. And again, we've had a few full circle moments here today from the original Big Festoon. We've had Emma Kenny on, Emma Sale was on earlier on. It's been honestly one of the most beautiful days. My heart needed it. Fucking hell. But
well done as well, and congratulations. Like,
Oh,
you've got some stamina, you have, girl.
I mean, do you know what? Just to prove to myself I've got the stamina. I've not actually achieved anything today, but I think what I have achieved is showing people what I set out to do when I started to share this was what the power of our community is, like in all of its like wackiness and all of its like its spider web. The power of the connection that we have certainly within the Big Festoon community. You've been a part of my community now, what? Bloody hell, 6 years, 7 years. We've been friends for about 8 years now. It's wild how long we've known each other and how our lives have moved since we first met. If we think the very first conversation you and I had, Tash, was, by the way, everybody, if you didn't know, it's actually Hampton off of Atomic Kitten, but off of actually Natasha Hampton, off of Morpho Records, CEO Morpho.
Yes, thank you very much. God, things have changed a lot.
Right?
Wow. I
When we
mean,
think about that.
when I first met you all them years ago, I was in such a transitional space. I'd lost who I was as a person, but I had no focus on where it was I wanted to be and so much fear.
Yeah.
I was terrified because I just felt everyone's going to judge me because of my past. And if it doesn't do anything half as much as what I've done before, I'm a failure. And I was so wrapped up in basically holding myself back because I was just riddled with fear.
And also you was kind of leaving yourself at an era of your life that maybe felt a little bit scary to love and let go of because it had kind of been taken from you. And you was like, but this is my art and this is what I love. And, you know, I've done this since I was a kid and now I've got to move in the world a little bit differently. And how's the world going to see me now? Because the world used to see me in quite a very visible way. And you were there.
Yeah.
Like when we met, you know, it was like on the other end of like quite
like
a bit of pain. And
yeah, I mean, I'd had a mental breakdown. I was really poorly after having my fourth child, my first daughter, Ella. Like I was under the care of the mental health team at my local hospital. I really did hit rock bottom, but it's true what they say, you have to hit there because the only way is up.
To understand that, no, not here, and this is not where it stops. This is where we're going, right?
Yeah. It's like, okay, what is it that I want? And I just needed to trust myself. I needed to learn who I was and what my passions were again, outside of what I'd already known. Like, what else makes me happy and makes me want to thrive. And I actually went back to college, didn't I? I enrolled in a local college in North Wales. I got my mum to drive me because I was that close to going, no, I'm not going to do this. Because I was so like, what are people going to think? You know, I've come from here and now I'm here. And it was the most welcoming group of young people plus one other mature student. I was like, you're my new best friend. But it just stripped me of any expectation and any fear. I just thought, I'm going to do it. I'm starting again. And I mean, that was in beauty. And now I'm the CEO of a record label. So I tell you what, things can happen in a short space of time.
Things can happen in a short space of time. I remember one of the very first questions I share this with my students, with the people that train with me, is that if you are going to an event, be an active delegate. If there's somebody in the room that you want to meet, think of a question that's going to make them feel good, or that's going to give them like a curveball thought or something memorable, like, oh, people haven't asked me that before. That's really interesting. And I remember the question that I asked you because at the time, I was thrilled to meet you and we'd moved in circles before. I wanted to ask the question. Everyone was asking you about Atomic Kitten and I'm like, fuck that. I don't want to know about that. You weren't there in that capacity. We were there with the Capsule. We were there with Nat Anderson. And you were there moving the brand that you were building forward. And so the question that I asked you at the time was, what's the change been like into the industry that you are now? How are you feeling about where you are in the industry now and looking forward? And that allowed you then you didn't have to talk about music then. You could talk about where you were going with the beauty business. And, you know, I don't know if you realize that that's what I was doing, because I wanted to know about where you were going. Like, I love the fact you were I love that. It's great. Yeah, I'm a singer and I love that. But I was so interested in your story and where it was you were going and how interested you were in what it was that you were doing. And I know you still have connections to the beauty industry.
Yeah, that's what drew me to you, because you saw other potential. You saw beyond what has been sold to people for a very long time. And you need that. You need close friends, close allies who see the potential even when maybe you don't see it yourself.
Yeah. And you learn, I mean, you learn a lot, like even in that short space of time, about leadership. You learn a lot about, where you wanted to go in business. You learn a lot about the way in which you wanted to move, started to gig again. And then this is TLDR, like this is over the course of years. There was another flurry with the football and
the Southgate, you're the
yeah,
one.
oh God, sorry, completely. Look, we're in hour 14, babe.
Where we going? Where we going?
Yeah, well, what I was going to say is you went from there, started singing again, and one of the things that's driven you in the background for a long time is your own music and creating music on your own terms. And I think the injustice that you saw from trying to get investment, moving towards like record labels or management, or just, trying to take your art and your music out and then seeing the injustice that happens, you just decided, fuck it, I'm going to create a record label. I'm going to look for the talent and look after that talent. And I know it from the inside out. I've done this since I was 15, 16 years old. There's nobody knows this industry better than I do in terms of longevity. From a woman's perspective, is unheard of.
Yeah, I think I'm a little bit crazy, but
well, welcome. That's why we're mates. We're talking to Lucy Cohen soon. Like, we've got Pamela Akuli out here. Like, yeah, we've got an air on the edge of summer.
I just feel like it's not fair to be. I feel like I'm in a position of privilege because of the wealth of experience. I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. I came back into music with connections, and some really great connections who had other great connections. I had money that I'd saved up to put into my project, and it was hard for me. And I'm like, what chance has the next generation of young pop artists got when they don't have a lot of money, they don't have a lot of time, they don't have the contacts, and then when they are seen to have a little bit of money, it's like leeches out there. Give me this, I can do this, I can do that. But it's all smoke and mirrors, because these companies that are out there aren't building stable careers for the artist. They're just they're just programming bots to stream to make it look good, but they can't step out the front door and sell a concert ticket because the bots are in Indonesia or wherever.
The money is in live eventing. The money is in selling those tickets and all of that sort of stuff. The amount of money that people make off of streaming on Spotify.
Yeah, you'd make more money putting a gig on in your local town hall and getting people, local people. And I think the way people consume music and how it translates has totally changed. And now it's like, you can't be doing it for the likes, you have to do it for the love. Like people with the egos, like, your time's up, you're out, you've got to go back to basics. You've got to, like, what is the passion, what you're doing it for? And then you'll find your people. And, I'm really starting to find my people. I'm starting to find and meet young artists who, I know, like, they have trust in me. Because they don't, any other label they speak to is generally male, generally someone who's never been an artist.
Right.
And they don't have a duty of care to the artist. We lead with duty of care at Morpho because I know what I needed. If I would have been given small little gestures along the way, i.e. a mentor, some business tuition, I would have. But, I was just a 16-year-old from the inner city of Liverpool.
They didn't want you to have the business acumen because because you're a smart cookie, right? And if you'd have had the information that you had earlier on, you'd have made very different decisions, I think, about, how you were performing, where you were performing, the rate at which you were performing, the pressure that you were under, you know, the fact that, you know, you were performing while you were pregnant. When you had one of the boys, and you remember you telling me you was doing a massive big gig, and you've got like the baby carrier in the dressing room, like under the table, while you go out there, do your thing, come back in, and then you feel like all of this, the pressure that you were under. If you'd have been given the knowledge that you probably that you know you needed, but then it allowed you to peek behind the curtain of what maybe really was going on in different spaces, and like how the whole thing is made up. I think you'd have made different decisions. But what you're doing with your artists is you're arming them with what they need so that they can become self-sufficient, and create and grow and take ownership and lead themselves as artists.
It's not enough just to do it for the passion and the love of music. You are a business, and you need to run that business well.
Yeah.
And I didn't have that mentality. I was just living the dream. And yeah, if I would have saw Natasha Hamilton as a business from that young age, I know things would have been so much different. I did the best that I could with the tools that I had.
Right.
And I've just spent the past 10 years learning, watching, being open, sitting in many different rooms, most of the time nothing to do with music.
Yeah.
And just finding like what is my purpose, what makes me sing, not just releasing music.
Yeah.
And this is it now. It's like, you know, I'm 44 this year, so time to give back.
Yeah, and not just time to give back. You're still creating. You're still, you know, you have a single come out on Friday. We're going to play it just now. I'm really excited. Before we welcome our next guest on, you released it on Friday. I mean, just as you may, I'm thrilled and always super, super proud of you. But this phase of your life, again, the theme throughout today has been finding in all of the systems, in all of the setup, in all of the tech, in all of the AI, where we are making the biggest moves right now is through our connection with each other, within asking for help from each other, within linking arms with each other. And that's just me saying it glibly, because that's like just what I, you know, create within the big festoon. I've seen every single one of my guests do this in action, day in, day out. And your trajectory to become the leader that you are now, not just like leading your career, but leading your company, is honestly, I'm even more proud of that than I am of your music. Like, I know you can fucking sing. You're like, you sing beautiful and you put on an incredible show, but your leadership growth as your friend is the thing that I look at you now, Tasha, and I go, there she is, like that. And are you feeling that now? Are you feel like you kind of, we've talked about moving in rooms in a certain way, like everyone catch you up, like you already know where you're going.
I think just sometimes it takes time to be able to feel confident in what it is you want to say or what you want to do. Especially for me, I'm in a very male-dominated industry. I'd been out of the industry for a while, and I couldn't tell you what our record label runs or works, or, you know, I was an artist on a label. I never sat down. I never went, I wonder how this works, and let's like write it step by step. So I've had to go and learn that. And I think at the beginning of my journey, because I didn't know it, I was really hard on myself. And I was like, I'm a fraud. Someone's going to ask me something I don't know the answer to. And I've just had to go, just calm down. Rome wasn't built in a day. You know, I'm 18 months in now, and my God, like I've learned so much, just a little bit every day, being focused. And I've built the team. You know,
you don't have to know everything now. But yes, exactly that.
That's not my thing, but and I'm lucky that the people who I work with, they're really nurturing to me as well. They've been in the industry for years. They know a lot, and I often go, can you break that down? I don't
talk to me like I'm really
it.
busy. Don't talk to me like I'm dumb. Just talk to me like I'm really busy.
Yeah,
that's been one of my favorite things to say.
You've just got to be confident asking questions.
Yeah,
I think that's got to be not like rule number one. If you don't know, ask or find out. Go find out.
Yeah, you can't just sit there and go. And I see people do it. Well, I just don't know how to do that. The people that are moving forward are the people that are asking the questions, the people that are going, I don't know how to do that. I wonder how to find out. I wonder who to ask. Do you know somebody who knows this? Like I go in the hive. How does anybody know this? I'll ring you, or I'll ring Lucy, or I'll ring Jackson, or I don't know this thing. Like, I know I'm not stupid. I'm really, really clever. Promise me I'm clever. Okay, I'm going to ask you a thing. Like moving in the world like that with curiosity allows you to grow, and you know that you don't have to know everything. That becomes really powerful because all your job then is to plug the gap with somebody who fucking knows. Like it becomes really, really powerful. But what you do and what you've always done is sing fucking beautifully. Would it be okay if I was to take a little wee break, and whilst I take a little wee break, is play your latest single here for everybody? Would that be all right? And can you, before I play this, and after I've played this, I'm going to bring Pamela Cooley into the live. So I'm going to say goodbye and good night to you, Tash. Once I hit play on this, but I just want to say from my heart to yours, thank you for being my friend. Thank you for being with me on this journey. I'm, you're stuck with me.
Always.
and to see Morpho grow into everything that it deserves to be is just one of my absolute joys as your mate, just to see you step in and step up, not just for yourself, but for the artists that are under your wing. And I'm excited for what the artists are going to create, and that legacy that you're going to create through everything that you've learned is it's a sight to behold, mate. I'm very, very proud of you. But I love you loads. And I'm gonna press play. Do you want to introduce your song, Tash?
Yeah, okay. So I'm Natasha Hamilton. This is my brand new single, Numb.
R.I.P. to me, am I dead inside? Do I feel alive? Need to run and hide. Took a million tries and 100 lies. Now I'm paralyzed, push against the tide. Picking up the pieces of my shattered heart. I glued it back together just to tear it apart. R.I.P. to me, am I dead inside? Do I feel alive? Need to run and I'm numb. And you're gone, baby, you're not laughing anymore. And I'm done crying, not invisible. I'm invincible, 'cause I'm screaming to the dark, echoes of a voice that I barely know, simmering the flame, telling me to fight, strength I've never known, pulls me from the brink, I won't fade away. Picking up the pieces of my shattered heart, I glued it back together just to tear it apart. R.I.P. to me, I'm dead inside. Do I feel alive? Need to run and I'm numb. And you're gone, baby, you're not laughing anymore. And I'm done crying, not invisible. I'm invincible, 'cause I'm shadows calling me, but I won't obey, I won't respond. Now the ghosts have gone, I finally found
Oh my fucking God, how good is that? What a bop. And what a joy. Telling me sit back down. I got a quick change and I'm like, oh no, I need to move. It's been 14 hours. I need to have a little bit of a boogie. How are we doing, you lot? Let me know if you've been dipping in and out all day. I've got just a couple more guests. I'm getting all tangled up in my tassels. If anyone wants to know what this says, it says, don't be a lady, be a legend. And that's exactly who we're talking to as we're closing things out today. First of all, as we're heading into the last few interviews of the day, I want to say the hugest thank you from the bottom of my heart to all of you who have stayed the course with me today, who've dipped in and out with me today, who've bought a Festoon 500 pass today. The doors are open just for a couple of weeks. Is that my sister, Gemma? Gemma's just entered into what is the bomb site. That is the she shed. This is the most untidy the she shed has ever been. I'm just going to get a cuddle off my sister really quick. Hello. Oh. Hiya. Hello. I'm live. I'm talking. Your phone's ringing. I'm going to carry on talking here. I've got all my coupled. Hang on a minute. I'm all at 6s and 7s now. I was thanking everyone for being amazing, but I wasn't at the close of the situation. Now I've got everything. It's falling to pieces. The chaos I thought would have happened sooner is now happening now. Can you pull that down for me? Oh, thank God that happened when you got here. I wouldn't have been able to manage that all by my own. Right, Pamela, you've been waiting backstage for an hour. I am very, very grateful. Get in here.
I'm here. Woo! Yay!
Here. You're still here.
I am.
Thank you for being here for a start. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for waiting for me.
That's okay.
Because if you're watching right now, everybody, it's only fucking Pamela Akuli of Mixed Reality, everyone. And guess what I've got? Wait. I have. Wyatt.
Oh,
I haven't done any of this stuff all day today. I had loads of things set up and I've just been getting through and trying to keep things on time, failing absolutely miserably because the conversations we've been having today have been amazing.
How good have they been? Honestly.
I feel like a different person.
Much value. I've learned so much today and it's been so lovely to hear from like different people that I may never have really kind of connected with, but I'm going to now for sure. Right. Oh my God. And like all these different shared experiences, like just some nuggets, some gems have been dropped tonight. And also just from a very raw kind of lived in like experience, which I love. The storytelling aspect of it, I love.
And we wouldn't have it any other way. And what I'm so grateful of is the variety of experience that we've had. We've got Lucy Cohen coming up before we close things out. We've got Jackson Feely off the telly coming up before we close things out. We've got the one and only Gemma Roberts from Prestige Domestic Violence Services helping me close things out. It's been a big old day today. Jackson's been waiting very patiently backstage for about 1 million years now, but it's okay. He'll be doing other things like signing autographs, doing all that kind of stuff that famous people do. He'll be shouting at me. Pamela, let's talk about you and the work that you do with Mixed Reality. I will let you introduce it and let's go from there. Changing the face of literacy throughout the world, the one and only Pamela Akuli. Go.
Oh, bless you. So yes, I'm Pamela Akuli, founder of Mixed Reality. In a nutshell, we are reimagining reading for the next generation. We are making books and literature more interactive, more inclusive, more fun. And we are literally bringing stories to life using immersive technology because stories are powerful. Stories are important, but there are so many children in particular who have constantly been excluded from the narratives in stories. And we want to bring them to the forefront. We want to have their moment to shine. And we also want to just show people the power of storytelling, which is basically what you've done today by bringing all these different people in.
Right. And I think one of the things, again, like there's such a congruency with each of the speakers that we've had today and each of the people and visitors and friends that we've had on today is in some way, shape or form. We're either like storytellers, truth tellers, connectors, conduits, and also people who can see what tomorrow really is going to look like and allow ourselves not just to look out at it, but to step into it for a sec and kind of feel it out and just call back to everyone else and go, it's all right, we can navigate this together, that we're learning some things along the way. And we have people just in front of us that are doing the same, and meeting within the spirit of that throughout the course of today has been an absolute joy, and a big reminder for anybody who's never been involved in the Big Festoon before. The power of this community is wild.
It is wild.
The connections, the people that we meet, the deals that we do, the spaces that we fill, the cups that we fill, the wine glasses that we fill in my case. Pamela, so one of the things that I absolutely love is it's not just about writing. You are an author and you do write books, but this is more than writing books. This is really changing the way that children interact with literacy. And we were talking earlier on to Calvin Eden from Loudspeaker, who was saying that, kids are getting a real bad rap at the minute. Oh, they're spending so much time on the phone. Oh, they're spending so much time behind a screen. And the job of parents, caregivers of kids and teachers is how do we engage them then? How do we engage them? Lindsay McGlone was talking this morning about making marketing 3D, igniting the senses through either language or visceral experience. And really, that's what you're talking about here, is igniting the senses in a way that isn't just looking at the flat screen anymore. It's bringing these things into life and to create an emotional attachment to them. How do we do this?
Well, there's so many different ways. For us personally, we've realized that as humans, we, digest information in different ways. Some of us are very visual learners. Some of us, learn through audio. Some of us are very kind of kinesthetic learners. So we have to be doing something whilst we're learning at the same time. And there's not like a perfect way to learn. There's like so many different ways to learn. But unfortunately, the education system that we have now and the books that we have now traditionally are only catering to a certain type of learner. And it's just absolutely bonkers for me. I created my business because my eldest son, Walter, was diagnosed with autism at the age of 4, and he was non-speaking. And he really struggled to communicate verbally. But we started to realize that he was using his tablet and pointing at things and showing us his own way of communicating using technology. And for him, it made sense because everything was in real time. He was hearing it, he was seeing it, he was feeling it. So this is why I thought, right, we're going to take traditional books and we're going to create an app that when you download on your phone or tablet and then you place your phone over the book, it literally brings that static information to life. So you can interact with the story. Because it's not that so many children are, disengaged from books or are so much reluctant to learn. It's that the means that we're giving them are just not catering to their style of learning. Like for me in particular, it just, when you break it down, I know you get this and so many other people get this. The reason kids are gravitating towards technology is because not only have they been built up in this digital era, but it is tapping into all those dopamine, it's tapping into all those different senses. So then when you take that away from them and you give them a static book,
where are they getting it? It was talking about cortisol helping people make moves to implement, as well as dopamine. And actually cortisol moves us faster. And if you think about computer games, for example, really intrinsically fire off those cortisol, that cortisol reaction within us. Kids are being exposed to that all the time. Oh, read a book. Where the fuck are they getting the cortisol from then? I'm not suggesting that that's what we want to intrinsically create for our kids, but then how do we dynamically engage otherwise so that it's not that they are chasing? And it is with the curiosity, with the interaction, with the, in this case, touch, as well as, cognition and storytelling and story arcs and seeing themselves in the characters. All of a sudden, they're looking. They're wanting to find out what's happening next. It's excitement, and there we got a little bit of dopamine going on.
Yeah, and I think sometimes as well, like I'll be completely honest with you. Before I had kids, I was literally that person who was just like, when I have kids, I'm not going to give them technology. They're going to be darling little angels.
That's right.
To be the perfect mother. And then and then I had kids, and it humbled me very quickly. But the whole kind of journey with Walter showed me that like technology is just a tool. I think we need to get rid of this kind of narrative that it's like bad, it's evil.
It's bad.
Do you know what I mean? Technology is only as powerful as the purpose behind it. And I think we need to really be
Right.
crystal clear with that. Like, you know what? Art,
Yeah.
literature, science, technology, sports, storytelling, there is room
Yeah.
for all of this. And technology
Mhm.
is the little thing that just connects and weaves the little dots together that makes
Right.
it so accessible and inclusive for everyone, not just
Mm.
the majority, but for everyone. And I think
And
that's so important.
it is so important. And what you said there, again, really, really resonates with all, you know, all of our tech founders that have spoken today, the intention with which it is made.
Mhm.
So if you think about, yeah, Emma Sale was talking earlier on, you know, she's, you know, part of, or just gets involved with the campaigning for raising the age to use social media to 16, because essentially what we're doing is we're handing kids a smoking gun, and then wondering why when they get hold of it, they've got exposure to such whereby, you know, they're damaging themselves or all of that sort of stuff. Because and with her building her community and her apps and stuff, understanding how technology is made right now, it's made to draw you in. It's made to hold on to you. It's made to, you know, to elicit that dopamine, that cortisol, all those sorts of things. When you realize that that's what those things have been made with the intention of, it that does what it is intended. When we've talked to all of our tech founders today, their intention behind the creation of their tech isn't to keep people in app. It's to help people have an experience or learn something so that they then can have a human experience. And, you know, the onward conversations that you have with, you know, the kids that engage with the books, then form richness of conversation between caregiver and child. Oh, what happened then? What happened then? You're then out of the book and off of the screen and talking to each other about, tell me what happens next. And all of a sudden then we're having a human experience with technology involved. And that's very, very different than the intent of sucking someone in with their phone stuck to their face, which incidentally, I've encouraged you all to do today for 14 fucking hours. My apologies. So
But no,
so yeah.
It's a really great point. And I had a meeting a few weeks ago at the British Library, or with the British Library, at the British Library. And they were saying that there's such a misconception about what their role is. So for years and years and years, people have just assumed that the British Library is there to make people read books. So people naturally were shying away from it. And they were like, no, that's never been our intention. Our intention is to create a safe place for people to come and read books and get curious and find the answers themselves. And I thought, oh my God, this is exactly what we're doing with our company. We're not here to replace books. We're not here to say books are bad or they're boring or whatever. I mean, some are, let's be honest, some are. But we're here to say, like, you know, right now, 2026, looking at the reading levels for children, which is massively deteriorating, where are children gravitating towards? Well, let's lean into that and also show him the best of both worlds.
Right.
You've got the beauty of a book, you've got the technology that they're used to because they've got phones and tablets. Let's fuse the worlds together, take that static information and let them become curious about what they're learning. I mean, yeah, it's so exciting.
Yeah, and I know, and just being on the one of the joys of my job is that I get to be on the inside, I get to peek behind the curtain of everyone who's been actually here today. I get to be on the inside of that journey, and just peek behind the curtain, or be a part of that downtime, or hear when you've done a pitch, and hear when, you know, when there's something secret going on, or hear when there's like that next level happening, and watching it unlock and seeing what every single one of you has done as leaders today is choosing how you move in the world, deciding that you're going to be a leader in your field, regardless of any fear, regardless of, you know, you're not just creating a thing and doing a thing and serving anymore. You've decided, as you know, the differentiator between somebody running a business and a thought leader, you're leading thought on this now through tech. You're leading thought on this through having this conversation, introducing this concept to other people so that they can engage with it, so that we can shift the needle, so that you can have more kids with additional needs, for example, engaging with literacy in a way they've never been able to before. But me, look what we get to do. I find it wild. Pamela, we're going to have to move on to our next guest, but what I want to do is ask you, what do you predict for 2026 with literacy, and what are you excited about that's coming up around the corner that we can all watch and get involved with?
I think 2026 we're going to see a bit of we're going to see a massive shift in terms of the type of books, the type of publishers. I think publishers have started to realize that traditional routes are not serving them anymore. So they're
Yeah.
going to have to collaborate with people like myself. And also just want to highlight, for me personally, if anyone is out there thinking, I would love to write a book, but I can never do it, or literally, you need to write that story. If you keep hearing, I wish, I wish, I wish, this is your sign to go and do it. And if you need any tips, just holler at me and we'll do it together.
Absolutely. Yes. And come and chat in the hive. You come and hang out in the hive. Come and holler in there. Like, where's that incredible person that does the augmented reality books? It's Pamela fucking Cooley, everybody. Thank you so much for being a part of the live. Thank you for trusting me with this little part of your journey as well. I mean, you know, just like everyone else on this damn thing, you are totally stuck with me, but we'll give you a little applause for putting up with me. Well done, you. Thank you for joining me. Lucy, are you ready? You've been waiting ever so patiently there.
I'm so ready. Hi. Hi, how are you? Are you tired? You're right.
Yeah, I'm good. You know,
What
I'll
a
be
shift.
tired when I finish. Jackson just went, am I not on yet? No, babe, you're doing really well. But no, it's Lucy Cohen, the CEO of Mazuma, here right now. It
Hello.
has been a shift today. And at one of the most worthwhile shifts that I've put in a long, long time. I feel like my cup runneth over when I think about the support that we've been given for this particular live today. But the nuggets of information and of predictions and of like this golden thread of humanity that's run through the whole of the damn thing today, in a time when, you know, economically things can feel scary, politically things can feel scary. All of you amazing human beings today have come together and said, no, we're going to lead with humanity. We're going to lead with self-responsibility. We're going to lead with holding each other accountable. We're going to lead with linking arms. We're going to ask each other for help. Look what we get to do.
Love
That's
it.
how I feel.
It's lush. It's lush.
Right. So, one of my favorite boss ladies out in the boss lady world, Lucy Cohen, tell us more about what it is that you do.
Oh Christ. I mean, most days I don't know. It's just, yeah.
Neither do I.
Who knows? Yeah, well, I guess like the day job is I'm founder and CEO of Mazuma. We were the first ever subscription accounting service globally. Let's go with that. No one's proved that wrong otherwise.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's own it. And when you say you were the first, we're going back now. What year was this?
2006. So
2006.
We didn't use the word subscription back then. No one did, because Netflix and Spotify and other subscription services were not around. So we had to teach an entire industry what that meant in terms of professional services. Every single person I spoke to when we started the company told me it was the shittest idea, like the worst. Yeah. And here we are, nearly 20 years later.
Wow. And at the time, how old were you? 23?
Yeah, early 20s, yeah, baby.
When you shared this out into the world. Now, the reason why I share that is we spoke to Sam Teal earlier on in the day, who's built his business from 17. He's 23 now. He's managing a team of 12, which
12, yeah.
Yeah. When you think back to essentially baby Lucy, if you think about, you know, where you were right then in your journey, being that kind of pioneering technology. Just like we've seen Pamela today, we saw Chris Keller earlier on today, we've seen Inga Hunter today. It's a really weird question to say, what is it like being a pioneer in technology? Because I don't know, like, what does that feel like?
Do you know what? I've never seen it so much as that, as in you don't set out thinking, I'm going to be a pioneer.
I'm going to be a pioneer.
Yeah, but
what are you doing today? Pioneering.
Pioneering. I'm not going to say that. What are you doing today? Pioneering. That's my answer from now on. Pioneering. That's what I'm up to.
Me too.
You don't no, you don't think of it. Just like when people say, like, oh, you're an innovator, you're a disruptor. Like, that's never how you describe yourself. And actually, I think that those are just like the word genius. Those are words that other people should describe you as. Like funny, other people should tell you you're funny. Like, you shouldn't tell yourself that. I think it's the same thing. I think for me, I've always just I love problem solving, and I love seeing something differently, like from the opposite side of the mirror. And I think that ends up with you accidentally pioneering, because all you're just doing is problem solving. And if everyone's running in this direction, I'm like, well, but what's over there that you're all missing? And that's kind of like always my natural instinct.
And I think that that's when we think about like tech innovators, for example, when we think about people that, or thought leaders, you know, we've looked at leadership in all of its like kind of guises. You know, tech isn't necessarily although I am a tech wizard as of this week because I can make applauses happen. Look what else I can make happen. I can make a drum roll bongos.
I like that. Do you know what I used to have in the office, which got banned? I think as we grew and as we got more and more HR, I used to have like a sound effect machine that I would go up to people and be like, wah, wah, wah. Yeah, and I'm not allowed that anymore.
Do you know what? I'm glad I'm in an office of one. This is as many people have had in my office at any one time. So
HR
now,
took that off me.
Yeah, look, I don't have HR to come and take this off me. I'm playing applauses, I'm playing bounces, I'm playing, wait, Feeding the Ducks music. This is called Feeding the Ducks. Are you feeding the ducks to this music?
Is feeding the ducks a euphemism?
No.
Is it like killing kittens?
Music.
This is quite sexy music.
Like, people are getting it on to Feeding the Ducks, but
yeah,
there
like
we go.
Good for them. Good for them. Whatever works for you. I'm not here to kink shame. Do what you like as long as you're all consenting. It's good.
You
good
said
for
you were here for the after hours conversation.
This is like Hollyoaks After Dark. Like we're swearing and we're talking about sex.
So I'm like, oh, we can't. We definitely can. So Lucy, talk to me about, so everything I've asked everybody, all of our leaders today have been sort of forward focusing and predicting what their industry, what they think that's kind of going to happen and going to unfold. 2024 into 2025 felt pivotal for a really weird reason. It felt like there were a lot of things that were kind of falling apart, that felt fractious, that felt like one of the things that we talked about today was the hangover of the COVID businesses. They've had this kind of boom situation that is now just moving into a natural plateau that is normal growth or normal market movement. And people can get quite disheartened. They think, oh no, I'm falling off the cliff, which actually they're just at the other end of what's been a market that's been going up.
I'd also say as well that markets always go up and down, you know, and all businesses, like if I plot my business over the last like couple of decades, I know I don't look old enough to say that,
Absolutely
but
not.
if I plot it over that amount of time, it's not just like, it's like the general trend is in an upward direction, but it's not, if you like zoom in, like it's a wiggly line, you know, it's up and down. And I think that's the thing, like we're forced into generally because of our short political election cycles, because of stock markets working quarterly, because of board reporting and monthly KPIs and all that kind of stuff. It's really easy to get forced into short-term thinking as a business owner and to think, oh, that quarter was rubbish. Like I've got to change everything for the next one.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just have a bad quarter. And sometimes it's macro factors. It's not always micro. Even though it is micro, have you got to change anything drastic? Probably not. It's just, I think it's about riding that wave. And I tend to find, like when you start a business, I speak to new business owners, and they're for the first kind of 4 to 5 years, you think COVID, like start of COVID was like 4 or 5 years ago. They're like, yeah, it's all boom and I haven't had any clients churn and my retention rate is 99.9% and it's all up. And I'm like, amazing. Year 5.
Save up.
Year 5, because you get client churn, you get new entrants to a market, all the system, if you're still growing, every system you ever had is broken and it's failing. And the first people who were in, I call it like kind of like Lucy's like daisy theory or spirograph theory. Do you remember those?
Yeah.
The first thing you have, I'm just looking around for anything to demonstrate. So this is a coaster. The first people you have at the start of your journey is like the center of a petal, like flower. And then the first 5 people maybe you take on, like the first petals, like 5 or 6, they're all attached to the center, right? So they've all got direct contact with you, the founder. Then you go out a layer, great growth. And they have 2nd degree contact with you, which is fine because you've still got like your raving fans and the people who came for the journey and the crap offices and building their own desks and not getting paid properly and all that stuff.
Yeah.
If you start scaling more and more and more, you lose that contact. And that's when you start hitting
You're now the boss.
Yeah, you're the boss and people don't know you and they don't like you and they're not working with you because they think you're fun and cool. They're working with you because they want money and benefits. which is normal, like
Yeah.
totally normal, but it's really galling when you're that business owner. So yeah, that whole thing about that 5-year cycle, it is just normal. Your business, I don't know many businesses, any businesses has always gone in one trajectory. The best businesses have survived adversity because that's what makes them strong.
Yeah, and you know, and you've been on the inside of my journey, certainly over the past sort of 6 months or so, where my leadership has been called up, and I've had to learn things about myself and sit with uncomfortable things about myself. And we talked about this today, and Tess called this really, really well earlier today, that that your culture as a company is the poorest behavior that you accept, including that of yourself. And all problems are a leadership problem, and to like having to level the playing field from a leadership perspective in all of the ways has been not only a great leveler, but I've never been so excited to find that bit of myself. I think for some people it's very scary. We've talked about fear today, and sitting in the messy middle, and sitting in the fear, and sitting in the space and the dark spots. But there's an alchemy that happens there that galvanizes a leader to you either fold or you move. And the ones that move are the ones that become the leader that they were destined to be, but they couldn't have done that had they not gone through that galvanization. They wouldn't have that layer of strength. Armor has to be forged, right? Metal has to be forged. And
It's
that's
like calluses. You know, you don't you like, if you're lifting weights or out guarding whatever, your hands are soft and rip initially, but then doing the same thing 2 years later, you've got some guard on them, just naturally acquired through grit, hard work, and sweat.
Yeah, and this is coming from somebody who was an athlete in the weightlifting world. Like, you know all about it.
Yeah, I've still got calluses on my hands from those days. Like, I will never have pretty hands. It's just not going to happen for me.
I know, but you're a badass and you know how to lift big things.
Yeah, but I'm very strong, so it's fine.
Yeah, exactly. You know, but with hands and a tenacity and a strength to, and an inner strength to show it. And some of the things that you've experienced, and a lot of people have talked today about resilience. We've talked about ownership of self. We've talked about responsibility of self, and you know, like saying, you know, all problems are a leadership problem, whether we like it or not. There's a decision that you made somewhere along the line that came out here, and we've got to sit with that and grow with that. But another thing that we need to deal with, especially when we're entrepreneurs, is ourselves and how we look after ourselves. And you experienced something, didn't you, Luce, where, you know, your relationship with your sense of self was really called into question.
Yeah.
Do you mind sharing with us a little bit about that experience? Because I think that if I think about you, yes, you're a badass, and yes, you're a fucking genius, and all of the things that I'm allowed to say, but you don't like saying about yourself, but are true. That you've had this experience that I think adds a richness to the way that you look at the world, because the way that the compassion that you have forced yourself to have for yourself, again, is one of the beautiful bits about you. Share us a little bit about that story.
Yeah, so I was I've talked about this a few times, and I wrote quite extensively about it fairly recently. But so I've always been I think, a bit of background, several things true at the same time. I've always been very physically strong, very physically active. I was a dancer. I did every sport going. I was, you know, like you said, I was a Commonwealth and Team GB powerlifter. So physically strong, physically capable, as well as just, you know, being a capable person. Shout out to all the eldest daughters with anxiety. How's that working out? But also an anxiety sufferer, chronic overthinker, you know, all that stuff. And it was 2021. And out of nowhere, I'll keep the story relatively short, but out of nowhere, my body decided that enough was enough, and decided to create 17 arterial blood clots that all landed in my legs. I thought I'd like ripped a hamstring or something, because it was like my leg blood was like boom. And then ended up a couple of days later with some really weird. Thank goodness I had a doctor who was like, we'll do it just in case. You know, it's that one more thing theory, like what we do, which is like, I'm going to do this and this, and then when you finish with the end, you're like, one more thing. He was like, not really worried, but you know, one more thing. We'll just do some blood tests just in case. Saved my life.
Yeah, thank God they did.
Rushed it, got the blood test results, had a phone call. Turns out, you know, like if you're worried about your blood test results and you don't hear from anybody, that's fine. Turns out if you're ill, they get on the phone like really quick, and they're like
Yes.
very emphatic about how quickly you need to get to hospital. So yeah, it rang me and they're like, yeah, you need to drive to hospital. I was like, oh, really? They're like, yeah, like now. Yeah, so went to hospital, rushed in, and the after like 3 days of being poked, prodded, pumped full of God knows what, they basically said the consultant, who was like white as a sheet at the time, said, yeah, I've never spoken to anybody who've had this happen before, because every single one of these I've seen has been dead, and I don't know how you're alive. Let alone I don't know how your right foot is still attached to you, because I'm amazed we've not had to amputate it. It was blue at this point, which was, I think, a bit of a red flag. But yeah, they all landed in my legs. They blocked my arteries. I've got barely any working arteries in my right leg now, so constantly cold right foot. But yeah, essentially, had any single one of those gone somewhere else, I would have just dropped dead on the spot. And there was something, whilst it's like the worst thing to go through, and I was really ill and not very kind to myself for a very long time, I just did what you do, like entrepreneurs do, when you like just keep going. Right, I'm just work through it. Like, bring my laptop to the hospital. Let's go. Actually, there's something in that. First of all, it taught me that my anxiety is a liar, because of all the things I'd ever worried about, that wasn't on my list. So all those 4 a.m.s that I woke up worrying about nonsense my brain's fabricated, never thought of that. So not only it's a liar, but it's stupid. Like, I'd never even considered
it's not
that.
giving you even the right thing to bother about.
Rubbish, like the worst. Like, I walk around worrying about sinkholes. Like, that wasn't helpful. So
Comets, meteors,
sinkholes and quicksand.
Perfect.
I think about those way too much for a normal human. So like, I'm pretty certain no one else thinks about them as much as me, apart from maybe geologists. Maybe. Yeah, that had never occurred to me, that blood clots might kill me out of nowhere. But it also taught me that I was like, do you know what? Had that been the day I died, and I was like looking down at myself, it wasn't that I wouldn't have been proud of what I'd done, because by that point I was like, I've grown quite a big business, quite well known. But actually, it just made me think, do you know what? Not done.
Yeah,
I'd
like, I'd have been annoyed if
I had
that
been
was
able to do
it.
more. Yeah, like so it's kind of freeing, and it is a little bit kind of Lucy it world. Like, I just say yes to everything, and maybe I do need to put some more boundaries around myself. But also, I'm like, do you know what? I have a body. It's working now, sort of. I have a brain. Like, let's go. Like, what are you scared of? Just go. It's all a game.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we and again, we've heard this a couple of times with some of the entrepreneurs today, they've experienced, loss, or they've experienced, like seismic change, or like their foundations have been shook. There comes a point where you decide, like when we're talking about kind of being galvanized, there comes a point where you decide, oh, well, like if losing everything is at stake here, and essentially you've been in a position where you've gone, all like this and it's gone. I've been in a position where I've lost everything. All of a sudden, there's nothing to lose.
Yeah,
because we've been
really
there.
Freeing.
Then
it's really freeing, and I think you've always only ever got, really, like, not to oversimplify things, really, but in every thing that you choose to do, or every path you choose to take, there are really only 2 options, which is do it or don't.
Yeah,
you can't half do something. It's just do it or don't, and that's it. That's a decision. Are you going to regret doing it more than not doing it?
Yeah,
and then pick one.
Yeah, and even if doing it means doing it incrementally, you're still deciding to do it. It's not about doing it all at once, or you can do it incrementally. So for those of you out there, we've talked about this earlier on, saying the words just do it. Yeah, if you're specific and you know what the it is, and you've got a plan to do the it, then fine. Then it's taking incremental steps. If if you're not in a position where you can do all the things at once, you might need investment, for example, or you might need to move money around. You might need to, if you've got children, you might need to wait until they're in education in order for you to do it, but you still get to choose. We still get to do it, whatever it is. And
you get to move. I think the choice is, like I said, it is a simplified version of it, but it's are you choosing to move in that direction or not? And that's it. And that's it. And those steps can be tiny. I like the ladder analogy, that lots of little teeny weeny steps on a ladder are much easier to get up than huge big jumps. And if you just teeny step your way up the ladder, eventually you're at the top.
Yeah. Is it a phone call? Is it a book you need to read? Is it a podcast? Is it a friend you need to call? Is it advice you need to take? Is it an email you need to send? And that email, does that turn into a communication? Does that turn into a CRM? Does that turn into, right, how do I learn how to sell this thing? How do I learn how to implement this thing at scale? And then all of a sudden that thought and that research has turned into this business that you decided to do by doing that one thing at the beginning, which is maybe read a book or call a friend. Is this a good idea? Yeah, why not?
Yeah, it's just one thing. And even when you don't feel like doing it, I remember the best advice I ever had when I was powerlifting. And there are some days when, especially when you're coming up towards like competing in competitions where your body hurts, everything sucks, light weights feel heavy, you're thinking, I'm never going to be able to lift this. You're trying to like cut weight, because if you're with me, you're always slightly chubby in every weight class. So like you're always trying to cut a couple of kilos before you get on the platform for your weigh-in and stuff.
Yeah.
And my coach used to say, look, he's like, I'd be like, I don't want to do it. I can't train today. He's like, just drive to the gym. Just sit in the car at the gym. Just sit in the car park.
Get in the car.
Yeah, and then he's like, and seeing as you're there, just walk through the door. He's like, and then just put your lifting shoes on, do a warm up. And if you go through all that and you still don't want to lift a weight, go home again. But it never happened, because by the time you've done all that stuff, you may as well just do the next
Right,
one
we're
thing.
here now.
Yeah, may as well do the next one thing.
And it does, you know, to somebody who might be like banging their head against a brick wall right now, or might be feeling, you know, the anxiety of taking this next big step or whatever it is, the next logical step, the next correct thing to do, the next move forward, whether it's correct or not, is still a move, and you're still moving in the right direction. So you work in the field of finance, Lucy. You know, obviously with Mazuma being the accountancy, and also being part of the governing body as well of you know, accountancy through the UK, is such a position to be in, such a respected position to be in, and a testament to, you know, how people trust how you move in the finance space. I think is one of the big things. What are you excited about right now when it comes to forward movement and forward motion? Because today, I can't tell you, it's nice. You know, we met in India, and you know, I'm excited by default, but I've come away from today listening to incredible leaders, including yourself, and I can't help but feel excited. I can't help but feel hopeful that some of the best leaders in our industry are saying humanity is where it is that we're sitting. Technology will support our humanity if we choose it. Leadership is a choice. Advocacy and agency is necessary. We get to take back responsibility over every single decision that we make, and we get to choose if we don't like the outcome. It sounds glib, it sounds obvious, but it doesn't matter how much you learn if you've got self-trust and you've got all of that, and they're the foundation blocks. I feel excited because these are the conversations that we need to have. The tactics the tactics change, and there's ever changing goalposts with tactics, marketing, AI. You know, we can try and hack the algorithm and work around the algorithm, but marketing is still marketing is still marketing. Give a shit about what you do and tell people why you give a shit.
Yeah,
it becomes much better to do.
That and that extends, I think, across looking at this from kind of like a finance governmental perspective. I've been running a business now through 2 recessions, a global pandemic, credit crunch, you know, God knows how many disasters. There will always be something that will look like it's going to derail you, and there will always be somebody who's saying that out of this thing there is a silver bullet, or if you just take this tax break, it will do this and this. It's not a thing. You have to have something that will survive macro environmental factors. Build your foundations deep and wide and focus on that, because governments change, policies change, taxes change, people change, technology changes. But if you've got something that you have passion and purpose about, and you are strong enough to push through the waves, but adaptable enough to take the hits of the water, that's what gets you through. And it's about not being the Blockbuster or the Kodak in the situation. It's about recognizing there, you haven't got to change everything, but just think, how do I adapt to this market? Is this a long-term thing? Is it a short-term thing? And I'm always a long-term thinker. I don't love silver bullets. I don't love the knee jerk. Everyone's doing this one thing. Let's do this. Because I'm always like, well, if everybody's running over there, it's
then
no
there's a
longer
gap
novel.
over here, and that's where that's where
Wide open
you
space.
do your best work, right?
Yeah, it's why I love the bits of the market that no one else goes after, because I'm like, great, I've got somewhere to problem solve and innovate, and for people who no one else is trying to serve. That's why I love those bits of the market.
There's some pie over there. One of my friends, Abigail Horn, shares the idea that like zig when everyone's zagging, or zag when everyone's zigging. Like if everyone's going over here in this direction, there's got to be something over here, because there's an avoidance of attention somewhere. It's not, they're not ignoring it for a reason. They're paying attention to this because it's the noisiest or the shiniest or whatever it is. And if there's space to observe, and you're a great observer of space, and I think that's wherein your genius lies.
Thank you. I'm an eternally optimistic person, despite the fact I'm quite cynical. I think you can be cynical and optimistic at the same time. I generally
love your cynicism, and I love how you pair it with optimism. I think the dichotomy of you is that.
Yeah, like I'm miserable, but generally quite happy. The happiest misery ever.
It was your birthday. Your friend surprised you for your happy birthday, and they was like, I know, let's piss Lucy off for her birthday, give her a happy birthday headband. She wore the happy birthday headband, and
I wore it all day miserably. But like my friends were like, they know that about me. Like, let's buy her this thing, she'll hate it. Like, but it's great. So I generally have a belief that things work out, and that not that the universe does stuff for you like when you expect it, but as in you are open to receiving the right lessons when you're ready, when you've had all the foundation for it somehow. But I'm also quite cynical. So when everyone's running in one direction, I'm always like, who's telling everyone to run in that direction? What's in it for them? Why is everyone going that way? Where's the space? And why is no one in that space? Where's the dead cat? Like what's the thing? So not in like a conspiracy theory way, but if everyone's saying that this is a great brand new thing, that's what everyone believes. I've seen how many brilliant brand new world changing things in the last like 15 years. Like really? And also that if something has true longevity, it's not true that you have to be first to market to take the market. That isn't true of plenty of things. There are plenty of examples of things like smartphones and other technologies that have not been first to market. Google wasn't the first search engine. You don't have to be first to market, but you've got to be clear, foundationally strong, and weather the storms. If you're doing it for a quick buck, I'm just a believer that you can do a quick buck so many times. You can flip a few things or whatever. But
you're going to be freaking exhausted. Keep flipping things, picking things up, flipping things, picking things up, and having to learn it and flipping things.
And it's where's I can't do something if it hasn't got a purpose for me. Like I can't do something just for the money. It's got to mean something. And I just think that nobody at the end of their life has got a gravestone with a net worth on it.
No one's asked.
Well, like who cares? Like I'm going to the grave, poor, covered in bad tattoos, scars.
Bend it up.
Like that's it. Ruined. That's where I'm going at 125. That's where I'm going, and that's how I'm a die with nothing person. Because actually, you create the best things when you're really, really purpose driven, and it's that purpose that takes you through all the external distraction that will keep you going on a thing. No one would set up nearly 20 years ago. Let's set up a subscription accounting business. Everybody in the world told me it was a terrible idea. No one thought it would work. Also, accounting's like on paper the most boring thing you can do. Like no one thinks accounting is a sexy industry until now. Like you've just got to keep if you've got that little thing, you're like, I know every other expert in the world is saying this is a bad idea, but I just think they're wrong. Like the audacity of that early 20s me, the absolute audacity. To just think, all this entire industry is wrong, and I can see it, and that's why they're all going over here, and I'm going over here.
I love it, and thank you for sharing that. When it comes to so looking for the space is definitely, I think, what we're taking away, and people are. I enjoy being grumpy in my happiness. Is what Lindsay's saying. Danielle's saying this dichotomy has made you my new favorite person. It's smart, not cynical. The hardest door to open is the car door. Is just kind of some reflections that people are kind of sharing back to us.
Love that.
But looking for the space is, I think, one of the key things to take away. If you're sat there thinking, I don't know where to go right now, I feel like I'm one amongst lots of people doing the thing. Well, what's everyone running towards? If I think about speaking, for example, in events, you know, everyone was running towards the events that were going to guarantee you £1 million, or, you know, it was going to, if you come here and you're going to learn X, Y, and Z, and it's going to change your life. I'm like, I want to meet people from different backgrounds and share people from different backgrounds. I want to do good business with good people.
And that's
Meet
the
me there.
authenticity, and that's the purpose. And then whatever your end goal is, and your end goal hasn't got to be money, it can be freedom, it can be security, it can be the joy of just doing what you do. Whatever your end goal is, I think if you move forward with purpose and authenticity, and honestly, you're not going to get everything right. Sometimes you're going to screw up and you'll hurt people and you'll hurt yourselves. But if you just move forward going, I just want to be a little bit better tomorrow than I was today, every day a little bit, the thing that you want follows.
Yeah.
So just move with that, and then the thing that most people set as a goal, it just follows naturally. And I think just don't stare directly at it, and it will,
because you'll bump into things, right?
Blinding and distracting.
Absolutely. It's funny, isn't it? Like, have your goal, have it so set in your mind that you are removable from it. It creates so much tension that you can't help but move towards it. But also, don't have your eyes on it so hard that you're bumping in and you miss the space.
You walk off the cliff.
Yeah, absolutely. Lucy, thank you so much for being a part of my life today and a part of my life in general.
You're the best. We have the best time.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. It means so much. I mean, it's super late, and talking about life and business is what we tend to do anyway. But I know it's really late, and you waited so long to be a part of this, and I'm really grateful. I love you loads, and I will see you. Lucy Cohen.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you so much. We are heading into the final stretch. Jackson Feely, are you there? Has he given up on me? Is there? Hello.
Hiya.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yeah.
I was meant to finish 15 minutes ago, but fuck it. We're seeing this all the way through to the end, and you waited for me, and I'm so grateful.
Of course, I waited for you. I just went downstairs to watch Traitors as well.
How are
I've just been
you?
listening to you chunnering on while we're watching this.
Just all of the chunnering on for the whole of the day. Jax, it has been a day. It's been a day. Is that Rocky's? It's Rambo's hand. Look at these dogs. Just a random dog paw that everyone's just gonna swoon over. How are you? I've got Gobbets over here as well. He's sat in the building. He's coming to have a little chat.
Oh, my favourite.
Come on. I'll move over. Like a little bit of space.
Hey,
Closing it out with the fam. 14 hours and 15 minutes in. 2 bottles of protein water consumed, only 1 coffee, half a bag of crisps, 2 digestive milk chocolate biscuits, and a partridge in a pear tree, finishing out with one of my best friends and my sister. It's been a good day.
I don't know why you do it. You should be very proud.
I am, and at the same time, can you lot hear me? I don't know if you lot can hear me. We learned this the other day. We need proximity to the camera, so we're just gonna, as we're finishing up, I know lots of my friends will kind of still be watching or coming to get amongst it, and just coming to say like "Dra" or "good night" or all of these things. We're gonna move the microphone together like this. We are not about to sing Belinda Carlisle, although we did treat our flight squad town hall meeting the other week to
dance.
We have a dance. We'll show you when we see you next. We'll just put on a performance just for you, Jack. You'll be pleased to receive that from me and from Gobbets over here.
Can't wait.
Jax, what you been up to, mate? How you doing? How's the land of media infamy and book? Let's get your book. Let's talk about your book. Let's round out with the thing that actually probably is one of the bigger learns from today. Here we go. Whoops. Here we go. Look at this. Fear Proof by Jackson Feely. The courage to let go, begin again, and do it scared is probably the biggest theme that we've taken out of today.
Is it?
Really? Yeah. When I think about all of the incredible entrepreneurs, media personalities, people from our community, clients of mine, when I think about all of the, all of the thread that's been through today, the courage to let go, begin again, and do it scared has been a real reoccurring theme. I've been asking people for their predictions for 2027 and beyond when it comes to business. And one of the things that came back time and time and time again wasn't AI, wasn't tech, wasn't systems, wasn't team building. It was knowing who you are and being unwaverable in what you value for yourself and the behaviors to which you hold people accountable around you and to yourself. And that makes me really hopeful. If I think about business right now and where I hope it's going and where I hope our community is going and where I can see it, that, given that's all me and you talk about, Jax, literally that's all me and you talk about is how do we course correct? How do we know ourselves better? Why do I do this? Why am I here? Like, what is this existential crisis that I'm living through every second of every day? How do I be a good person? Like, doing all of those things and doing it scared every single day has been something we've been moving through. And you as well, eh?
Yeah, absolutely.
For anyone watching along, this is Gemma Roberts of it's not Preston Domestic Violence Services anymore. It is Hope Prevails.
It is Hope Prevails Preston.
Going through a rebrand with Gemma Roberts at the helm, taking what was originally the service that I had to engage with at the time that I needed it, and now being the CEO of that. I think, like, winding things up here with somebody who's helped me become the leader that I am inadvertently just by becoming one of my best friends in the world, and you having that whole full circle situation where, we were sat on a bed when we were 13 and 14 years old and held each other's hand and went, one day we'll be in a position where we help people in some way, shape or form navigate life in a way that, that we had, like, better than we had to, better than the tools that we were given at the time. I think the three of us sat here now feels like a right lovely way to finish the day. I don't know what else to say other than that. So those of you that are watching along, I'm going to say thank you very much for joining me. For all of our speakers, I'm going to say thank you very much. Jax.
Yeah.
For somebody who often sits with me in the mud and often sits with me, as are you, Gemma, someone that sits with me when things get quite dark, a lot of people out there see me on the up and on the hopeful and on the yeah, we're going to do this thing and it's going to be fucking amazing. And when you see the person that everybody else sees in the time that isn't as maybe inspiring or isn't as joyful, what are the things that you guys tend to, other than stop drinking, what are the things that you guys say to me in those moments? Because I think when you say those things to me and you share those things and those insights with me, it becomes actually the reason why I'm only perceived as successful. I wouldn't say I'm successful yet because there's a lot I need to get right, certainly from a time perspective and a freedom perspective. What are the sorts of things that you share and say to me in those times when things get really dark?
I mean, especially recently, the biggest thing for me is wanting you to make sure that you still experience daily happiness. I think, I think what you're doing is incredible, and I will always help you do that, and I understand exactly why you're doing it, and it's incredible and so much to be proud of. But for me, as a friend and someone who loves you, you have already done something so incredible that has brought so many people together, that has probably saved a lot of lives without you even realizing it, and continues to do so. And so, as a friend who just loves you, I have spent especially the past 5 years, realizing that happiness is in your daily day-to-day life, and if you don't have that, there's no point. Like, everything can be difficult, choose your hard, do it scared, all the things that we believe in to achieve what we want, but at the same time, the quality of life and the wanting to get up in the morning is what we're aiming for. You know, it's always about enjoying the journey. And for me, looking at you, I just want you to always somehow find a little bit of that balance, because I don't always love seeing the person who's just stressed.
Yeah.
Because I think we defeat the object. You can save everyone else's life, but if you ruin your own.
Yeah. It's been
And I don't want that to sound negative, but that is what
I
it's
just
about
think it's a
daily.
real conversation to have when
Yeah.
people are watching what it is that I'm doing, that I'm trying to create. And this is, I don't want anyone to feel sorry for me, by the way. I'm making big girl decisions and deciding to do things that are fucking batshit, but are difficult and that require a degree of tenacity and self-trust and agency and humanity. And humanity is also that I'm scared and I'm stressed and I'm not enjoying the journey today. And that is scary for me, because the journey so far, roller coaster it may have been, it is it's like sitting with it and recognizing, you know, especially I've talked a bit today, not too much in depth, about how dark things got over Christmas, and you kind of got the brunt of that, and Lisa got a lot of that. I realized that I wasn't experiencing joy, and I'd forgot. And for what a lot of you have seen over the last couple of weeks, I think has been an active move toward joy. I remember how much joy the show at Wise Up Rise Up show brought me over the course of 3 years. Like, building the community came from that. Today was to really honor that bit of the journey and to remember what it is that I love, you know, being curious about people, creating networks that mean something, meeting people who challenge me, sharing those people with you lot that are watching right now, and inviting you to come and get amongst it. That coming back to that bit of me has been really, really profound. Creating content, I don't give a fuck if it flops. Like, I've just loved making stupid videos of myself, or teaching myself fucking CapCut, or, you know, like,
But that's
again.
it, isn't it? That's it. That's like, it's what we need. It's the new little bit of problem solving, you know, the finding your roots again, you know, doing the things that make you happy again. Like, I always want to just see you, you know, enjoying it and filling your own cup. And, you know, I suppose it's always difficult when me and you chat, because we know we've always said it to each other before. So I'm always trying to find a new way to say the same thing, because otherwise we just sit there going, yeah, I know. You don't need to tell me, I know.
And I think that it is, you know, these things are cyclical, aren't they? You see these are cyclical. I think when you've experienced life in the way that, like, we have in various ways as well, understanding and finding cyclical behavior actually is the route through. If I think about instances in the past where, you know, like, I make no bones about drink having been a problem for me in the past, and it's a recurring ghost that comes back to haunt me sometimes. But the windows get shorter and shorter and shorter now, where I clock it quite quick, and like, we clock it quite quick. All right, no, okay, no, we call it in and we move on. And I think understanding what our sabotaging behaviors are cyclically are really, really, really powerful. And that as well, understanding that, you know, give yourself some fucking compassion for your coping mechanisms in times of object stress, and clocking them and moving through. For all of you that are watching right now, by the way, this is it. This is the thing. It's not all, let's get systems in place and let's build a team and let's make loads of fucking money and let's teach everyone a thing and let's look good on the internet and let's, you know, here's all my famous mates. And also, when you're building something big, when you dream really big, there's a degree of galvanization that you've got to move through, and sometimes your self-sabotaging behaviors will come back and bite you in the backside. And I don't know, like, Gemma, do you find that, like, you've been in leadership roles now for a couple of years and working within the charity sector in the first instance, and where abject trauma is present daily? Do you find you have any, like, sabotaging behaviors, and do you find them, and how do you call them out?
for me, it's about, because one of the reasons that I found myself literally in any position that I've ever done, probably since I left school, was that because we grew up the way we grew up, it doesn't sound sabotaging, but it's to save people. But actually it's to the detriment of myself sometimes. So what I end up doing is putting myself in such positions that are precarious, whether that's literal danger, whether that's emotional, psychological, like lacking in safety, whether that's financial safety, whatever that looks like. And over the years, being able to put those boundaries in place and change and mold them as I've moved through each iteration of who I've been over the years, and in each role that I've had, really being able to say, hang on a minute, no, that's not for me to save. Let's give them the tools, let's give them the information. Let's create some autonomy for them, show them what that autonomy looks and feels like, and let them save themselves.
So
that I don't find myself in positions as much anymore. Still do though. Still do, where you end up sort of, sitting in the mud with somebody for longer than you should, or thinking, being up till 2-3 o'clock in the morning going, how can I make that different for them? How can that be different? How can we support people so in a way that they want to get up in the morning? That just in the very, very basic sense of it for me, holding the boundaries.
I think that makes us all who we are, though. Like, I think that's why we love each other so much, though, because the heart's always going to be there, and we're always going to have to try to not put other people first. Because if it was the other way around, you wouldn't want to be around each other. If they were struggling to put others first before themselves, then you probably would keep a bit of a distance. So it's what's the thing I've read in the past? It's a blessing and a curse to feel everything so deeply.
Right. And I think for the three of us, and for lots of you watching, have a look at who's watching, like Ali, Jojo, Kay, look at all the people that are watching that are staying up with us right now. We'll be resonating with this, I think, because when you feel like everything all the time from everybody and yourself, and you carry inherent sadness with you, and all these things that an inherent shame and inherent things like understanding that like just later last year that I'm neurodivergent, and understanding that in itself breeds risk-taking behaviors that might have been to the detriment of me, my stress levels, my team. That, like, to then sit and go, no, and still with grace and compassion, I can say, and it's not because I'm stupid. There's this really big, incredible thing that, yes, it's big and it's incredible, that really is genuinely going to create change in lots of ways for lots of different people. And the ask today was for people to see the power of this network, for people to understand the undertaking that this thing is. I think it's very easy to watch people that run events in this way and think, oh, they just wake up in the morning and they're shitting glitter. Or they just wake up in the morning,
definitely doesn't shit glitter.
Definitely don't do that.
Although she would tell you it smells of roses.
It absolutely does. But looking out at an undertaking like this, and so many people have gone, God, I wish I had your balls, Danny, and I wish I had your courage. And I always joke and go, yeah, you wish my stupidity is what you wish you had. Like I'm the resident idiot. They've gone, I want to do this big thing over here. Let's go. And it's finding the fine line between that was a decision that I made on purpose because I can see what this is doing. But it's only going to happen with the power of the community that we've got. Today was about showing everybody the power of that community, just from my immediate network, my inner circle perspective. And then when I start looking at the spider web of everything that we've created together, all of the contacts we've got through Flight Squad, through the Hive, through the people that are in your community, Jax, through the people that are in your community, and that's just us. That actually, what we're asking here with the Festoon 500, what we're saying to 500 businesses out here in the UK is, get a pass, come and get involved in this thing that we're creating. It is meaningful. It means something. It's powerful. And also we get to help people at the same time. Fuck off saying that you can't do that. That's not like, fuck off. Come and get amongst it. Do you know what I mean? I defy anybody to look at what it is that we do. This isn't fanciful. This isn't this is me trying to be utopian about something. It's look. I said on Christmas Day, I said to everybody, and I put a flag in the floor and said, we are not to be underestimated. That doesn't mean that I'm an island and it doesn't hurt along the way. But that moment when I went, oh, fucking death or glory, was that I'm not sitting in the mud anymore. This cycle's complete, right? We're ready to go again, is very much a decision. And just for everyone that sat with me today, and for you two being here with me at the end of today, just kind of catching me for a cuddle, I want to say thank you for having me and for believing in this and for believing in me, even when I'm a shitbag, even when I go, I know, and carry on doing the same thing that I'm doing for a little bit because I've got to do it all by my own. We've got to come to it all by my own.
I do the same
know.
thing. There's no judgment.
No, and we do, don't we? But to have that person to sit beside you and go, I love you. Come on.
Yeah.
I love you. This isn't a good decision. This isn't a Danny, you're incorrect. This is like you're not looking after you. And I think
Of course. I think I always
okay.
just have to come and say, you're doing this amazing thing, but just please don't, collapse in the process. Like just pause for a second, that's all I ever want. Like just take it in, enjoy it, like know how amazing you're doing and don't miss it all. I just don't want you to miss it.
Yeah, and there's a very real thing. We speak to Lisa right at the top end of the day, and when we first met and she was on her trajectory, even though and I'm sure, I don't know if she's still watching along or not, but watching Lisa like do all the things and go on all the holidays and all of the stuff, it was happening at such a rate still that you could see it was doing this and this and this, and we talked about it this morning. There's, what's at the top of the ladder, more ladder. What's at the top of the rope, more rope. What's at the top of the thing, more stuff. And the job is that, and again, validating yourself solely within your purpose can exhaust you. And I think that's been one of the big learns, is that I've made my purpose a reason to validate myself. I'm only okay if I'm stood in this, not if I'm just Danny or Daniela sat here burning fucking smelly joss sticks and just happening to record a conversation with my sister and one of my best mates. That there is a place for Danny Wallace and Danny fucking Wallace, and there's a place for Daniela. And this whole next bit today is about moving forward as all of the bits and embracing all of the bits. And not that I ever had anything from anybody, but this next bit's going to take a big pull and a big ask and it's not just me. And I'm dead grateful. Look what we get to do.
It's so easy, isn't it, to say, it's so terrible what's happening or what's not happening in any space, whether it's the injustice of war, or it's the travesty that takes place in politics and how that impacts our lives. Actually, what I really love, and I love being an activist. I love standing and going, okay, it's not good. How do we make it different? And that for me, that's what all of this is. It is ultimate activism. And being able to
GFC.
We need to tell the story of that in a minute. Go on, she was saying important things, then Jackson Feely off the telly.
No,
sorry. I had to cheer you on.
It's real activism, isn't it? And that's it. It's about, okay, acknowledge that it's shit, acknowledge that things aren't what they should be. Now let's do something about it.
Right.
And do something about it. You can all sit in rooms pontificating or writing epic Facebook statuses or
feeling like this is a travesty, or going fighting people on the fucking internet, or hitting each other with a should stick and a right stick and cancelling each other and calling each other out. Where is the solution then? Like, together? And again, this is something that I'm trying to answer with the Festoon 500. This is something that I've been trying to answer today on the call, is by bringing so many different people together and say, oi, like, solution seeking is what we need to do right now more than ever. And I want to do that together in a place where people don't feel scared to ask fucking questions. You can ask questions, that's okay. I feel like we're in our allyship enough now to be able to hold people and answer questions without anyone doing too much labor, without choosing to do so. And and like it's taken us a while to get there, like together. But I feel like we're there now, which positions us uniquely in a category of one, that this is the community where this can happen. You know, Fran was talking today about being the community of communities. Fran does that for the business world. Like, my view is that we do that, yes, for the business world, but in a much broader sense as well. You know, and you get to see all the messy bits of it, but you also get to see all the joyful bits of it and remind me, like, fucking stop, it's joyful. Like, oh,
honestly, sometimes, especially at events,
look at the thing. It's good. You're doing okay.
I'm
moving on to the next thing.
Making you stand at the side of the audience that you've curated and that is there to be a part of the community that you've built, and making you stand there and go, look.
Yeah.
And that's I probably say is one of the nicer things that I'm involved with when I come and support you at the events, is that it's that look at what you're doing.
Look at it. I don't want to, I'm busy. I'm thinking about the next thing already.
Yeah. It's dead good and then runs off.
Busy. Anyway, all this to say, and this is a really nice way to kind of round out today without sort of gushing thank you to, you know, God and the Tooth Fairy and my citrine crystal up there and all of the good things. But thank you to you too. Thank you to Jojo, Danielle, Lindsay, Wallace, just to Anna, fucking hell, and Terry for having my back, and for you lot. I'm calling it in. It's good night from me.
It's good night from me.
It's good night from Jackson Feely off the telly.
Yes.
I love you. Thank you everyone for being a part of the Festoon 500 big reveal. The work starts now. Like the selling of the passes starts now. We have a huge referral competition that we're going to kick off tomorrow. I'm going to tell you all about it in the morning with more detail on how you can get involved, and you can win, if anyone wants to come and speak on the stage at the big Festoon. I'll tell you more on that in the morning. But in the meantime, if you haven't already, get your pass, be a part of this. I'll be sharing with you more of the communities that we're going to be supporting as part of the Festoon 500. I'm going to leave you with what the big Festoon is all about. It goes like this. There aren't enough words to sum up the last 2 days of the big Festoon. We have laughed, we have cried, we have listened, we have learned, and I cannot wait to do it all again.
Doesn't matter what you look like, what your experiences are, if you're in business, if you're not in business. People just get together and nobody is left out.
You learn something with every single one of the speakers.
I felt like a lovable weirdo amongst other lovable weirdos.
I'm your DJ tonight.
This is one of the most exciting events. You can feel the energy in the room. There is sort of a buzz.
Cried and I've laughed and I've sang. It's just been so incredible to be part of this movement, this power coming through. It's just meant the world to me. I'm going to cry. You didn't mean to.
I was at the VIP dinner last night and it was absolutely brilliant.
This event to me means acceptance.
Being able to be yourself in a room of everyone who accepts you is fantastic.
There's nothing more powerful in this world than legging the archery and inspiring everyone else to do the same.